Yep, I'm coming back and doing another ranking video because I hate myself and I love you guys quite a lot. When it came to my American Dad ranking video, everybody immediately said I should do South Park next. There were some people that said Cleveland Show, but I'm not doing that one. But I needed to take a break because, think about it, South Park has 23 seasons. When it came to American Dad and Family Guy, they didn't have 20 at the time. This bad boy has 23, so I needed to prepare myself. But now that I've taken my break, I can finally talk about it. South Park is an infamous animated series that focuses on the misadventures of 4 elementary school boys. The series is created by Matt Stone and Trey Parker, and ever since its inception, it's garnered quite a following, with many people saying that it's one of the best animated series ever made, right up there with Family Guy and The Simpsons. The show has tackled basically everything in existence: religion, politics, coping with life and changes, celebrities, sexuality, and so forth. And as I said in my Family Guy video, I watched South Park a lot when I was a kid. And now that I'm a 19-year-old adult and I was going to watch every episode for this ranking video, it felt kind of nostalgic for me, considering the fact that I used to love and adore this show as a kid. Does it still hold up is the question. Well, we're going to find out now. And I feel like I should change my avatar to better fit the South Park spirit. Crappy, low budget. This'll definitely work. Anyway, this is my video of me watching and ranking every single episode of South Park.
Come on down South Park and meet some friends of mine.
I know technically these shorts don't count as episodes, but they count in my book, because without these shorts, South Park wouldn't be greenlit by Comedy Central. So the short focuses on these 4 boys making Frosty the Snowman, and after one of them puts a hat on his head, you would expect him to turn all jolly and friendly. But nope, this one is a murdering psychopath. And after he kills Kenny and Cartman, the boys have no choice but to turn to Jesus. I think this short is pretty fine, nothing too special. It has a lot of fucking curse words in it, like what the fucking fuck.
I told you not to put that fucking hat on Frosty's fucking head, now didn't I? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Rocket fucking Scientist. Oh no shit, Sherlock. Of need. Okay, fucking Frosty, he fucking killed Dude, this is Jesus. You don't say suck in front of Jesus?
I honestly prefer the next short over this one. This one is much better. Jesus comes down to the town of South Park to kick Santa Claus's ass because he has ruined the true meaning of Christmas, which was originally the celebration of his birth. But now it's tainted by a fat old man who gives people presents. I find this short better because the episode itself is pretty smart, eventually ending with Stan and Kyle telling Jesus and Santa that they both compliment each other. Santa for keeping the spirit of Christmas alive, and Jesus for starting Christmas. But let's be real, the true meaning of Christmas? It's presents. You know it, I know it, corporate scumbags around the world know it. It's pretty smart. It makes a commentary on commercialization way before the show's inception. So I think this short is pretty great. And it would be because of these 2 shorts that would get South Park greenlit by Comedy Central, and therefore they would start their own hit series that is South Park. Oh, speaking of which, Ike, Kyle's younger brother, gets abducted by aliens, so Stan, Kyle, and Wendy decide to get him back by using Cartman, because he got an anal probe. Yeah, this episode is weak, and a lot of people label this as what South Park truly is, nothing but crude, vulgar, childish nonsense with fart jokes. Despite that, I still have a soft spot for it. Yeah, it has a lot of issues, but I still enjoy the fuck out of it. I'm only giving this an A purely out of nostalgia, because I do have a soft spot for it. Even though it's not really one of their best, it still is a good start to the series. Kathy Lee Gifford comes to South Park to give Cartman an award for winning an environmental essay contest, much to the dismay of Wendy, who suspects him of cheating. I don't blame her because, well, it's Cartman. And Cartman tries to get in shape by gaining more weight. While that's going on, Mr. Garrison decides to kill Kathy Lee Gifford because she upstaged him as a kid. I thought the episode was pretty entertaining. Seeing Cartman get fatter and fatter as the episode progressed was pretty goddamn hilarious, to the point where he can barely leave his house. Also, Jesus makes his way into the series. It's called Jesus and Pals. He has his own little show. That's nice. If there's one contrast I see from the earlier seasons to the modern seasons, is that the kids actually wanted Mr. Garrison to come back to teaching. Like after he got put in a mental hospital, they actually wanted him to come back and they visit him. Nowadays, they hate him. Hell, they were even pissed when he got chosen to be the 4th grade teacher after Miss Chokes on Dicks dies. Oops, spoiler alert. My bad. Jimbo and Ned take the kids hunting, and while they do that, a volcano is on the verge of erupting, so the town decides to help the kids. I just want to leave this in. Before he sold weed, Randy was a geologist, a person who studies the earth. Jesus, what went wrong? And there's this predictable part in the story where Stan starts to get upset that Jimbo likes Kenny a lot more than him, so there's that little predictable part. And there's a funny moment where Cartman pretends to be a monster to get his friends to be scared because his story totally sucked. I thought this episode was fine. Not great, it's just fine. I'd probably give it a 6.9 because it's not really that entertaining to me personally. Stan becomes distraught after finding out that his dog is gay. So as a result of this, it prevents him from focusing his attention on the upcoming football game. Sparky decides to run away to Big Gay Al. And there's a side plot of Jimbo and Ned betting $500 on Stan's team, which causes everybody to do the same because that's how betting works. And if he loses, they're gonna kick his ass. I gotta say, the homophobic jokes in this one. It's funny, but at the same time, I'm surprised the series didn't get canceled because of some of the fucking shit they said. And also, this would mark Big Gay Al's first appearance in the show. And I noticed this little animation in the picture. As you see here, Token is black, but for some reason in this one, he's white. Like, look, it looks exactly the same. I don't know, I just felt like bringing it up. Anyway, I thought this episode was pretty good, and it gives Stan some good character development, with him learning to accept his dog the way it is. I thought it was a pretty nice one. Kyle decides to crossbreed between an elephant's genes with a pig in order to win an upcoming science contest and a bet he made with another student. The other kid decides to use Stan's genes in order to make a whole human. And there's a little side plot of Stan dealing with his bitch of a sister, and I'm gonna let you know right now, right off the back, I hate this cunt so much. And I don't give two if she was written to be unlikable on purpose. If that's the case, then why did they try having a heartwarming moment with her at the end? That. And there are some fun facts about the episode though. There's a moment in the episode where they reuse the exact same animation from the unaired pilot. And there's also a moment where Shelley set Stan on fire, but they removed it because of the incident with Beavis and Butthead, where a little kid copied what Beavis and Butthead did to each other, and as a result, he ended up killing his 2-year-old sister with fire. I personally don't get this because there was literally a scene in the episode where she runs over Stan with a lawnmower. So I guess matches are more deadly than lawnmowers. Hey, the more you know. Stan's grandfather turns 102, so he tries to get Stan to kill him. And there's a side plot of Sheila, Kyle's mother, trying to get Terrence and Philip off the air because of its crude toilet humor. She tells the other kids' parents as well as Mr. Garrison about the show and tries to get the kids to steer clear. Would you believe me if I told you they were doing this to me when I was little? Like, they literally said that South Park is nothing but toilet humor and that we kids should avoid it. But us kids will find a way. I think the episode's pretty good. And the plot with Sheila will become so popular and will become so good that this would eventually spring into its own movie. South Park, bigger, longer, and uncut. And it has a valuable lesson that parents should always learn. You should focus more on what your kids are doing instead of what they're watching. And let's be real, watching a stupid cartoon that swears a lot is the least of your problems. You should be worried about what your kids are doing on social media. If you want to see a big example, and if you want to see more harmful shit, go watch TikTok. The kids of South Park get ready for the costume contest. For Stan, he dresses up as Raggedy Ann. For Kyle, he dresses up as Chewbacca, then later the Solar System, then later Dracula, and Cartman dresses up as Hitler. After Principal Victoria sees this, she eventually switches up his costume so he can be that. After the costume contest, the kids eventually go trick-or-treating, but a zombie pandemic blows over South Park. So it's up to them to stay alive and to fight off the zombies. This is one of my personal favorite Halloween episodes. I'm a big fan of zombie episodes, and this episode does a great job of doing it. It's thoroughly entertaining, and I recommend you give it a watch during the Halloween time. The kids adopt a starving Ethiopian kid to try and get a sports watch, but instead of getting the watch, they end up getting the kid himself, who they name Marvin. When the FBI comes back to take him back, he tricks them into taking Cartman. And there's a side plot of the town dealing with killer turkeys. So that's where the N64 game was based on. It's fine. It has some pretty funny moments here and there. There's a moment where it references Braveheart, but other than that, it's not too much to scream on. Because Kyle is Jewish and he doesn't celebrate Christmas, he tries to convince everybody that Mr. Hanky the Christmas Pooh is real. And while that's going on, the entire town is forced to remove everything that has to do with Christmas, and they have to make sure that everybody isn't offended in any way, shape, or form. I don't know why, but this is scarily accurate. Nowadays, you have to be careful about what you say or do, because chances are people are going to start screaming at you, claiming how you're insensitive and how you're offending them. God, everybody is so sensitive nowadays. You can't joke about anything. Ugh, this is so accurate. Wow, this came out, what, 1997? Fuck. They were breaking grounds even before they got popular, Jesus. And hell, nowadays you can't even say Merry Christmas. You have to say Happy Holidays to make sure you don't offend anybody. But I think this episode is pretty good on its own. Some of the stuff it does in this episode can apply to today's standards, and it even gives a nice commentary on censorship, which I think is pretty neat. The devil's son Damien shows up on Earth to find Jesus so that he and his father can settle the score once and for all. And while that's going on, Cartman's birthday is on the same date as the fight. Also, this marks Satan's first appearance in the show. I found this episode fairly entertaining, and not to mention the boxing fight at the end was pretty funny and pretty entertaining as well. And I thought Cartman getting pissed off because Kyle didn't give him the red Mega Man because Cartman gave people specific presents of what he wants. It's pretty funny. Mr. Garrison steps down from teaching, and as a result, the class gets a hot new substitute teacher, which leads Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman to simp over her and try to get her attention, which pisses off Wendy. As for Mr. Garrison, he gets nose surgery, and as a result, he becomes a model. This episode shows us that before evil Cartman, we had evil Wendy. This bitch framed Miss Ellen just to get rid of her. She even sent her up to the sun. I think you can sum up the episode with this one line.
Don't with Wendy Testaburger.
Yeah, so another person you need to look out for, besides Cartman, is Wendy. As for the side plot, I've seen this done multiple times on Family Guy. Cartman and Kyle find a magic triangle. This leads Barbra Streisand to come on down to South Park to take the triangle from the boys so that she can turn into a robot mega thing so she can destroy the town. It's not one of my personal favorites, but I will admit that the fight at the end was pretty neat. For this episode, Cartman tries to find out who his real dad is, and there's a side plot of Stan and Kyle using footage of Cartman to win money on a game show, a parody of America's Funniest Home Videos. Finally, it's asked if Cartman even has a dad, and I need to note this, in the unaired pilot you actually see Cartman's dad as well as his sister, so I don't know, I just felt like bringing that up. And I gotta say, it's pretty interesting, you really are invested to see who Cartman's dad is. But the one downside to this episode, it ends on a cliffhanger. Yeah, I can't stand episodes that do that. Especially the next episode we're talking about, because it seems like a big middle finger to everybody that's been waiting for the past couple of months, but we'll get to that in a second. But first, here are the ranked episodes from 9 all the way to 6. This is a glorified filler episode. I'm not going to delve deep into this because it was basically just a big middle finger to troll fans. And because of this stunt, Comedy Central got numerous phone calls from fans about this. Yeah, it's not that funny or entertaining, and I don't really care that much for it. Moving on. After the professor gets shot, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, Cartman, and Chef take him to the hospital. And there's a side plot of the town working with America's Most Wanted to do a reenactment of what happened in the last episode. But they end up getting trapped in a building, so they resort to cannibalism. I don't know, part of me feels like this was a cheap payoff for what the first episode was building up. It's like Trey and Matt put themselves in a corner and they were like, okay, what do we do? What do we do? We can't reveal who his dad is. We gotta save that for like season 15 or 14. What do we do? And then they just gave us this shit. A bunch of nothing. And it's revealed that Cartman's mom is a hermaphrodite. Don't worry, this makes a bunch of sense down the line. As it stands, Mr. Mackey gets fired for sharing weed in the class. As a result, he loses everything and he turns to drugs. And there's a side plot of Kyle and the guys trying to save Ike from being circumcised. And then eventually, Kyle discovers that his brother is adopted and he's actually Canadian. This makes Kyle reject his brother. For the main plot, it's pretty predictable. I've seen this done multiple times on Family Guy. I'm sorry, every time I see the earlier seasons, I just think, this looks familiar. Where have I seen this from? Oh yeah, right, Family Guy. This is even more insulting given the fact that this show was born before Family Guy even existed. I mean, they do give an explanation for his big head. I mean, that's something. And as for the side plot, I thought it was decent. I mean, it answers the question of why Ike looks different from the other Broflovskis. And there's good character development where Kyle eventually learns that you don't need to be blood related to be considered family, which is something. And also, there's this line from Chef that is kind of similar to the San Andreas meme.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Oh shit, here we go again.
There, did I just blow your mind? Probably not. Probably it's a coincidence, I don't know. Officer Barbrady goes back to school because it turns out that he's illiterate. While that's going on, there's a person going around molesting chickens, and there's a brief moment where Cartman decides to take Officer Barbrady's place, and his segments are a parody of the cop show. Personally, this is one of the more boring episodes for me. I didn't really think it was that funny. I mean, apart from Cartman being a cop, which is goddamn hilarious, other than that, it's one of the weakest episodes from season 2. The kids compete in a dodgeball championship, and while that's going on, there's a side plot of Sheila trying to spread awareness on a school nurse's disability. The side plot for me kind of reminded me of the episode where Sheila got all the parents together to take turns to Philip off the air. It's a little different here, as she's pretty much singling out one person just because of their disability. I did like the message of that plot. The side plot, however, was pretty goddamn entertaining, with all the kids pretty much getting fucking beaten by dodgeball. I found that plot pretty relatable, as when it comes to dodgeball, people can be pretty fucking brutal when it comes to it. Even though it's a simple game, they take it tremendously seriously, and they'll be outright aggressive. I know, I was one of those people. Why the fuck am I bragging about that? Now everyone's gonna think I'm an asshole. After Jimbo and Ned lied to the boys about what happened in Vietnam, they decide to get back at him, resulting in Ned becoming a vegetable. And then they go on Jesus' talk show so that they can argue some more, a bit like Jerry Springer. The ending is honestly the best part in this entire episode. Everything else is just kind of mediocre. Not really for me. The school bus ends up dangling on the edge of a cliff, So Mrs. Crabtree ends up ditching them to find help, and the kids start reflecting on some of their adventures. It's a glorified clip show episode. You know that episode from The Simpsons, all singing, all dancing, and another Simpsons clip show? That's basically South Park's version of this. You know what's interesting? Both South Park and The Simpsons have done clip shows, but not Family Guy. Wow, that's really weird. But other than that, there's not much to talk about here. It's a glorified clip show episode, and it's one worth skipping. Fireworks have been banned in South Park, so as a result, the mayor decides to use a giant snake to compensate, and it ends up getting way out of hand. In this episode, this is where Mr. Garrison loses Mr. Hat, and he gets Mr. Twig as a replacement. And Dr. Katz makes an appearance in this episode. For those who don't know, Dr. Katz's Professional Therapist was an animated series that was also on Comedy Central, and it was one of their first animated shows. It's a pretty average episode. I mean, the snake trying to destroy the town was pretty entertaining. I will admit that the ending is pretty goddamn funny, but other than that, average episode all around. Hollywood big shots go over to South Park to turn into Los Angeles, and because of their toxic lifestyle, they end up fucking up the ecosystem, which almost kills Mr. Hanky. I thought the ending was pretty funny, with its parody of Fantasia. There's also a pretty stellar song in here.
Say, everybody haven't seen my balls, they're big and salty and brown. If you ever need a quick pick me up, just stick my balls in your mouth. Ooh!
I think it's a pretty good episode all around. The parents purposefully infect their kids with chickenpox because according to the doctor, when you get chickenpox at an older age, it becomes much more deadly. So the kids decide to get revenge on their parents by giving them herpes. And there's a little side plot of Sheila trying to get Gerald and Stuart to be friends again. Seeing the parents deliberately give their kids chickenpox is probably the craziest shit I've ever seen in the series up to this point. And did you know that chickenpox is actually herpes? No. I'm not making this up. It's actually, yeah. If you have chickenpox, basically you have herpes. Honestly, I would say this episode's fucked up, but it's really the ending that makes it worth it, with the kids getting back at their parents by giving them herpes. I think it's a decent episode. As for the side plot, I wish they would have gone more in depth with Gerald and Stuart's relationship when they were younger, but yeah, what can you do? The boys start to investigate the planetarium because they think the guy running it has a secret motive and is using the projector's power to brainwash kids. And there's a side plot of Cartman auditioning for a commercial. I thought the guy using the planetarium to brainwash kids was pretty interesting, and seeing Cartman try to audition for a commercial was pretty funny too. Even though he doesn't really need to be on TV because his fat ass has been on TV before, but I digress. Stan and Kyle built a new treehouse so that they can play Truth or Dare with Wendy and Bebe. Well, more realistically, Stan wants to play Truth or Dare with Wendy and Bebe, and Bebe wants Kyle to be her new boyfriend, and Kyle doesn't discover this until later in the episode. And there's a side plot of Cartman doing the same thing, and he actually manages to get girls in his clubhouse, but then later it becomes a high school party. And there's a side plot of Sharon and Randy getting a divorce. Honestly, the reason why they get a divorce is pretty petty. Honestly, the divorce in season 15 is way more valid. For the main plot, it's just kids being kids, and I actually did enjoy this one, even though Stan is a goddamn simp, pretty much roping Kyle into something that he doesn't even know or he's not even aware of. That's just terrible. What a goddamn simp. But don't worry, he faces consequences for this at the end of the episode.
Take this stick and jam it up your pee hole. What? Wow, that sucks. Do you think it'll hurt?
South Park throws its own carnival, and they end up going crazy over a wooden cow memorial being taken by the cows. And there's a side plot of the boys trying to win some Terrence and Phillip dolls, and after he ends up blowing all their money on meaningless rides, Kyle decides that Cartman is going to enter a bull riding contest in order to get them some money. Honestly, Kyle is a little bit out of character in this episode, with him really going to the extremes of getting those stupid, crappy dolls. I mean, I get it, he's a child, but goddamn. Also, I forgot, there are these tourists that come to South Park, and they end up getting framed for the missing cow. It was pretty fucked up when those two die. Eesh. But then again, if you get invited to go over to South Park,
You might as well be dead.
I thought it was a decent one. Chef gets sued by a record company, and as a result, the boys decide to organize a music festival. Meanwhile, Mr. Garrison witnesses strange attempts on Mr. Twig's life, which leads him to believe that Mr. Hat is responsible. This episode marks the last appearance of Mr. Twig. As for the episode itself, I thought it was a mediocre one. That whole Chewbacca defense was pretty funny. And I give the episode respect because it does build on Chef's character and it gives him a little bit of background as he interacted with these musicians when he was younger. So I give it that. But other than that, it's just eh. Stan gets a new pet goldfish that ends up being a murderer, so he tries his best to get rid of it. While doing so, he discovers that it's from an evil parallel universe. Also, there are two Cartmans, one that's our Cartman, and the other that is super nice. It's another great Halloween episode, what can I say? Stan, Kyle, and Kenny go to Nebraska to spend Christmas time with Cartman's family. Well, as for Stan, he more or less ran away from home because Shannon denied him access. And while they get there, Charles Manson ends up breaking out of prison and hangs out with the boys, and because of this, he starts to learn the true meaning of Christmas. I was so bored watching this episode. Probably one of the most boring Christmas episodes in the entire series. Well, not really. There's still one Christmas episode that's boring than this, but we'll get to that later. But as for this one, boring. The kids need to write an oral report. Originally, the kids were going to write about underpants gnomes, but it changes when Tweek's dad decides to have the boys talk about corporation takeover, because this bigger corporation is trying to take away his business. So then this leads the boys to go to the underpants gnomes to ask them for advice. It does a good job commentating on corporate takeovers. Does a good job. But if I'm real, this is probably one of the better episodes of season 2. I mean, the underpants gnomes are pretty silly, but they have this one song that'll get stuck in your head for a week.
Work all night, search for underpants, hey. We won't stop until we have underpants. Yum, yum, yummy, yum, hey.
But yeah, I think this episode is the best episode, well, apart from the Halloween special, of season 2. After finding a man who's been frozen since 1996, Stan and Kyle start arguing, fighting, and bickering back and forth for the rest of the episode. While that's going on, the government tries to steal the frozen man for research. Here we see Stan and Kyle's friendship not being that great, as we see that it can be ruined by a simple disagreement over who found the guy first. And because of this, they end up breaking apart their friendship, which leads to them picking friends with Cartman. The fucking character they hate the most, they're arguing over who gets to be friends with him. I never thought I would see that before in South Park, but here we are. And as for the frozen guy, it's just the town being stupid. It did make me laugh at certain points. The resolution at the end was pretty nice, but it's fine. It's alright. It's fine. The boys are forced to join a children's choir getting gay with kids. Their motive is to protect the rainforest and all that hippie crap. But while on their tour, they end up getting lost in the rainforest, so it's up to them to get out. Fun fact, the actress who played Rachel on Friends is a guest star in this episode. This episode is a personal favorite of mine, with Kyle coming to terms that he can't dance for shit, Cartman saving everybody at the end was pretty funny, and this episode made me not want to go to the rainforest anymore. I swear to God, I don't want to visit the rainforest because of this episode. If it's really like that in the rainforest, why the f*** would I want to go there? I'll stay in my city with the deadly virus, thank you very much. After Kenny burns out of thin air, Randy tries to find an explanation for this. While that's going on, Kyle tries to help his father get an erection. So they decide to do a reenactment of the resurrection of Jesus Christ, thinking that'll work. I'm not gonna lie, the main plot was pretty goddamn funny. and it ties well with Randy's plot. And the ending is pretty goddamn funny as well.
Dude, you survived all this time on the fat stored up in your body?
Yeah, and when I get done from ya, I'm gonna kick you both right in the nuts.
For the intro in this one, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman's vocals change completely from this point out.
Friendly faces everywhere, humble folks without temptation. Friendly faces everywhere, humble folks without temptation.
Ample parking day or night, people spouting howdy neighbor.
Ample parking day or night, people spouting howdy neighbor.
Aside from that, Chef quits being chef at South Park Elementary School because he gets a girlfriend named Victoria that ends up changing his lifestyle for the worse. And there's a side plot of Cartman getting eye surgery. Honestly, for this episode, it's probably the most predictable episode I've seen in South Park. Like, right off the back I knew something was wrong with this bitch. But the side plot was pretty goddamn funny, with the doctor constantly making fun of Cartman with every chance he gets. Cartman discovers a dinosaur living in South Park, and nobody in town can stand him. And it's not just him, he also has a wife. And believe it or not, the f***ers have kids. This episode is annoying as f***. I cannot stand this episode. I mean, I kind of chuckled when they made a show about him, but no, I don't, it's, every time I skip this episode because I forgot how annoying it was. As a kid, I didn't like this. And as an adult, I like it very less. I get that's the episode's intent, but that doesn't mean I gotta like it. Moving on. The boys pin Tweek and Craig against each other for the sake of entertainment, and when they don't know how to fight, they decide to teach them. Hey, we've all been young once. And there's a, I guess, side plot of Kenny taking home ec. In that class, they basically tell you to be a gold digger. Come on, whatever. And there's a little side plot of Mr. Adler dealing with past memories of his deceased lover. I found the main plot pretty relatable, as I remember when I was in elementary school, many kids just encouraged fights for the sake of entertainment because they were bored with schoolwork or they just wanted to start a fight. Why not? Who cares? Let's see who wins out of the two of them. And as for the other side plots, they're not as strong as the first one. After discovering that you can sue people for sexual harassment, Cartman takes full advantage and sues Stan even though he didn't sexually harass him. And because of this, many kids decide to use Gerald, Kyle's father, as a lawyer. And because of the school board's funding getting cut because of the lawsuits of sexual harassment Panda is also fired. Honestly, this episode is so great. And hell, some of the things in this episode even apply to today's standards, with people claiming they've been sexually assaulted or sexually harassed to destroy other people's livelihoods, or even their lives. Even though this episode at the time was satirizing all the sexual harassment lawsuits from school in the late 1990s, I still think it's pretty great. Yeah, this episode's great, the comedy shines, and it does a great job of commentating on sexual harassment lawsuits. Cartman has to deal with Shelly, Stan's abusive sister, because his mom went out for a party. So he tries to survive until his mom can get home. And there's a side plot of Mr. Kitty being in heat. Ain't that just lovely? You love that in South Park, huh? It's nice to see Shelly put Cartman in his place because he usually walks all over his mother, so it's nice to see him get put in his place. And when Shelly ends up becoming sad because her boyfriend broke up with her, need I mention he is older than her, Cartman feels bad for her and he actually decides to help her get back at him, which is very shocking. I didn't expect that from Cartman. Really shocking. I'm not gonna lie. It's really weird. But I still find it to be a good episode. Stan is forced to play with Butters, Dougie, and Pip at a party, and there's a side plot of Randy and Gerald jerking it in the hot tub. And Randy starts to immediately regret doing this. I find the reveal pretty goddamn hilarious, even though it's pretty predictable. I think the episode's pretty good, but not as strong as the last episode. Kenny tags along with Kyle and Ike to a Jewish camp. And that's about it, really. Not really much to talk about with this one. I mean, Moses appears in the show for the first time. That's pretty neat, I guess, but it's weaker than the other two. Honestly, out of the three, this one's the weakest. At first, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman were trying to get back at some 5th graders for scaring them. But then this rock band named Korn visits South Park, and when they get there, South Park is dealing with a series of pirate ghosts terrorizing the town. I think it does a decent little parody of the show Scooby-Doo. There were some funny moments in here. For example, Cartman pretending to be Kyle's dead grandmother, or Cartman mistaking a blow-up doll for his Christmas present. Yeah, it's a decent Halloween episode. Not one of my personal favorites, but it's still decent. The kids start to get hooked on this show called Pokemon, a not-so-subtle knockoff of Pokemon. And it turns out that the Japanese have plans to use this cartoon to brainwash children to use them to take over the American government. This episode is so relatable for both kids and adults. I personally relate to Kyle in this episode. I remember Pokemon as a kid, but I never really got into it, and all the kids would belittle me for not joining in. Hey, it's relatable for anybody. For you, for me, we feel like either the parents or the kids in this episode, or Kyle. It's a relatable episode, and I think it's really great. It's one of the show's best, especially in Season 3. What can I say? You gotta give it a watch if you haven't, especially if you're a Pokemon fan. After a spelling bee, the boys meet 2 homeschool kids. Stan and the rest of the guys start picking on Mark, one of the homeschool kids, and Kyle starts falling in love with Rebecca, Mark's sister. And hell, even the male adults of South Park end up picking on Mark's father. And there's a side plot of Cartman staying at home to be homeschooled, when in reality, he's just being a lazy not doing anything. This episode goes to show that not even homeschool kids are safe in the realm of South Park, because on the night of the dance, the boys were going to duct tape Mark to the school flagpole. Also, after kissing Kyle, Rebecca turns into a total slut. This show's gonna get me canceled. Although I do have one question. Why does Kyle have an attraction towards Rebecca, yet he didn't have any attraction towards Bebe in the Clubhouse episode? I don't know, I thought it was weird because I thought he was asexual, but apparently not. I thought it was a fine episode. It's just not my kind of thing, I don't know, whatever.
There's no power that can make time.
Marvin steals an alien spaceship, which leads to the government trying to find and track him down. While that's going on, Marvin takes the boys with him on this spaceship so that he can find a new home for his family. But he ends up entering a wormhole and ending up on the other side of the galaxy. I thought this episode was pretty fun and entertaining, and not to mention, I'm a big fan of these kind of episodes where the characters go into space. In fact, I like space concepts in general. There's lots of entertaining moments here. I really think this episode's pretty solid. And there's this one line that Cartman says that I cannot believe that they made into a full episode.
Hey, that was Kyle that went number 2 in the urinal. No, it wasn't, fat ass. I saw you do it.
Yeah, give it 7 years. The town of South Park does a reenactment of the Civil War, but they end up taking it way too far. The best way to describe it, it's dumb fun. Mr. Hanky posts a collection of different Christmas songs sung by South Park characters. It's fine, I'm not really crazy about it though. I mean, there were some decent songs in here, but overall the episode's not really that memorable. Again, I give it respects that it's doing something different, but just because you do something different doesn't automatically make it great. Moving on. Because Cartman gets his, period, he starts to think he's hit puberty. This makes the other boys worried that they're maturing slowly. And there's a side plot of Jesus being pressured into performing a miracle because of New Year's coming up. Apparently this episode was inspired by the book, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. I don't know why, but I just thought about Regular Show for a second. Hey, ranking every Regular Show episode? Yes? No? Maybe? Tell me in the comments. I'm not all familiar with the book, so I can't really comment on that. But I thought it was pretty funny seeing the boys thinking that they're having their periods and therefore they've hit puberty. It's pretty goddamn hilarious. And then you get Stan's voice being cracked. It's funny. And it turns out, this is what God looks like. You guys are going to hell for this. The boys go to Arkansas for this concert they're participating in. When they get there, they end up getting into a feud with these kids from New York City. We New Yorkers, we're not all like this. Well, not all of us. While that's going on, Cartman tries to find the brown noise. And there's a side plot of Mr. Garrison being scared to face his father. Okay, at first I thought it was because he had a traumatic experience, but the real reason why he's upset is because his father didn't molest him when he was younger. Oh, for God's sake. I can't deal with this. But I thought the episode was pretty good overall. It was a good send-off. It was entertaining. The ending was pretty hilarious. But the side plot, Jesus Christ. After getting $2 lousy from the Tooth Fairy, Stan comes up with a plan to make an operation of collecting teeth and getting money in exchange, so they can order a Sega Dreamcast. Man, those were the good old days, weren't they? Up until they run into the Tooth Fairy business, who decides to take them under their wing. The business is run by a kid who is an obvious parody of The Godfather, and because of this whole operation, this gets the American Dental Association's attention. This episode marks Timmy's first appearance in the series. And I gotta say, there's lots of fun moments in this episode. I like the nods to The Godfather. I like how Kyle becomes so distraught after finding out that the Tooth Fairy isn't real, to the point where he starts reading books, and then eventually this crazy shit happens. I think it's a fairly good episode. Get it? Not to Fairly Odd Parents? Fairies?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
After chucking a rock at Token, Cartman gets charged with a hate crime and is forced to go to juvenile hall. And there's a side plot of the boys getting ready for a sledding contest against the girls. I feel like the main plot adds some character growth for Cartman, because at the end of the episode, he comes back for the kid that busted him out, which is something that our Cartman would never do today. And the side plot has some pretty funny moments as well. And this episode shows that Cartman is in a toxic relationship with Stan, Kyle, and Kenny, because this happens.
I think Clyde is the next fattest kid.
Huh?
Yeah, okay, get over here, Clyde.
I'm not fat. Deal with it, dude. Cartman's gone, so now you're the fat kid.
Yeah, fat ass, get your fat butt on the sled.
Hey, I'm not fat, you guys. I'm just kind of big boned. Yeah, that's what they all say. So I don't get to be on the team now?
Shut up, fat ass! Yeah, why don't you go eat some more pork rinds or something, you fat fuck?
All right, where's Clyde? Right here. Get on the sled, you fat piece of shit. For the last time, I'm not fat, so stop calling me fat, goddammit!
On the sled, fat ass.
That says a lot. Timmy ends up getting himself into a band. Because of Timmy's condition, the boys fake being diagnosed with ADD to get out of doing schoolwork. Because of this, they start acting very, very, very boring. Because they start taking this thing called Ritalin. We get a badass song in this one, but I will admit, it is pretty funny seeing the kids take Ritalin and them acting very boring. But as for the main plot, I've seen this done plenty of times on Family Guy. I don't know. Jesus, every time I just keep referencing Family Guy. Do I not have a better reference? I mean, seriously, they had Phil Collins come out of nowhere to break up the band. I mean, come on, how predictable can you get? After seeing the quintuplets perform at a circus and after their mother dies, the Marsh family decide to adopt them. This leads Stan, Kyle, and Cartman to come up with their own Cirque du Soleil. And there's a little side plot of the Romanian government trying to track them down. And Kenny tries to develop a talent for singing. Oh man, 2 predictable episodes back to back. I will admit that Grandma of the quintuplets was pretty funny, and it caught me off guard. But this episode is average. It's not bad. It's fine. It's average. By Family Guy standards. Thinking that he is way too mature for his friends, Cartman ends up joining NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. And when he joins the group, they want him to be the poster boy for their association. And they even try to get his friends to join. And there's a side plot of Kenny trying to stop his parents from having another child. I love this episode purely because it calls out those scumbags that try to have sexual relation with kids. And they try to describe it as love, when in reality, it's pure lust. Shitheads like this want to use and abuse kids and then toss them to the side when they're done. It's pretty disgraceful, honestly. And the fact that there are some people that defend this is just baffling. Oh, and I think this line encapsulates it perfectly.
Dude, you have sex with children! Yeah, you know, we believe in equality for everybody and tolerance and all that gay stuff, but dude, you. Seriously.
Exactly. These people. And as for the side plot, I thought it was pretty goddamn hilarious, and it even ends on a funny zinger. I know this next point I'm about to make has nothing to do with the episode itself necessarily, but there's a moment where Stan and Kyle sound like minions. Kyle has kidney failure, and at first his retarded mom goes to this woman called Misinformation, who says that all Kyle needs is a healthy diet. And all this random spiritual crap. Instead of, taking him to the hospital because they charge money, despite the fact that this bitch is actively charging money. Stan's had enough of this bullshit, and he decides to go to the doctor, who reveals that Kyle needs a kidney transplant, but the only person who's a match is Cartman. What are the odds of that? And there's a side plot of Mr. Garrison trying to write a novel. Hey, look, Fluffy makes an appearance. This episode has joke after joke after joke, and each and every single one of them lands. And they also call out idiots for blindly believing in spiritual medicine. In fact, this episode reminds me of that Family Guy episode where Lois kidnaps a baby who is sick and tries to get him medical help because his parents are Christian scientists that don't believe in doctors. The ending where they trick Cartman into giving up his kidney is freaking hilarious. And for the side plot, I think it's pretty good as well. A debate breaks out because of the South Park flag, with Chef thinking that it should be changed because it's racist, and with Jimbo and Ned thinking it shouldn't be changed because it's history. This eventually leads to the South Park elementary school students also debating about the flag, with Stan and Kyle thinking it shouldn't be changed because they see nothing wrong with it, and with Wendy obviously opposing it because she sees it as racist, and Cartman just tags along just cuz. And while they debate, Wendy starts to grow feelings for Cartman. I bet the at fanfiction.net were having a blast with this up until Wendy beats Cartman's ass in breast cancer show ever. I feel like this episode does great commentary, and much like the Christmas episode, some of the stuff it says is still relevant today. The biggest example I can give is when this guy made a whole documentary pointing out how Apu from The Simpsons was racist, even though he was a fully three-dimensional character that a lot of people really loved and cared for. Well, at least in this situation, they added multiple colors so that it wasn't racist, and they didn't remove the flag entirely to pander to sensitive SJWs out there. Look, the point I'm trying to make is that this episode's good. Moving on. Cartman decides to make a boy band after getting a dream about it. Randy doesn't like the idea of Stan being a part of a boy band because he was a part of a boy band once, and he was rich and famous, and then he lost all of it in a millisecond. Kind of reminds me of the episode where Timmy was in a boy band, but I digress. It's still an entertaining episode, not much to say, and because of this episode, we got the legendary Finger Bang. The boys become obsessed with going to church and staying true to their religion because they don't want to go to hell. And there's a side plot of Satan trying to decide between Chris and Saddam Hussein. I find this episode pretty relatable because when I was younger, the church would always bring up hell as a scare tactic. Like seriously, they would do it all the time. In fact, this is exactly what some people in the Christian community do, or used to do. They would always say, if you were gay or if you masturbated or anything like that, your ass is going to hell. Oh, but don't worry, if you go to our church, we can save your soul. Ugh, God. Just reminded me that times were crazy back then. But shit's a lot worse now. So yeah, I did like this episode. Pretty relatable, and I find it pretty enjoyable. As a second part to the last episode, Cartman decides to run his own church, and there's a side plot of Chris and Saddam Hussein fighting over Satan, and Satan is conflicted on who he should be with. You know how Cartman started fearing about going to hell? It turns out it was all an elaborate scheme just so he can get $10 million. Hell, they even bring up past adventures the boys have been through in this season alone.
Look, the Tooth Fairy thing didn't work, the boy band thing didn't last, so I tried this route.
And that's the thing I love about South Park. It has strong continuity. And I like the previous adventures too. They actually give Cartman a sense of repercussions for some of the shit he did in this episode. And the episode ends with Satan deciding that he doesn't want to be with either one. Nice. I feel like this episode was a good two-parter. The kids have officially moved to 4th grade. Get comfy, kids. You're gonna stay there for the next 20 years. Because of how overly strict the teacher is, hold on. What's her name again?
My name is Ms. Jokes on Dick.
Oh my god. Anyway, they decide to travel back in time to stay in the 3rd grade. And because of how dysfunctional the kids are, Miss Chokes on Dick turns to Mr. Garrison, who's been up in the mountains for 8 months denying the fact that he's gay. I thought this episode was pretty good overall. It even has a nice nod to Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back. And it's pretty nice that Mr. Garrison finally admits that he's gay after all these years of denying it. And we even get a nice moment where the boys decide to come to terms with being in the 4th grade. Well, it's not like they have much of a choice. Cartman gets a trapper keeper, and Bill Cosby, aka a cyborg from the year 2034, shit, we're not that far off, wants to take it from him so that it doesn't destroy the town and therefore the future. And there's a side plot of Mr. Garrison teaching the kindergarten class, and it ends up having a debate on who should be class president. And it's between Fillmore and Ike, Kyle's younger brother. This episode is a personal favorite of mine. Oh, there's a line that references Nambla, and it's pretty fucking great. The moment where the Trapper Keeper mixes up with Cartman is pretty cool. The fact that Rosie O'Donnell comes in here is pretty funny. The constant bickering of who should be class president is pretty hilarious. And honestly, you can make a bunch of memes with that side plot. So yeah, I think it's a great episode, and I think you guys should go to watch. Cartman directs a Thanksgiving play called The Miracle Worker. But the production ends up being difficult for him when Timmy buys a mentally challenged turkey that he grows an attachment to, and this pisses off the other turkey that they recently just got. So this leaves Cartman in a standstill. I gotta say, it's pretty heartwarming seeing Timmy bond with the turkey, and it is pretty sad when he has to leave him for the sake of the play. The ending line was pretty funny.
That's it? We worked our asses off to compete with that? Butters told us their play was awesome! Wow, did you see that? They had a horse, too!
So basically, the kids went all out for nothing because they were going against the kindergartners. I think it's a fine episode. Not all that, but it's fine. This episode focuses on the retelling of Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, and it follows Pip. While I respect Matt Stone and Trey Parker doing something different, just because you do something different doesn't automatically make it good. And this is one of those episodes that is a personal least favorite of mine. And it's one of those episodes I will always skip over, as a kid and as an adult. All I felt was nothing but boredom, and it's not worth talking about. Sure, the animation's different, and sure, it focuses on Pip, but who gives a about that? Who really cares? Nobody cares! This is South Park, not another generic kid show. It's South Park. I expect something outrageous and crazy, not this boring shit. And before you guys get on my ass, even Trey Parker and Matt Stone said they didn't like this episode. So for the millions of people, well, for the thousands of people that are gonna try to say, oh, Christian, you're wrong. Sorry, even the creators didn't like this episode. So you've got nothing to fall back on. Cartman's fat ass gets sent to fat camp. Took them 4 seasons, but it's about damn time. So while he's in there, he has somebody dress up as him to get junk food from the outside so he can give it to the kids in the inside. And there's a side plot of Kenny literally doing anything imaginable to get money. Some of it is more disgusting than others. In the end, yeah, Cartman is the reason why the kids are fat, but he's also kind of the reason why the kids want to lose weight in the end. So I thought the ending of the episode was pretty strong. And hell, it even has a funny zinger, with Cartman actually wanting to lose the weight this time, but they say, F that, get out of here. That's funny. As for the side plot, it was fine. Not all that, though. I like the main plot a lot. The kids of South Park frame their parents by saying that they molested them, and it basically ends up being Lord of the Flies. I found this episode very entertaining, especially with how these two outsiders are just trying to find a goddamn phone, and then they end up getting roped into this shit. And when the town went to shit, I thought that it was only a couple of months, but it's only been 10 days at best. I think the episode overall is a parody of Lord of the Flies. I don't know much about that book, but I know it's similar to this episode, where these kids have to learn to live in this society that they've created on their own. Why the f*** am I talking about this? Because everybody is not in the Christmas mood, the boys decide to make their own animated short. And you want to know what that is? Yep, it's the second South Park short. It's a pretty entertaining time, and I think this episode truly encapsulates how much time it took the creators to make it. And there's a side plot of Mr. Hankey's son questioning why they are the representation of Christmas. I thought the side plot was pretty heartwarming. It's not an outstanding Christmas episode, but it sure is an entertaining one. So after a television show says the word shit on air, this leads everybody in town to say the word. Because of this, it destroys their society and causes everybody to die. I thought this episode was pretty funny as well. I thought it was entertaining. Okay, crazy short story, but when I was younger, I thought the moral of the episode was to stop swearing. Because I thought your insides would cough out of you. Listen, I thought the show was for kids at the time, okay? I was dumb, alright? And I started to notice, nowadays modern adult shows out there say the word shit without being censored. The only thing that gets censored nowadays is After Big Gay Al gets fired for being homosexual, the boys try their hardest to get him back. And there's a side plot of Timmy being jealous of the new kid, Jimmy. Side note, this is Jimmy's first appearance. And there's something I noticed. In the earlier seasons, this one, the kids actually laughed at his jokes, but in the modern seasons, they find his jokes annoying. It's kind of crazy that this guy would become a stand-up comedian. I find it pretty cool that the boys are trying to get him back, and the side plot confirmed that it's Kenny's hoodie that's getting him killed all the time, because Timmy gave Jimmy a burqa, and this happened. So I thought this episode had some pretty good stuff to say, and it had some pretty funny moments as well. Like the fight between Jimmy and Timmy. Oh no, I'm going to hell for this. David Blaine makes his way over to South Park. This leads the boys to join his group, but after realizing that something is off with it, Stan decides to break out and try to expose the group for what they are. So he teams up with the Super Best Friends. Even when I was making this video, this episode, along with 4, was one that I was heavily debating whether or not I should cover. Because, well, these episodes show the Prophet Muhammad, and he is a figure that's not supposed to be seen. And even when you go on streaming services to watch South Park, these episodes are completely cut. There is no signs of them anywhere. And I will explain it when we get to the infamous 200 and 201. But for now, yes, Muhammad's a part of the Super Best Friends. So, that's it. And I thought this episode overall was a fun and entertaining one. And how this episode would get referenced in a later episode we will talk about, don't you worry. And apparently this episode has references to Scientology, and trust me, this won't be the last time that South Park makes fun of Scientology. I'm not kidding, there are multiple episodes where South Park just bashes Scientology and calls them out for being a bunch of money-hungry hicks. And you know what? On some level, I can agree with them.
What religion do you follow? The answer is Scientology. This is our leader. His name is Zeno. He made... I don't know why you're laughing. Are there any fellow Scientologists in the room? None? But you guys can join if you want, because unlike most religions, we open it to everybody. Unless you're poor, then you can go fuck yourself. We hold meetings in the 8th floor men's bathroom. If anyone wants to come, admission fee is $85, and the exit fee is only $80. You get the student discount. I have a magic drink. I left it over there, unfortunately. That's what cures all the diseases. It's $150 a sip, and it works for 16 seconds. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. I hope you guys join us. It's a fun cult.
I would never kill somebody, not unless they piss me off.
After he gets sold pubic hair, Cartman does everything in his power to try to get $20 off of Scott Tenorman. This episode is a universal fan favorite. And on some level, I can see why, but I don't think it's really one of the greatest episodes ever made, honestly. But I will admit, the ways Cartman tries to get the money back is like watching a Warner Brothers cartoon. And this episode shows us just how far Cartman is willing to go. Overall, I think it's a great episode, but it's not really one of the more groundbreaking episodes like the episodes we'll talk about later, don't you worry. But I still find it to being a pretty entertaining episode with a phenomenal ending. That's about it. The ending's really what makes this episode great. Other than that, it's just a run-of-the-mill episode, but the ending more than makes up for it. After they discover that Terrence and Philip separated, the boys try to get them to perform together at this Earth Day festival. The kids are forced to do so because they end up being brainwashed by using the Star Wars technique of waving your hands in front of someone's face. This episode was pretty stale for me. I mean, I did like that there were nods to previous episodes, such as the nod to Season 2's premiere, as well as references to the movie, as well as Cartman making Scott eat his parents, like they referenced that too. And I did like how these environmental activists were so over extreme to the point where they cut Kenny's limbs off, like Jesus Christ. But overall, this episode was rather a mediocre one for me. Cartman gets $1 million from his grandmother. Yep, $1 million. So he uses that money to buy his own amusement park. And the catch is, no one's allowed to go in. And he actually gets a kick out of it. But then he starts making updates to the park, like adding security to keep Stan and Kyle out, a repairman, you know, the usual shit you find at amusement parks. And there's a side plot of Kyle having a hemorrhoid, and he starts to lose his faith in God on top of that, because he cannot wrap his head around the fact that Cartman got $1 million. And you know what? I would lose my mind too, like what the f***? The funny part about this episode is that the more people that Cartman lets into his park, the more popular and successful it gets, which pisses him off as a result. And at the end of the episode, he ends up losing everything, which makes Kyle believe in God once more, which is good because he was almost dying from it. It's a f***ing entertaining episode. This is honestly the best episode compared to Scott Tenorman Must Die. This one's better. This one's awesome. But I will admit, I have to nitpick. Kyle renouncing his faith even though he's met Jesus before is kind of weird. But at the same time, it's not as bad as Not All Dogs Go to Heaven, where Brian just doesn't believe in it. Like here, it's actually justified because Cartman, of all people, gets $1 million. So I can understand what they were going for. And I can understand Kyle entirely. Like, Cartman gets $1 million even though I'm the good guy? Like, what the f***? The kids get taught sexual education in schools because the parents don't like the idea of them learning it anywhere else, like on TV or on the streets or whatnot. For the girls' class, Miss Chokes on Dick tries to scare the girls with STDs. While in the boys' class, it turns out that Mr. Mackey doesn't know much about sexual intercourse, which results in the two teachers getting it on later in the episode. Ugh. And because of the constant fear-mongering on the girls' side, and after discovering that it's the girls that give them diseases, this results into an outright brawl between the two genders. This episode teaches a good message that it's the parents' job to teach their kids about sex. Because in some cases, you can't just leave it to people that... Actually, I'll let Chef take it from here.
But if you leave it up to the schools to teach sex to kids, you don't know who they're learning it from. It could be someone who doesn't know, someone who has a bad opinion of it, or even a complete pervert.
What? Why did you pan to me just now? What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Another message is that you should just let kids be kids. Let them have fun. Let them be naive. Let's be real. Kid life is better than adult life. Come on, don't ruin it for them by teaching them shit too early. The boys get a new game system that ends up getting confiscated by the government because they want them to find Tally, this anthropomorphic towel that gets high. This is, without a doubt, my personal favorite episode alongside with Carbon Land. It's so goddamn hilarious, and it is way better than the dinosaur episode. I feel like Trey and Matt learned their mistakes from that episode, and they decided to make this one. And this one is a shit ton better, let me tell you. And the fact that the boys don't care about the conflict that's going on, it makes this episode all the better. I'm sorry, this really is one of the best episodes of season 5 for me. It's one of the best. Compliments to the chef. At the time, because of the 9/11 attacks, anthrax being sent through the mail, all of America was in a state of uneasiness and fear. Security tightened everywhere, and apparently the country was at the brink of war. So South Park made a little episode made to make you laugh and calm you down. For this episode, the kids are forced to send $1 to the kids in Afghanistan, and in return they send a goat. Not wanting it, they decide to send it back, but they accidentally get carried in shipping, so as a result, the kids are in Afghanistan, and they must fight off Osama bin Laden. I would say this episode does a great job. If it was just made for the sake of comedy, it really shows. It's a really entertaining episode. I mean, they even do a Looney Tunes parody. God, how many times have they done that? Some people will look back on this episode saying how it was tasteless, but it's South Park. It's not a tasteful show. Go to Sesame Street if you're easily that offended, or you expect deeper meanings on a show that has talking feces. Like, come on. And I do like how the episode shows both sides of the coin. Like, for example, they show how terrible Afghanistan is going through. I like that. And overall, I think it's a good episode that is pretty entertaining, it's pretty funny, and you'll get a kick out of it. For school picture day, Cartman has Kenny wear his burqa upside down so that his butt is seen. I find it questionable that Kenny has the money for school pictures, but whatever. Cartman finds this so funny, he decides to put his face on milk cartons, and it turns out that there's a couple that makes its way to South Park claiming that Kenny is their missing son. Not gonna lie, it's probably one of the most boring episodes in the series. It's not really that funny. It didn't really make me laugh all that much. The only thing that's worth noting is that we finally get to see what the boys' haircuts look like after 5 years, but that's about it. And there's a, I guess, side plot of Butters being punished for his haircut. What can I say? It's not really funny. Pretty weak. Moving on. Kyle's cousin Kyle comes over and he is a total Jewish stereotype. So this leads Kyle to try to get rid of him. And there's a side plot of Mr. Garrison making something alternative to airline travel. And it's this thing. Imagine if they made this shit today. That would be so freaking hilarious. But yeah, I found this episode pretty entertaining. And I found it funny the ways Kyle tries to get rid of his other Kyle.
Hold on, I see. Oh, Jesus, this sled is going fast!
What can I say? It's an entertaining episode. Give it a watch. Token gets made fun of because he's richer than the other kids, so he gets richer kids and celebrities to come on down to South Park. and this results in an all-around brawl between the rich class and the lower class. And because Token doesn't fit in anywhere, he decides to move in with Lions. I think it's an interesting Token episode. I'll tell you this much, it does a better job than Pip, holy shit. Kenny ends up dying from a terminal illness. Most times when Kenny dies, it's usually played as a joke, but here it's played pretty serious, resulting in the boys having different emotions to the news. Stan doesn't want to believe it. Cartman wants to find a cure. Yeah, sure you do. And Kyle is trying to be the glue that holds everything together. Do you guys want to know a fun fact? Originally, Kyle was the one who was supposed to die in this episode, but they switched it to Kenny instead, since they were running out of ways to kill him anyway. And with the news, Cartman tries to get the ban on stem cell research lifted, when in actuality, he just wants to use the stem cells to clone his own Shakey's pizza. What a fucking asshole. It's a really emotional episode that I think really speaks to some people going through grief. Jesus, I never thought I would say that about a South Park episode. My God. This episode follows our favorite blondie, Butters. It's his parents' anniversary, and when Steven leaves the house, Linda asks Butters to go spy on him, and it's revealed that his dad goes to a gay bar as well as a gay movie theater. This drives Linda off the rails, resulting in her trying to kill Butters as well as herself. But due to luck, Butters ends up surviving the murder attempt, and he tries to make his way home. It's a fantastic episode that follows my favorite character. I don't think I need to explain why it's awesome. Because Butters himself is such an entertaining character, he tops both Token and Pip by a wide margin. After being inspired by Jared, who loses weight by eating Subway sandwiches, well, in actuality, he only eats half of Subway sandwiches and exercises the rest. The boys decide to use Butters as their advocate for City Walk. Apparently, this episode parodies the film Philadelphia, which I've never seen. I thought it was pretty funny that everybody thought that Jared had AIDS despite the fact that he doesn't, and he's actually promoting his personal assistance, and he's just mispronouncing it. And the funny part is he almost got hanged at the end of the episode, which he might as well be. I thought it was funny seeing Cartman pretend to be Butters on the phone. That was pretty funny. I think it's an overall good episode, though it reminded me of other times the boys tried to make some money.
Look, the Tooth Fairy thing didn't work, the boy band thing didn't last, so I tried this route.
This episode will mark the beginning of Butters joining the main cast, and I think he does a good job so far. For this episode, the boys and their family members go to Aspen. When they get there, Stan ends up getting bullied by this older skier, eventually resulting in the two racing each other. And there's a side plot of the parents being stuck at meetings by these two salesmen. I thought the side plot was pretty goddamn hilarious, with the parents constantly trying to leave and they end up being back in the meeting with the salesmen. They eventually call the police and even they turn on them for the sake of making a profit. That was funny. But as for the main plot, it's just a parody of underdog sports movies from the 1980s. I mean, this wouldn't be the last time South Park did this. They would do it later on with mixed results. The main plot was pretty obvious with what they were doing, making fun of all these tropes in sports movies. Like you got the dickhead jock, the hot girl that the main character simps over, the dorky girl that likes the main character, the montage scene. It's something we've all seen done in other shows, but that's not to say it doesn't have its fun moments. I just find the side plot a whole lot funnier than the main plot. The boys decide to have Butters disguised as a guy with testicles on his chin. After he's done with the show, the group of freaks take him along with them for the sake of a strike. And there's a side plot of Cartman pretending to be an out-of-control teen. It's fine. After discovering that Veal is little baby cow, Stan and the rest of the boys kidnap the baby cows from the ranch and bring them to his house. And they stay in Stan's room until they have confirmation that the cows will be safe. They even get the guy from Star Trek The Next Generation to make an appearance. And it turns out that his original voice actor loves South Park, and he would have happily portrayed his voice to the show. Sure, it's a bit preachy with its message, but I don't care. I still find it to being a pretty great episode overall. The whole premise of the episode is that it's about the boys waiting for the new Terrence and Phillip trailer to drop. I mean, I can relate to this. I remember back in the olden days, well, 2 to 3 years maybe, when I was watching Kingdom Hearts 3 trailers and I was absolutely losing my mind. But that's about it. There's not really much to go on with this episode. It's just the boys waiting to see the trailer, and they do a lot of stupid shit. Honestly, it's just a time killer, and I wasn't really laughing all that much. After getting kicked out the group, Butters ends up making a villain persona known as Professor Chaos. For the side plot, it's focused on the boys trying to find a replacement for Kenny. The side plot was pretty fun with the boys trying to find somebody that can fill Kenny's shoes. And the main plot was pretty entertaining too, seeing Butters trying to be evil. It's pretty entertaining.
The answer to those questions will be answered right now. No, tweak, Ms. Chokes on Dick.
Butters tries to come up with evil ideas to take down the town, and each and every single time, his assistant, Dougie, keeps telling him that the Simpsons beat him to it. And there's a side plot of the boys having their own sea people, and when it doesn't live up to the hype, they decide to get rid of it by dumping in the teacher's coffee, which kills Miss Chokes on Dick. And then they get it back, and it turns out that the sea people have become so advanced they start their own civilization. I love this episode because according to Matt and Trey, the Simpsons have actually beat them to several plot concepts. This makes the whole episode even funnier, and the sea people becoming advanced was pretty cool as well. And I like how the animation style completely changes to copy the Simpsons style. That's pretty cool. Overall, I think it's a pretty great episode for season 6. Father Maxie tries to stop the growing problem of priests molesting children, and there's a side plot of Cartman discovering that you can crap out of your mouth. Skip. Might be the greatest episode of season 6, so the boys get pissed off at the directors for altering their movies with re-releases, so they end up making their own club. Then eventually, after hearing that George Lucas and Steven Spielberg are going to make changes to Raiders of the Lost Ark, the boys stop at nothing to try and stop them. I feel like this episode is so relatable to today's standards. Nowadays, we have studios take their old franchises and try to change them for the worst by, let me just get the list out. Trying to be politically correct, pushing political agendas to the audience, making female characters more capable than the men, making the dialogue modern, which makes the films more dated, updating their films by making them live action, even though the story plays out exactly the same, and many other things I don't have time to mention. I feel like this episode applies to today's standards and even calls these movies out. And it really goes to show that money is truly more important than the artistic integrity of cinema. Why try it all when you can just reboot a franchise, make them more progressive to pander to people instead of telling an interesting story with three-dimensional characters with a new IP? God, this episode hits too close to home. I need to bring this up. There's a moment where Tweaks decides that he doesn't want to be a part of the guys' group anymore because he's sick and tired of their bullshit. I mean, then why did you join their quest to find a new Kenny if you didn't... you've seen what they've done before. You were there in the Gnomes episode. Come on, you've seen what these kids go through practically every week. What the fuck? And I just need to note, this won't be the only person that will call the boys out for their bullshit. Just wait a couple years. Bebe gets her breasts, and because of this, every single boy in the 4th grade turns into a total simp. And this makes every girl in the 4th grade completely jealous, and they start shit-talking behind her back. I like how this episode portrays the boys as a bunch of cavemen because, let's be real, when it comes to women's body parts, men cannot control themselves. They'll simp hard to get a woman's attention, or in some cases, they'll do illegal shit to get what they want. But I still found this one to being a pretty enjoyable one, and I think it's an episode that you guys should give it a watch. And I don't know why the boys are going crazy about Bebe when, according to Cartman in an earlier episode, Wendy has big hooters. Hey, his words, not mine. Because of the constant child abductions, the parents of South Park make the guy from City Walk build a wall to keep people out. But when he tries to finish the wall, a bunch of Mongolians keep fucking up his hard work. And to make sure their children don't get kidnapped, the parents put child trackers onto their children. And when it's revealed that your best friend can abduct your children, this leads the parents to follow their children everywhere they go. This eventually leads to the parents just letting their kids go because they don't trust themselves. This episode satirizes fear and paranoia that the news creates. And not to mention, it just makes fun of people that constantly rely on it. Didn't they kind of do this already with the Osama bin Laden episode? With the parents constantly relying on the news to keep up to date with what's going on in today's modern times? Didn't they kind of do that? Whatever. I'll let it slide. What happens with the City Walk guy is like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. You know what? It's not just The Simpsons that South Park looks up to. It's fucking Looney Tunes, of course. There are so many Looney Tunes references in this show alone. Jesus Christ. Oh, not to mention, this would mark the end of Tweek being part of the main boys. I didn't mention that because, well, Tweek doesn't really do anything to stand out. He just does his usual thing of squinting, being high on coffee, you know. Stan, Kyle, and Cartman give their winning ticket to Kenny, and because he's dead, they decide to visit him by building a ladder. Eventually, this gets the media's attention because people think that it's an act of a child's innocence instead of them just being a bunch of selfish dickheads. There's a moment where Cartman mistakes Kenny's ashes for chocolate milk and he ends up drinking it, resulting in him seeing Kenny's memories at first. But then eventually it's revealed that Kenny is inside Cartman. And also, this won't be the last time we hear about Kenny being in Cartman's body. I found this episode pretty entertaining, and seeing the Japanese compete with the boys on this, it's a fun episode. You should give it a watch. The boys are sent on a quest to return a copy of Lord of the Rings when in actuality, it's a porn film. More specifically, it's called Backdoor Sluts 9.
Backdoor Sluts 9?! It is the single most vile, twisted, dark piece of porn ever made.
How the hell do you know?
I read about it in People.
So the parents try to find the boys before they see it, because that's their biggest concern, is the boys seeing it. I find this episode highly entertaining, and not to mention, right up there with Scott Tenorman Must Die, it's one of the highest rated episodes. Eventually ending with the parents just telling them what sex is, just right there on the spot, when they didn't even watch it. I like how it parodies Lord of the Rings, and it still manages to do its own thing. So yeah, A+. Mr. Garrison tries to get himself fired so that he can sue the school for $1 million because he recently discovered that he can get paid if the school fired him for being gay. I mean, you could sue the school for not giving you your job back. I mean, remember when you came out and the school said they weren't going to hire a gay person? You could have sued the school right then and there. But whatever. And there's a side plot of the boys thinking that they're intolerant, and as a result they get sent to tolerance camp. And Lemmy Winks tries to escape Mr. Slave's asshole. And also, Mr. Slave ends up replacing Mr. Hat. The side plot with Lemmy Winks is pretty entertaining. The main plot does a good job of giving social commentary, so that's good. Stan tries to debunk John Edwards' psychic abilities, and there's a side plot of Leanne and Chef trying to get Kenny's soul out of Cartman's body. I like this episode because it calls out those dickheads that try to give people false hope. Like, you know, those people that are going through grieving and they think that their loved ones are still in the air just as a ghost. Actually, I'm gonna let Ralph the movie maker handle this for me.
She's a lying nut job, and these poor people are actually believing her bullshit because they're so hurt by the loss of their daughter. To them, proving that a ghost is real is like proving water is wet. Like, they just assume it's automatically there, and they just need to bring in some nut to explain what that ghost is trying to say.
Thanks, bud. Couldn't have worded it better myself. Stan's future self comes to the present to chill with Stan. After discovering that Butters has a future self too, they discovered that their future selves are actually actors, and it's run by a company that's trying to scare kids from doing drugs. I like how Butters and Stan team up in this episode. It's pretty great. And it teaches a nice lesson to the parents. Just be honest with your kids. You know what? Didn't they kind of do this before already with sexual education and the episode where they eventually come clean with what sex actually is? Didn't they kind of do that already? But you know what? I'll let it slide because this is the kind of thing that parents tend to avoid when it comes to discussing with their kids. Also, I like the zinger at the end of the episode. Although I do have one question. Kyle touched Tally's weed in season 5, so I don't know why he wasn't included in this whole shit. I don't know. I just felt like I needed to bring that up. Cartman tries to do nice deeds so that he can end up on Santa's nice list, so he comes up with a plan of bringing Christmas to Iraq. Santa ends up getting captured, so it's up to them and Jesus and Mr. Hanky to save him. I just want to do this little comparison shot.
You know, thanks to you, there's not gonna be any Christmas, and there's no one left to help us. Oh, Christ.
Well, good going, asshole. Thanks to you, there's not gonna be any Christmas, and there's no one left to help us. Oh, Christ.
I think it's a pretty good Christmas episode overall. It has some pretty nice action in the end, and Kenny comes back at the end. So, yeah, it's a great Christmas miracle. The kids notice they're going through a repeat, and by transporting onto a ship, they realize that they're actually in a TV series. Not to confuse people, they don't know that South Park is a TV series, but they know that Earth is a TV series. And after the kids make this discovery, the network executives try to cancel it, so it's up to the boys to stop them. I like the parallels that I can make from this episode to the plot, and overall, I think it's a fun time, seeing the kids be self-aware of them being in a TV series. Although I wish they would be really aware that South Park is a TV series, but hey, this comes close. Jimmy and Timmy decide to team up, which is weird because I thought they hated each other, especially since Timmy framed Jimmy for being gay, but whatever. Anyway, back to what I was saying. They team up because Christopher Reeves comes to South Park to promote stem cell research. So Jimmy decides to start a gang called the Crips, and he accidentally ends up hanging out with the real Crips. The boys don't get focused on because they decide to take a backseat in this one. I find it interesting that Christopher is trying to get the ban lifted because I thought it was already lifted back in season 5, but whatever. I like how the villains appeared in this episode to work with Christopher, and seeing the Bloods and the Crips hang out at the end was pretty cool. I thought it was a fine episode, not one of my personal favorites though. The boys decide to get revenge on their art teacher for giving them detention, so they decide to cover her house in toilet paper. This results in Kyle becoming guilty, so he wants to try and confess. So Cartman decides that he's going to kill him so that he doesn't snitch. I'm not really a big fan of this episode, mainly because there's too many pop culture references in this one that I don't get. I think there was one for The Godfather Part 2, but that's about it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that like it, but personally, I didn't. The boys have to write a report on 1776 and the Founding Fathers, when the town is divided down the middle on the Iraq War issue. Cartman decides to flash back to the Founding Fathers because it's a lot more easier than reading it from a book. This marks the 100th episode. And for the 100th episode, it's fine. I like the music in this one, and I like the way the Founding Fathers are designed. Pretty neat. Oh my god, I love this episode. So Cartman makes a Jennifer Lopez hand puppet, and then eventually he makes her into a music star, eventually overshadowing the real Jennifer Lopez, and even going as far as taking away her husband, Ben Affleck. The only real issue I have with the episode is that there's a continuity error, like this. I don't, what? But aside from that, this episode is amazing and it was hilarious. And apparently, outside of this episode, there was an employee that sung the Tacos and Burritos song, and he was an employee of Jennifer Lopez, and they ended up getting fired. That's so funny. Anyway, it's great, and also, this would be the episode that would introduce us to a new villain, Mitch Connor. So yeah, this is a funny-ass episode. It has funny-ass moments, and you gotta give it a watch. Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman start a junior detective club, and they end up getting recruited by the South Park Police Department, and they realize that being real detectives is not all fun and games. I like this episode because we see the kids just being kids, and they're trying to make the best out of this situation. And originally they decided they want to go back to just playing detectives instead of being detectives, and it's Stan that's keeping them in this fold. But luckily at the end of the episode, they start playing kiddie games again. Listen kids, just embrace your childhood. Don't try so hard to be grown up, because trust me, being a grown up is fucking boring. The town of South Park ends up being acquired by the Native American casino, forcing the townspeople to say goodbye to their town. Everybody's willing to give up except Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman, who decide that they should stand up to the Indians.
Native Americans.
Native Americans, sorry. This episode's great, even though it reminds me of that Simpsons episode where the Simpsons had a casino in their town. It's still a pretty good episode. All the guys in South Park, including the boys, end up being metrosexual. If you don't know what it means, don't worry, I didn't know what it meant either. It's when a heterosexual male does a bunch of feminine activities, like getting a pedicure, wearing makeup, and so forth. Not liking this change, Mr. Garrison, Kyle, and Mr. Slave decide to travel to New York to bring an end to this metrosexual fad. Interestingly enough, Matt and Trey didn't like this episode because they didn't like how the third act came out, and I will admit the whole crab people thing was a little bit out of nowhere and kind of stupid, but I don't think it's that terrible of an episode. It's pretty entertaining seeing all these characters act like metrosexuals. And not to mention, I like how Craig is presented as a metrosexual. Don't worry buddy, you'll come out the closet soon enough. Just wait. Yeah, just wait that many years. Although I will admit, it does remind me of the Chimpokemon episode where the boys end up following a fad and Kyle decides not to be a part of the fad. It kind of reminds me of that episode, but I'll let it slide here. Before I talk about the plot, I just want to talk about this comparison shot between Token's house in the show now compared to the game. You see this, right? Anyway, so the plot is Cartman wants to start a Christian band, so he teams up with Token and Butters, and there's a side plot of Stan, Kyle, and Kenny facing consequences of downloading movies for free off the internet. I feel like this episode has one of the greatest endings ever, and overall I think it's an entertaining episode that talks about copyright infringement, and how people are just going to download your stuff off the internet for free, and there's nothing you can do about it. And even the main plot has some entertaining moments as well as a satisfying ending, so I think it's worth checking out. The town of South Park confiscates all driver's license away from old people so they can't drive anymore. Because of this crazy shit happens. Yeah, basically a bunch of old people decide to gather together and start a rebellion. I can't make this shit up. Literally, children and grown-ass adults get owned by old people. What the f***? Apparently this episode was partially influenced by the Santa Monica farmers market crash where an old person killed 10 people and injured 70. I thought the middle to the end of the episode was pretty goddamn crazy. Like seriously, I cannot wrap my head around the fact that these old people took over South Park. Like what the f***? Although I thought it was a thoroughly entertaining episode. I'm pretty sure this is relatable for anybody that has grandparents, or anybody whose parents act like grandparents, or anybody who has parents that are 50 and their brains regress to that of grandparents. You get my point. Kyle doesn't invite Cartman to Castle Bonita, but but instead he invites Butters, so this results in Cartman trying his best to make sure Butters stays missing so that he can take his spot on Kyle's birthday trip. Because of this one episode, Casa Bonita saw an increase in customers, and then later down the line in 2021, Trey Parker and Matt Stone would purchase the restaurant. It's a great episode, what can I say? It's a great episode that shows just how far Cartman is willing to go to Casa Bonita. I can't make this up. Seeing him kidnap Butters and stuffing him in a bomb shelter is pretty funny, but the ending is the funniest bit out of all of them.
Well, kid, you made an entire town panic, you lost all your friends, and now you're going to juvenile hall for a week. Was it worth it?
Totally.
So yeah, give it a watch if you haven't already. Stan starts hanging out with the new kid because this kid is just so goddamn nice. And so is his family. After meeting them, Randy decides that the family should be Mormon, and that's when Stan discovers more about the Mormon religion. I think this episode does a great job talking about the Mormon religion, and they actually had a writer who grew up being Mormon. So that's pretty good, that worked to their advantage. And because of this episode, Trey Parker and Matt Stone would make their own Broadway show, The Book of Mormon. I think this episode teaches a good message that you should accept one's religions even if they're not your own. You know what, I think I'm just gonna let Gary take it from here.
Look, maybe us Mormons do believe in crazy stories that make absolutely no sense. And maybe Joseph Smith did make it all up. But I have a great life, and a great family, and I have the Book of Mormon to thank for that. The truth is, I don't care if Joseph Smith made it all up, because what the church teaches now is loving your family, being nice, and helping people. And even though people in this town might think that's stupid, I still choose to believe in it. All I ever did was try to be your friend, Stan. But you're so high and mighty you couldn't look past my religion and just be my friend back. You got a lot of growing up to do, buddy. Suck my balls.
Yo, get this kid a soda. Huh. So that's where American Dad got the idea for that episode. After getting caught smoking, the boys blamed the tobacco company, and with the help of Rob Reiner, they eventually lead an anti-tobacco crusade. And then eventually Rob wants to kill Cartman for an ad to make the crusade work. I'll just describe this episode with this one throwaway line.
It's just that this seems like another one of those times when things are gonna get way out of hand, you know? It's been happening a lot lately.
I thought the opening was pretty funny and it's pretty relatable. I mean, you have these over-the-top cheesy groups that are trying to be so cool, acting hip, and they try to lecture us on what not to do and what to do. I can relate to that aspect. But for the rest of the episode, Kyle, say it again.
You guys, I think we should bail out of this right now. Huh? I just know where this is heading. It's gonna end up with the whole town taking this too far and us having to talk about what we learned to change everyone's minds, and I say we just stop it right now and go play cards or something.
Yeah, basically that's it. I mean, I respect the message, but again, seen it done before. After Wendy breaks up, this brings Stan into a deep spiral of depression, so he decides to hang out with the goth kids. Fun fact, this is their debut episode. And there's a side plot of Butters falling in love with a girl who works at Raisins. It's a G-rated version of Hooters. I would say this episode is pretty relatable for those who've gotten dumped, and it teaches a nice lesson that just because you've gone through a rough patch doesn't mean it's the end of the world. And it teaches a nice lesson about sadness and how it's good for us. Just don't wallow in it forever and let it consume you to the point where you end up being an empty shell of a human being. And I think the biggest lesson to learn from this is bros over hoes any day of the week. That's it. Ike gets taken away from his birth parents, so this results in Kyle, Stan, Kenny, and begrudgingly Cartman to go over to Canada to rescue him. This episode is basically a parody of The Wizard of Oz, and it's fairly mediocre. There's not much to write home about. The only thing that made me laugh out loud was this scene.
Come on! Come on!
Yep, that scene made me laugh. But everything else, bland. The boys get weapons from the Middle East and they pretend that they are ninjas, to the point where the whole art style changes up. And after getting a ninja star stuck in Butters' eye, the kids try to cover it up. I think this episode is fantastic, even though Matt Stone and Trey Parker say they didn't think it was that good. It pays homage to anime shows such as Dragon Ball Z, and even the song Let's Fighting Love. It's a great fucking song to listen to. Here, wait a second. No beeps! Yes! No more beeps, guys. We're fine now. Season 8 and onward, I get to swear with no bleeps. Fuck yeah. Alright, back to the video. And it's really entertaining to see all the kids take this so seriously to the point that they would do this again in Stick of Truth and The Fractured Butthole. So overall, I think it's a fantastic episode that deserves a watch. Jimmy starts using steroids in order to improve his chances of winning the Olympics, and there's a side plot of Cartman disguising himself as handicapped so that he can enter the games and win. You know, this probably ranks number 2 or number 3 on the list of some of the shittiest things that Cartman has ever done. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be turned off by this episode because of this fat fuck's desperate attempt to win $1,000 that he's going to pretend that he's handicapped. Like, it's fun. It's not the most horrible thing. Yeah, this still takes the cake, but it's fucking close. As for the main plot, it reminded me a lot of that Family Guy episode where Joe got addicted to steroids, but this one is way better and has a better set of jokes. Because he constantly kept bringing up Passion of the Christ, like seriously, in the previous episodes he kept bringing it up.
You don't know anything about juice, fat ass! Oh yeah? My mom took me to see Mel Gibson's movie The Passion, and Mel Gibson says you are snakes and you are liars, and if the Road Warrior says it, it must be true. Really? 300 million domestic box office, Kyle. The top grossing film of all time, Kyle.
Yeah, right. It's not the highest grossing movie anymore. The highest grossing movie is a film that focuses on blue aliens fucking. Anyway, because Cartman keeps bringing it up, Kyle finally decides to see it, and he starts to put his whole religion into question. Meanwhile, Cartman leads a campaign against Jews. He even wears his old outfit from Season 1, the Halloween episode. And while that's going on, Stan and Kenny decide to get their money back from Mel Gibson because they think the movie sucks. I like this episode because you see the kids' different reactions to the movie. Cartman's being bigoted like always, Kyle feels guilty, and like a real one, Kenny and Stan think it sucks. I remember when I was younger, according to my parents, a lot of people found this movie offensive, they found it uplifting, they found it to be a masterpiece, they find it to being the biggest piece of cinema ever. And when I watched it, I was kind of bored, honestly. And as an adult, still kind of bored with it. I would rather watch Cars 2 over this film any day of the week. This episode makes references to Basketball, which is a movie that stars Parker and Stone. And let's not forget, these guys did an amazing job replicating Mel Gibson's psychotic rage.
Give me back my money! I deserve to be first until I burn the house down. But me first.
And they've done another Looney Tunes parody. God, how many times have they done that? I've lost count. They do it so many times. Just admit it, guys. You love the Looney Tunes. A bunch of kids randomly come out of nowhere and just dance in front of our boys, serving them. Randy immediately takes action and decides to teach Stan how to serve them back. And when he does that, it's on.
It's on.
Because if you get served and serve them back, then it's on. Don't you know anything?
So he has to put a whole team together. He tries to recruit Butters, but it turns out that Butters' tap dancing got a bunch of people killed in a very gruesome way. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, right off the back, this episode reminds me of the Aspen episode, where Stan is forced to compete against a jerk. It's a little different here, considering the fact that he has to form a dance group, but I still find it to be an episode worth watching. Even though it reminds me of the Aspen episode, I think it's still a good one. Butters gets a robot, and to no one's shock, it turns out to be Cartman. The reason why he's dressed up as a robot? He just wanted to fuck with Butters, but after it's revealed that Butters caught footage of him dressing up as Britney Spears and dancing on Justin Timberlake, a cardboard cutout, he decides to try and find the tape, keeping up with the facade. And because Cartman takes it too far, eventually Hollywood executives use him to pitch some movie ideas. And we get a bunch of Adam Sandler jokes. But then eventually the government want to get their hands on him so that they can use him as a weapon. Overall, it's a fucking fantastic episode that I think you guys should give it a watch. And the ending, it's fucking amazing. Michael Jackson comes to South Park so that he can escape his popularity. He even changed his name to Michael Jefferson. And he manages to bond well with the kids. This is a personal favorite of mine, and it teaches a lesson that parents need to stop acting like children and start acting mature, especially if you have children of your own. It's very fucking embarrassing when parents act like teenagers. Like seriously, have you seen The Hood? Jesus Christ. So overall, I think it's a pretty great episode that does some great commentary. So a bunch of people from the future come to the present to find some work. Yeah, good luck with that. So because of them taking over all the jobs in South Park, the residents start to get pissed off. For those who don't know, Goobacks is a satire of illegal immigrants. And from what I can gather, this episode is basically making fun of both sides of the coin. I remember this episode purely because of the "they took our jobs" catchphrase.
They took our jobs! Yeah, they're down, took our jobs!
Hey, it's a classic. South Park Elementary is forced to change its mascot because of PETA.
Join me for what?
No, PETA, the organization.
What organization?
PETA.
What?
PETA is an acronym, PETA.
No, I'm not. I'm Catholic.
Are we really doing this?
Sorry, I had to throw that in there. So Cartman and Kyle rigged it so that it's between a giant douche and a turd sandwich. Everybody is voting except for Stan. And then the next thing you know, everybody starts to get pissed off at him to the point where he ends up getting banished. Look, I get it, it's doing it for the sake of pushing its message, but I thought the episode was a little too mean-spirited. I mean, I know some people are gonna say, oh, it's South Park, they're always being mean-spirited, but I don't know, this one just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But at the same time, I can kind of respect it, especially with the whole giant douche and turd sandwich thing. And also, another reason why I say it's a little mean-spirited is because Kyle jumps onto this too. Yes, Kyle is jumping on the bandwagon of the mean-spirited nature. He gets a bunch of pimps to threaten Stan into voting. And when he finds out that Stan isn't picking for his guy, he decides to get the pimps on him again. Overall, I think it's a pretty good episode, but it's a little too mean-spirited. A new Walmart makes its way into South Park, and as a result, everybody becomes addicted and starts shopping there. After seeing what it's done to their town, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny try to find a way to stop it. At first, they try destroying it, but it gets rebuilt immediately. So they decide to go to Walmart headquarters, with Cartman tagging along. Who, by the way, is working for the Walmart. I always love this episode. I know it doesn't really seem like much, but it's a personal favorite of mine. Seeing everybody become so addicted to this damn Walmart is pretty entertaining. And seeing Cartman keep saying that he's not working for the Walmart, but at the same time he is working for the Walmart is pretty entertaining too. Even though Kyle called him out for it.
No, you didn't. Yes, I did! I said from the beginning that you would do this! No, you didn't. Yes, I did! No, you didn't. Yes, I did! No, you didn't. Yes, I did! Yes, I did! Yes, I did!
So what can I say? It's a classic episode. Give it a watch. A kid by the name of Trent Boyette gets paroled from juvenile hall. Why is he important? Because Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman framed him for setting their preschool teacher on fire. So throughout the episode, they try to find a way to get protection.
How the hell are condoms gonna help us?
Not that kind of protection, you moron. I think this is a great episode. The only real problem I have is that nobody ever referenced him in the earlier seasons, but that's a really minor problem. Overall, this episode is great all around. The boys decide to produce their own morning show on the school's television station, but they end up competing against Craig for ratings. Honestly, it's one of the most boring and forgettable episodes in the entire series. No competition. This one is very weak, and I don't remember anything from it. If I'm binge watching it, I'm automatically going to skip this one immediately because I didn't like this one. You know what? I'd rather binge watch Tally and Pip than watch this episode. All the 4th grade girls idolize the spoiled pain in the ass that is Paris Hilton, and as a result, they start acting just like her. Little spoiled whores. Yeah, that demonetization sign, that's coming close. I can feel it. And when Wendy doesn't jump on the bandwagon, they end up ridiculing her for it. So this leads Wendy to turn to Mr. Slade, and Mr. Slade challenges Paris to a whore-off. But before they do that, there's a side plot of Paris Hilton adopting Butters, or Mr. Biggles. And I will admit, the side plot is pretty fucked up, with Butters' parents actually considering giving their son away. They are without a doubt the worst fucking people in the show. I hate these two. They fucking suck. As much as I dislike Randy in the modern seasons, he's not as bad as these two motherfuckers. These two motherfuckers are fucking terrible. Okay, I think I got that out of my system. And as for the episode itself, it teaches a nice lesson that you should watch out for the people you idolize. Kids, please look up to the right people. Don't look up to smug, selfish, egotistical, sociopathic, child grooming, false copyright striking, drama starting, doxing pieces of shit. Alright? Cool. And also, her response was not really that smart. I agree with you, Matt. She is a dumbass. And also, this is the episode that cemented April Stewart as the voice actor for Wendy, who had 3 previous voice actors. Cartman thinks that he's psychic, so as a result, the police recruit him to the force so that he can help them with investigations. This episode reminds me of the biggest douche in the universe. Remember when Stan tried to disprove that John Elway is psychic? And in this episode, Kyle tries to disprove that Cartman is a psychic? It's basically the same episode. Stan helps a group of woodland critters. At first, it's just helping them put a star on a Christmas tree. Then eventually, he helps them kill a mountain lion. So basically, these guys are evil and they're trying to give birth to the Antichrist. And it turns out that this is a story read by Cartman. I should have fucking known. I like this episode a lot. It's completely different from the previous Christmas stories. And it's fantastic all around. And it has a pretty good ending. And overall, I like how the narrator is constantly pushing Stan to do this, like help out the critters even though he doesn't want to. That was funny.
Christmas time is once a year. Every creature holds it dear. Every animal, big or small. Christmas means the
Mr. Garrison gets a sex change operation for no apparent reason. Because of this inspires Kyle and Gerald to get cosmetic surgery, with Kyle looking like a black basketball player and Gerald looking like a dolphin. Yeah, no, this episode's fucking terrible. There's too much gross out humor, it's not that funny, and there's the infamous sex change operation, which I will not show you. I swear to God. I cringed while watching that tape. I'm not going to show you it because I have a little bit more respect for my audience to do that to you guys. And the side plots are not really interesting to me. I did some research on this episode and it turns out that Matt and Trey went into this season without any goddamn ideas. The only episode ideas they had were Die Hippie Die in this episode. And apparently the operation scene was going to be 5 minutes long. Have you lost your fucking mind? I'm still squeamish. Ugh. And not to mention, this episode is very insulting towards transgenders. And even more shocking when apparently South Park has an LGBT audience, so I'm surprised that they didn't jump off the series after this episode aired. And another reason why I hate this episode is that this episode almost caused the death of South Park, because it was revealed on Wikipedia that Trey Parker came very close to quitting the series altogether. So yeah, there's lots of things to hate about this episode. It's insulting to the LGBT, it's not funny, there's too much gross out humor, and it almost caused the death of one of the best series ever made. So yeah, fuck this episode. Cartman tries to get rid of a bunch of hippies, and then eventually, when South Park is infested with all of them, the town asks Cartman for help. This makes him start a rebellion against the hippies that start a music festival in the town. And also, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny are there too. This episode will mark Chef's last appearance before, well, we'll get to that episode. For now, we'll just focus on this. So apparently this episode is parodying the 2003 film The Core. I've never seen that movie before, but hey, let me tell you something. This is a major improvement over the last episode. The boys start their own talent agency. At first, they represent Token because he's a great singer, and after he ditches them, they represent a woman called Wing, who is actually a real person. So for the rest of the episode, they're basically trying to get this woman's career off the ground so that they can make some money, but it turns out that there are these tirade motherfuckers that want Wing because they weren't paid $10,000. The episode gives a message on how talent agencies and Chinese slave traders are basically the same. I thought it was a fun time. It's not really one of the more funnier episodes, it's just a fine one. Kenny gets the new PSP and plays it relentlessly. Hey, you remember the PSP? Looking back, that shit was kind of whack. And when he dies and gets sent to heaven, it's revealed that they summoned him there so that he can fight off Satan's army, because he played the PSP so much. But Kenny ends up being brought back to Earth because he's on life support. So this results in a debate between Cartman, who thinks he should die, against Stan and Kyle, who thinks he should live. Personally, I was more interested in the angel shit, but sadly we had to see this dumb fisting match between Stan, Kyle, and Cartman. A real missed opportunity here. But that's not to say it's bad. I thought it was fine. Hey, it's a step up from what they did last time when Cartman did this shit. The boys tried to lose their baseball games on purpose so they don't have to play anymore. And while that's going on, Randy trains himself to fight other fathers at games. It's a really hilarious one, honestly. Seeing the kids constantly trying to lose only for it to backfire on them is pretty funny. And seeing Randy train himself to beat every single father in baseball games is hilarious too. To the point where he ends up being the hero at the end. After Cartman eats the skin off of every piece of chicken, the guys make a promise to never talk or interact with him ever again. This makes Cartman think that he's dead, and realizing that he's still on Earth instead of going to heaven. You really think you have a chance there? Oh, okay, whatever floats your boat. He tries his best to right all of his wrongs with the help of Butters. I like this episode because we actually see Cartman doing good deeds. Sure, he's doing this so he can get into heaven, which I don't think he will get into heaven, like what the fuck. But anyway, I still think it's a pretty nice episode, and it's pretty nice seeing Butters help him along the way. Only for it to get fucking butchered at the end. Jimmy keeps getting erections, so he tries to find a way to get rid of it before the talent show on Friday. It's a fine one. Not really all that funny though. Cartman and Stan destroy a dam, and as a result of this, all of Beaverton is flooded. This results in many people thinking that it was either Bush, global warming, terrorists, or Chinese radicals. Honestly, with the way everybody was reacting, this reminded me of Twitter for some reason. You know how whenever something goes on in the real world, everybody immediately flops to Twitter to talk about how this person's to blame or that person's to blame? I don't know. But in actuality, this episode was a parody of everyone's response to Hurricane Katrina, with how many people were unwilling to negotiate or whatever. I thought it was a good one. This is a good episode. I did like it. The boys have learned about this advanced device that the girls have, when in actuality it's one of those dumb paper fortune tellers. So the boys decide to stage Butters' death so that he can dress up as a girl and invade their sleepover so he can get the device. Meanwhile, Linda is so devastated about Butters' death that Steve decides to dig up Butters' corpse and try to bring it back to life, when in actuality it's just a dead pig carcass. Don't worry, Matt and Trey, you're not the only ones that want to skim over this episode. My biggest problem with this episode is that there's too much shit going on. You got the plot with the boys trying to get the fortune teller, you got the plot with the girls treating Butters like trash, you got Butters' parents going through grieving and trying to bring him back to life. Like, shit, it's too much going on in 20 minutes. I also think the boys are a little too stupid. I mean, even Kyle buys into this bullshit. I don't know why. And honestly, I feel like if this was a two-parter, I wouldn't have much problem with it. But the fact that it's not a two-parter and it crams in so much shit into 20 minutes, I can't really watch this one. It's not a terrible episode by any means necessary. It's just too much going on. The kids get hit with a taking care of an egg project. You know, I never did do that in school. Anyway, because he's upset that Mr. Slave is getting married to Big Gay Al, Mr. Garrison tries to get the governor to veto the same-sex marriage bill. But to do that, he decides to make an experiment using the egg project to his advantage. And he decides to pair Stan and Kyle up. Also, I just want to make this note.
Heidi, you'll be with Eric.
Who knew they would actually make a fucking plot point based on that? So for this episode, Stan is jealous that Kyle hangs out with his ex, even though I thought he got over her, but whatever. I'm not really a romantic expert, so I can't really talk much about this. So basically, throughout this episode, it's just Stan being a little bitch and Mr. Garrison being a little bitch, with Mr. Garrison trying desperately to make sure that these two don't get married, and with Stan getting pissed off that his best friend is hanging out with his ex. I mean, I kind of respect this episode because it promotes same-sex marriage, which is something that I respect. But at the same time, I skim over this one sometimes. It's not really for me. Because he kept bashing Ginger, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny decide to gingerfy Cartman. So this leads Cartman to team up with the Ginger kids and start a rebellion against normal hairs. The situation's ironic because at the beginning of the episode, he did nothing but bash the Gingers, but after Kyle, Stan, and Kenny ginger him, he starts working with the group he antagonized. Hey, look, Leslie makes an appearance. And with the ending, I feel like Cartman should still pull through because it's revealed in episode 200 that he's technically part Ginger. Oh shit, Hey, I told you we would come back to Scientology. Stan ends up joining Scientology, and even some of the leaders of the religion turn to him saying that he's the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. And even some celebrities like John Travolta, Tom Cruise, and R. Kelly end up being trapped in the closet. Oh my god. This episode is highly controversial. I thought the Super Best Friends episode was controversial, but this is 10 times worse. Mastone and Trey Parker held no punches when it came to roasting Scientology. I think the best way to describe their feelings on Scientology is this one line.
I'm not the reincarnation of L. Ron Hubbard. And Scientology is just a big fat global scam.
I think what made this episode more controversial was the outcome. Because he was a Scientologist, Isaac Hayes left the series because of this episode, which I find weird considering the fact that he didn't have much of a problem when it came to the previous religions that South Park slammed. And apparently his son made statements back in 2016 saying that Isaac didn't leave the series because of the episode. I don't know. Do some research. I thought this episode was pretty goddamn great, and in a season where we've only been getting mediocre to bad episodes, this is a breath of fresh air. Thank you. I love this episode. A bunch of pranksters at a local aquarium prank the boys into thinking that a whale can talk. Because of this, the boys decide to set the whale free, but not to the ocean. They try sending it to the goddamn moon. This episode goes to show how innocent the boys are, I guess. Apparently, this is another case where Trey and Matt had no ideas and they basically just ran with this last minute thing. Like, they jumped into this one with no ideas and they decided, fuck it. Let's just do this stupid shit. The boys think the whales can talk. Let's send them to the moon. But you know what? I still found this to being a pretty entertaining episode, seeing the boys trying their best to get the whale home, even though I think they should be smarter than this, but hey, this is a town with talking shit and Satan and Saddam Hussein and a bunch of crazy other shit, so you know what? I'll just buy it, whatever, I don't care. After Randy gets a DUI, he starts to believe that he has a disease that he can't control, because he went to this AA meeting that puts these thoughts in his head. And because he's so desperate to cure this illness, he and Stan go to the statue of the Virgin Mary that's bleeding out of its ass. This episode is very controversial, to the point where the Catholic League demanded an apology by Comedy Central. Yeah, no, this is how it works in the world of South Park. Anything is fair game. You think that just because they ripped on Scientology, you're not going to get ripped on in the process? Yeah, that's not how this works. I thought this episode was fine, but I did like the ending with Stan and Randy. That was a pretty heartwarming moment, but overall, it's fine. After ditching South Park for a long time, Chef finally comes back, and he's not the same as he used to be, because he's making comments like this to the children.
Well, how about I meet you boys after work and we can make love? Come on, children. You're my sexual fantasy. Let's all make sweet love. I'm gonna make love to your asshole, children.
So this leads the kids to try to find out what happened to him. So they go to the Super Adventure Club, which is basically Scientology in this episode. And when they get there, they find out that their whole goal is molesting children. The whole episode is basically Matt Stone and Trey Parker's response to Isaac Hayes leaving South Park for Scientology. And it's not really that funny, and instead it's pretty sad.
Chef, we love you.
I'm sorry, children.
I don't know, I've always had bitter memories toward this one because we ended up losing a character to a religion, and it hurts. And since then, he's never made an appearance in the series since. I mean, he's shown in the opening credits, but that's about it. I mean, they showed him briefly in Stick of Truth, where he ends up being a zombified version, but that's about it. We ended up losing one of the best characters in the series because of Scientology. And it fucking blows. Yeah, I still haven't been able to digest this one that well. Gerald gets a new hybrid car, and he becomes much more smugger as a result of this. Oh, trust me, I know people like this a lot. Hell, there are people on YouTube that have made skits about it.
You always talking about the environment. What are you doing to help the environment? What do you do for the environment as a vegan besides complain about what people eat, tell people to go vegan, and Instagram vegan food?
So because South Park's not accepting of his smugginess, he ends up moving to San Francisco, where the smug levels are through the roof. Back in South Park, Stan tries to convince the town to buy hybrid cars so that he can get his best friend back. I like the twist that the smugness that the people are creating is gonna kill them all. That's pretty funny right there. And eventually this leads to San Francisco almost getting destroyed because of this smugness. And I like how Cartman goes out of his way to rescue Kyle. While it's not all that funny, I do consider it entertaining. And sure, Cartman only does it because he likes ripping on Kyle, but I'll give you credit, you little fat fuck. You did the right thing. You ended up saving one of your best friends. Thumbs up on that. Oh shit, we're getting to the God tier episodes. Let's go! In this episode, the town of South Park is in a panic because Family Guy tries to show the Prophet Muhammad in one of their episodes. This pisses off the Muslim community. Interestingly enough, if memory serves right, Family Guy has never tried doing that. They've never tried showing the Prophet Muhammad. I think it goes to show who has bigger balls out of these two. I find this episode especially hilarious because this is the exact thing that would happen to South Park years later down the line. But we'll get to those 2 episodes momentarily, I'll tell you that much. All I can say is that this episode does a bunch of excellent foreshadowing. Also, Cartman tries his damnedest to get Family Guy off the air entirely, because he hates being compared to it.
Since when do you care about being sensitive to people's religion, Cartman? Yeah, you rip on people's religion all the time. That's different. I'm just a little boy. That's a cartoon. Millions of people watch it. How would you feel, Cal, if there was a cartoon on television that made fun of Jews all the time, huh?
Well, I should probably bring this up. Trey Parker and Matt Stone don't respect the Family Guy series on a writing perspective. They don't think it should be kicked off the air, they just don't respect it in terms of writing. Because you know how Family Guy has a bad habit of using cutaway gags? Yeah, I can see why they don't like it. And as somebody who's seen every single episode of Family Guy and watched every single season, yes, I'm still watching the season months after I finish my video, I can see why they don't like it. The cutaway gags kind of derives from the plot for the sake of telling a joke. And sometimes those cutaway gags can be very fucking long, taking up entire minutes. But I've already talked about Family Guy well enough. If you want to see my video, I'll link in the description. After the episode aired, even Seth MacFarlane said it was funny and accurate. Cool. He has guts. Respect to you, Seth. You're awesome. As much as I slam dunked on you, you're a cool dude. And because of this episode, they got flowers from the producers of The Simpsons. And they even got phone calls from the people at King of the Hill saying that they're doing God's work. And I should make this a note, this was during a time where Family Guy was very much hated by the animation world because people didn't really respect it on writing. And I can definitely see why, but I don't think it's that bad. And I think the hate for the most part has died out over the years. They still make fun of it, they don't really hate it on the same level as they did years ago. Anyway, let's get to the second part. I've been stalling well enough. Picking up exactly where the last episode ended off, Cartman goes to the Fox network to get the episode pulled, and he has a very special guest to be his guard dog. And Kyle tries to make his way to the network to convince them not to pull the episode. Also, I forgot to mention that everybody's heads are in the sand so they can avoid being a part of this. I think this episode is just as great as the last one. We get a badass and hilarious fight scene between Cartman and Kyle. You get nods to Fox's other shows and movies. And the episode has a good message on censorship, fear, free speech, terrorism, and intimidation. Something that would end up being in full swing with episode 200 and 201. Yeah, times have truly changed indeed. What can I say? It's a great episode. You need to check it out if you haven't already. No. What? You're telling me after fucking 2 of the greatest episodes in the series, we're devolving to this? Tally tries to write his own book, but sadly it gets rejected because he is not a person and he is a towel. So he comes up with a different name, and then it gets a lot of attraction. Honestly, this episode reminds me of Brian Wright's A Bestseller, but at least in that episode, it had all the main characters there. The problem with A Million Little Fibers is that Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman, and the entirety of South Park don't make an appearance in this one. So the whole episode is focused on Tally. And this is something that years later, I still don't get why shows do, and even movies to an extent. Why do you shift the spotlight to the comic relief? They're the comic relief. They're not supposed to be in the main spotlight. And Tally is one of those characters where he cannot hold an episode on his own. Butters, yes, he can absolutely hold an episode on his own. Well, sometimes, but most times he does. With Tally, he just can't. The reason why Tally was my favorite episode was because the other boys were there and they could play off his banner. That was good, but now he's on his own and it just doesn't work. I mean, Oprah's pussy pulling out a gun was kind of funny, but this is something I would see in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Because another problem with this episode, it's too weird for my taste. Yeah, I'm saying an episode of South Park is too weird. I don't know. Fuck this episode. The worst episode of season 10. Al Gore tries to warn the residents of South Park about Man Bear Pig. Only tolerating him out of sympathy, Stan, along with Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman, follow him to the Cave of Winds where he thinks Man Bear Pig resides. But after causing some shenanigans, he ends up getting the boys trapped in there. While in there, Cartman finds some treasure. It's not real treasure. It's fake treasure.
Ah! Ah! You made us pull you to safety because you ate treasure? You son of a bitch! Don't you think I'm hurting enough, Kyle? Ah! Ah! Ah!
I gotta say, it's good to be back with the boys this time. It's an entertaining episode. Like, if this was on TV, I wouldn't mind watching it. And I think this episode was an allegory for climate change denial, because they constantly keep making fun of Al Gore because of that. And they weren't convinced at the time. So later down the line, Trey and Matt would offer an apology towards him. I kid you not, like season 22. That's when they apologized to him. It's a good episode. Cartman is out of control, so Leanne tries to get some babysitters to take care of him. But when that doesn't work, she turns to Cesar Millan, who, by the way, actually watched the episode and thoroughly enjoyed it. I like this episode because we see Cartman finally being put in his place. Because over the course of 10 years, he's always pushed his mother around, and she's always enabled his terrible behavior. The only time she stood up against him was when she sent him to a fat camp, and also an intolerance camp, and that's about it. Here we finally see her standing her ground against him, and we see Cartman actually submit to her will. But sadly, everything reverts back to normal, and yeah. I knew the change in Cartman wouldn't be permanent, but still, it was good. It was good while it lasted. And also, Leanne, if you were having problems with Cartman, why didn't you just get one of the kids to kick his ass? You could have gotten Kyle, you could have gotten Shelly, you could have gotten Token, you could have gotten Wendy. Just get them to beat his ass, and that's it. You're all set. Holy shit, we're hitting God tier again. So there's this guy who's played World of Warcraft so much that he can kill players without their consent. Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman dedicate their lives to grind their characters so that they can reach his level and take him out for good. What can I say? It's a fucking fantastic episode. It's relatable to gamers, and even if you're not a gamer, you can still find this episode pretty goddamn entertaining. Hell, they even got Blizzard to design the game themselves. That's pretty great. Overall, it's a fucking fantastic episode. Enough said. Because of Cartman being a dumbass for the millionth time, Kyle tries his best to prove that 9/11 wasn't a conspiracy. And there's a side plot of Mr. Mackey trying to find out who crapped in the urinal. Again, I can't believe they made a fucking episode based on that one line.
Hey, that was Kyle that went number 2 in the urinal. No, it wasn't, fat ass. I saw you do it.
This episode calls out dickheads that think that 9/11 was a conspiracy. I've done some research, and it turns out that the 9/11 aspects were based on Parker and Stone's hatred for the conspiracy theories on 9/11. I thought the episode was pretty funny overall. I thought the ending was more funnier because it turns out that it was Stan that took a crap in the urinal, and he's doing all of this. He set up all of this to cover it up. What can I say? It's pretty funny. Cartman becomes the hallway monitor, and while that's going on, Ike and his kindergarten teacher, Miss Stevenson, end up in a romantic relationship. Fuck you. So Kyle teams up with Cartman to take her down. Apparently this episode is a parody of the television show Dog the Bounty Hunter. I never watched that show. Is it any good? Tell me in the comments. I remember Shoe on Head making a video talking about this topic, and yeah, I think this episode truly encapsulates the situation of female teachers taking advantage of male students perfectly. And there's something I've noticed. When it comes to male teachers taking advantage of female students, he should have his fucking balls ripped out. But if a pretty, attractive female teacher takes advantage of a male student, he's a fucking Chad. This kid's fucking kid of the year. Woo!
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
So yeah, a fucking fantastic episode. We've been getting nothing but bangers in this season. That's something I've noticed. Saiyan ends up having a Sweet 16 party on Earth, and while that's going on, Butters tries to get Biggie Smalls to the party. A pretty mediocre episode, like, I don't really have much to say on this one. Apparently, this episode is based on a show called Super Sweet 16 Show. Honestly, it's the more forgettable episode of season 10. Because Cartman is so goddamn impatient to wait for the Wii, he decides to cryogenically freeze himself so that he can skip 3 weeks, but he ends up skipping 500 years. And then everything turns futuristic and all that crap. And in the present, Mr. Garrison is forced to work with an evolution teacher, and they immediately hit the bed. My god, yeah. Basically, this is a future episode that pokes fun at atheism. See, Catholics, they make fun of every religion. Now stop being so uptight. I also like the fact that this episode, as well as the next one, was basically a promotion for the Nintendo Wii, and Nintendo took it pretty well. Hell, they didn't even sue South Park. Instead, they gave them free Wiis. You lucky fucking bastards. Overall, I think this episode is pretty goddamn good. Now let's move on to the next one. Cartman gets sick and tired of the future. Well, I should make this clear. He gets his Wii, but it doesn't connect to his floating TV, so he decides to crank call the past to change the future. Which is pretty good because the future was on the brink of war. I think the story here is a little bit better than the first one. It's not really as funny, but I still think the story really shines here. Overall, it's a good one too. It's a good two-parter. Because his bike gets confiscated, Stan is forced to run a Little League hockey team. This episode reminds me of the Aspen episode. You remember? The episode that parodied sports movies? It's the same thing here, except it doesn't end with a bunch of little kids maliciously getting beaten. This episode is pretty boring for the most part. It's nothing but a parody of sports movies. The only thing that this episode does differently is that it has a fucked up ending. That's about it. You had to sit through a bunch of boring to get to a fucked up ending with all these little kids getting their asses whooped. I mean, it's just a ripoff of the previous 2 ideas that the show has already done. Sorry, I don't mean to be harsh, but fuck it, I'm gonna be harsh. This episode sucks. Randy says the N-word on Wheel of Fortune, so as a result this causes a worldwide outrage, so he tries to fix it in any way he can. And there are 2 side plots. The first side plot focuses on Stan trying to work things out with Token after the fallout, and the other side plot revolves around Cartman making fun of a man with dwarfism. According to Parker and Stone, they wanted to make an episode like this for a long time, but they only really did it following the Michael Richards controversy. What I find interesting about this episode is that it didn't really cause that much controversy. I mean, I don't think a lot of black people really gave a shit that Randy said the N-word. Because, you know, the actors are white, so I'm surprised they, you know, didn't get on the show for that. I think at this point, people are just accepting that this is what South Park is. After 11 seasons, they're like, let him, it doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck? He said the N-word, you guys are not gonna lose your shit? Oh, okay, fine. I think this episode is an excellent one. Cartman ends up taking a picture with Butters' penis in his mouth, thinking that it'll make Butters gay, but after revealing that it makes him gay, he tries his best to cover it up. And while that's going on, Butters ends up getting sent to a gay conversion camp, after Steven catches his son in the act. I think this is another great one. I like how it ends with Cartman actually losing, because he ends up putting himself on blast in front of the entire class, because he reveals his picture that he tried so hard to cover. That was an excellent ending. And as for the side plot, it basically calls out those dickheads that try to change people because of their sexual attraction. And I thought the ending in that side plot was pretty good as well. So overall, I think it's a pretty good episode. The students of South Park Elementary are checked for lice, and much to his horror, Clyde has lice, so he tries to keep it a secret while the other kids try to find out who had lice. And then we look in Clyde's hair and it turns out that there's a whole civilization of lice, pretty much like A Bug's Life or ants. If there's something I've noticed about this episode is that I've noticed that a lot of characters in the series names change a lot. Like for example, Clyde, He ends up switching his name to Clyde Harris, Clyde Goodman, and then eventually his name is revealed to be Clyde Donovan. Like, which one? Hell, this even happens to Butter's dad. At one point he's referred to as Chris, but then later down the line he's referred to as Steven. I don't know why I'm bringing this the fuck up. But anyway, it's a decent episode. I thought the plots were pretty cool. I thought the lice having their own civilization on top of Clyde's head was pretty nice. I like that little homage to ants in A Bug's Life. And I thought it was a fun time. Although I do have to say that the character Travis looks a lot like Bob from Bob's Burgers. Look. Yeah, I've been watching cartoons for too long.
We made it, Hope. We made it, Kelly!
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Angelina Jolie! Hello, everyone!
So a Muslim kid who doesn't appear in any other episode besides this one moves into South Park, and as a result, Cartman suspects him of being a terrorist. Of course he does. It's Cartman. And while that's going on, there's a side plot of Hillary Clinton having a snook up her sniz.
Miss Clinton, it appears that terrorists have snuck a snook up your sniz.
So basically, the FBI, the CIA, and everybody else tries to find out who has the detonator, and it turns out that it's the British after all. I think this episode does a good job of parodying the show 24, because there's lots of moments where we see different pictures on the screen of seeing the other characters doing what they're doing. It's a decent one. Not really all that great, though.
You didn't save everyone. I did. You were just out harassing Muslims.
But if I hadn't called you in the first place to check out the Muslim, you would have just stayed in bed sick all day, right?
Maybe.
Stan wants to know the true meaning of Easter, but then it's revealed that Randy is a part of a secret cult that worships a bunny because he is the original pope of Christianity, apparently. This episode's a parody of the Da Vinci Code. I remember hearing about it a lot as a kid. I think my mom has the book. I don't know. But I found this episode to being entertaining, although it's not really that funny. I thought it was fine. All I know is that I can't watch this during the Easter time with my grandma because she sees this, she's gonna fucking lose her shit because she's highly religious. So, you know what? Yeah, this Easter I'm gonna let her see it.
I think the rabbit just crapped on my jacket.
This episode focuses on Mrs. Garrison, there I said it correctly, becoming a lesbian, and she ends up hanging out at a lesbian bar. But sadly it's about to be taken over, so it's up to her and her girlfriends to stand their ground against the new corporation. Or something, I don't fucking remember. The whole episode's a parody of the movie 300. I don't really have much to say about this episode. It's not one of my personal favorites, and I didn't really like it. The only thing I found funny about it was the title. Yikes. That's funny. The LGBT's gonna have my ass for this.
The fuck did you just say?
After Kyle gives a homeless guy $20, South Park becomes overrun with homeless people. I like this episode because it's basically a parody of all zombie movies, zombie TV shows, and zombie video games. Granted, they did do this in the earlier seasons, but I like this. And it offers a little bit of commentary about how homeless people are viewed as degenerates of society, not even seen as human. I know people like IGN don't like it, but I love it. That's all that matters. Cartman discovers something called Tourette syndrome, so he decides to use it as a defense mechanism to get away with saying inappropriate words. But then he starts actually revealing secrets of himself, so he tries to get off the talk show with Chris Hansen. And meanwhile, Kyle is trying to stop him at every turn. I think this episode's pretty great because it brings attention to this thing called Tourette syndrome. Hell, a person who has Tourette's even reviewed the episode themselves. And there's actually much more to Tourette syndrome than I thought. It's more than just cursing and swearing. Apparently it's a condition of the nervous system where a person does repetitive hand movements. Overall, I think it's a good episode that brought attention to Tourette syndrome. Pretty good. For this episode, Randy takes the biggest crap, but when Bobo comes out of nowhere to say he took the biggest crap, Randy decides that he's going to top his record. It's one of the weirdest episodes in the entire series. I shit you not. I don't know how to feel about this one. It's so weird. I'm really conflicted. I really don't know how to feel about this one. So, that's all I have to say. Still conflicted. Cartman swears that he saw a leprechaun, and when he and the other kids see it, Kyle has no choice but to suck his balls as they agreed. But that's on hold as Kyle doesn't want to do it, which I don't really blame him. Anyway, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, Butters, and Jimmy visit Imagination Land, but when they get there, a bunch of terrorists end up bombing the place and taking it over, and they also kidnap Butters. Next one, that's how I'm gonna work. Since this is like an entire movie, I'm just gonna cover the first part, the second, the third, and save my opinions of it all together for the last. The United States Department of Defense kidnaps Stan and Kyle thinking they might know how to get into Imagination Land. Meanwhile, Butters tries to get to the Castle of Sunshine to find the Council of Nine. Nice. And meanwhile, Cartman chases after Kyle so that he can suck his balls. Honestly, this is the weakest out of the two-parter. It's not necessarily bad. I mean, it's cool to see the woodland critters again, but I mean, there's a little bit of fan service in there, but at least it's not on the same level of Space Jam 2. Ooh.
And then, just when it seemed like we'd turned a corner, Space Jam 2 came out, and we all just kind of gave up.
When they get to Castle Sunshine, it's revealed that, shocker, Butters is the key, and he might save all of Imagination Land from the evil imaginary characters. Meanwhile, Cartman is still trying to get Kyle to suck his balls. And while he's in the real world, Kyle tries to convince everybody that Imagination Land is real, because the government was originally going to nuke it. Honestly, I think the Imagination trilogy as a whole is pretty goddamn good and strong. It's entertaining, it has lots of creativity, and it ends on a pretty nice note.
Think about it. Haven't Luke Skywalker and Santa Claus affected your lives more than most real people in this room? I mean, whether Jesus is real or not, he's had a bigger impact on the world than any of us have. And the same can be said for Bugs Bunny and Superman and Harry Potter. They've changed my life, changed the way I act on the earth. Doesn't that make them kind of real?
And also, it ends on a pretty fucked up note.
And there's Kyle. And what's Kyle about to do?
Cartman, don't.
Oh, Kyle! What are you doing to my balls? Oh, look! It's Kyle sucking my balls!
Ugh, thank God they don't go the big mouth route and actually show him sucking his balls. Ugh. Stan and Kyle become celebrities after scoring 100,000 points on Guitar Hero. Honestly, this concept wouldn't be out of place in a Family Guy episode. I bet there are some people that like it, but personally, I've seen this plot done multiple times on Family Guy and American Dad, so I'm not going to waste much time on this.
No! No, I said! I am your father! Put it back on!
Mom, you get Dad out of here!
And your heart makes no sound.
The boys take a list from the girls that ranks them from cutest to ugliest, and Kyle is distraught to find out that he is the ugliest boy in the class, to the point where he decides to burn down the entire school. Meanwhile, Stan tries to find out if the list was actually genuine, so he teams up with Wendy, and they discover that it was rigged for the sake of shoes. For the sake of fucking shit. I thought the episode was pretty great. I thought Wendy and Stan teaming up was pretty good. I actually did like that a whole lot. Seeing Abraham Lincoln, out of all people, try to comfort Kyle was pretty nice. And the extended ending was actually pretty good. I don't know why they cut it out, because it just ends with Stan throwing up on her from the video I saw. But in the extended edition, it shows Cartman sitting next to the ugly people. I don't know why. I don't know why. Because Cartman was rubbing it in Kyle's face, so it only makes sense that he got a taste of his own medicine at the end. So, I don't know. Whatever.
Just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your star.
Dude, I wonder where Kyle is. Maybe he caught a disease and died. That'd be so awesome.
Dude, that's not funny. You shouldn't joke about that. Who's joking?
Cartman gets AIDS after getting his tonsils removed, and pissed off that Kyle is laughing at him, he decides to infect him with the AIDS virus too. And to stop him from breaking his Xbox, he decides to go to Magic Johnson. I thought it was fine. It's just not my kind of thing. I don't know, whatever. After the boys push Britney Spears too far, she attempts suicide, but she doesn't die. Instead, she gets the top of her head blown off. This is an episode that gets a lot of shit because it's basically just hammering in this one point that people that stalk and harass celebrities are a bunch of lowlives that can't leave people be. I mean, this could have been a short episode, but instead they extended it to 22 minutes. What can I say? It just hammers in one point. That's about it. After discovering that kids can get high off of cat urine, cats become illegal in South Park. Cartman decides to start hiding cats in his attic to protect them. Meanwhile, Kenny and Gerald start cheesing their fucking heads off. I give the episode credit because the animation in this one looks really good. When Kenny and Gerald go to this new place and it's differently animated compared to the show's traditional animation, it looks pretty good. It reminds me of these old cartoons that used to be traditionally drawn. Looks pretty nice. And the side plot was pretty heartwarming with Cartman looking after the kittens. Well, first, it started with Miss O'Kitty, but then he sees other kittens outside and he decides to help them. I thought that was pretty nice. Overall, I think it's a pretty nice episode. The nation of Canada goes on a strike because they feel disrespected by the world, so the boys decide to make a viral video in order to give them some money. So this episode was inspired by the writer's strike from 2007 to 2008. I think it's fine, but I will admit the references to popular internet videos was a hit and miss for me because I didn't even get half the references that they were referencing. The only thing I remember from this episode was that the creators of South Park got sued because of the whole what in the butt video. Honestly, dumbasses need to know the difference between fair use and copyright infringement. Cartman gets sent to a school in order to help teach some kids. The main plot is basically a parody of the 1988 film Stand and Deliver. But honestly, this episode reminded me of the other episodes with Brian and Roger, with them becoming teachers and helping kids. I've seen that done before. As for the side plot, Mrs. Garrison, thank God, becomes a wreck, and as a result, she decides that she wants to get her penis back. And the way she does it is by genetic engineering. I mean, that's pretty nice. The only thing you need to get out of this episode is that Mrs. Garrison becomes Mr. Garrison. That's about it. Now, I don't have to keep saying Mrs. Garrison anymore. Not that I was from the beginning. And the main plot with Cartman is decent, I guess. I mean, in essence, he helps the kids cheat. That's nice. But if I wanted to see one of the main characters become a teacher, I'll watch Family Guy and American Dad. South Park doesn't have any internet, so the Marshes go to California to find some internet. I know a lot of people don't really like this episode, but I thought it was pretty good. I mean, it basically hammers in this one point about how we're so heavily dependent on the internet, you know, how we constantly rely on the internet, whether it's work or schoolwork or something along those lines, especially nowadays because of the pandemic going around. But I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was pretty nice. And overall, I thought it was pretty funny, even though it leads to one of the more infamous scenes in the show's history.
What the?
Dad? Randy!
Yeah, that is pretty gross. But I still find it to being a good episode, though. South Park Elementary goes on a field trip that ends up getting rigged because a group of robbers invaded, and it ends up turning into a hostage situation. Meanwhile, Butters and Cartman escape the field trip to go play. Well, Cartman does this. Butters is forced to go along with it because he's not supposed to let go of Cartman's hand until they get back on the bus. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, sure, they hammer in this one point about how these people, literally in a hostage situation, they don't fucking break character. Because apparently there's this strict rule that you have to play in character during your work hours. Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? People are going to die and you're not doing anything. Whatever. What the fuck ever. I did find this funny, though.
Listen, if anyone still wants to know, the phone is in the administration building. You dial 9 to get out, and there's actually a back exit behind the horse troughs. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. We did it, guys. Let's go to TGI Fridays and get some jalapeno poppers. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, just one big fuck you to everyone else, huh? Whatever. I thought it was a pretty entertaining episode. Cartman and Butters decide to team up to stop the Chinese from taking over the United States by going to a restaurant to find out their plans. And there's a side plot of the boys being traumatized after watching Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and they witness Steven Spielberg and George Lucas raping Indiana. Oh, God. The main plot is pretty repetitive. I mean, there's this one gag where Butters constantly keeps shooting people in the dick. That's pretty... I mean, it's not really that funny. And as for the side plot, it's pretty uncomfortable. Like, we get disturbing scenes like this.
There you go, Lucas. Stick him. He's gonna do it right there. All right.
Look. I get it. Don't get me wrong, I get it. It's hard to see a franchise you love make a terrible sequel that completely obliterates the IP. Trust me, I've seen that happen multiple times. But guys, think about it. If you think Crystal Skull is bad, get ready because Kathleen Kennedy's sequel is going to be so much worse. It's going to make Crystal Skull look like fucking Picasso. So calm down, okay? When the Indiana Jones sequel with Kathleen Kennedy comes out, then you guys can start doing this bullshit. But as for now, it's just relax. Okay, moral of the story, the episode's pretty fucking weak. Moving on. Cartman makes fun of breast cancer, and as a result, Wendy gets so pissed off that she declares that she's going to kick Cartman's ass. The whole episode is basically Cartman trying to avoid the fight, and he actually manages to succeed. He snitches on Wendy to her parents, and they ground her, but the problem is, he keeps talking shit. And then eventually, we lead into the most satisfying fight I have ever seen. I mean, this is especially satisfying if you've been binge watching every single episode, because most times Cartman usually gets away with terrible things unscathed. So if you've been watching seasons 1 to 12, this is satisfying on its own, seeing a character kick Cartman's ass, even though Wendy isn't the first person to do it. I mean, there was Kyle, there was Shelly, there was Token, but still, this is satisfying. So yeah, I give this episode a recommendation. I think it's pretty fucking great. The boys decide to be in a Peruvian flute band with the help of Craig, but they end up getting detained by Homeland Security, and the only way they can get back home is to go to Peru and take that over. I don't even... Meanwhile, there's a bunch of guinea pigs invading South Park. It's average. Moving on. Taking place exactly where the last episode ended, Craig and the boys end up stranded in these mountains, up until Craig says fuck them and decides to go his own way. Meanwhile, the guinea pigs are still taking over South Park and other places of the world. And it turns out that Craig is the key to wiping them out. Similar to the first episode, it's just Craig making fun of the boys, constantly shitting on them because of the shit that they do. I mean, he's not funny and it's just pretty annoying. I will admit that the guinea pig plot was pretty funny, especially when it ends on this note.
Randy! I have had it! You are putting down that goddamn camera!
Sharon, you're gonna be really glad we have all this footage of the family someday.
After Barack Obama gets elected president, a lot of people start going crazy, and there's a side plot of Barack Obama and McCain trying to form a heist plan. I think this episode makes fun of people that are into politics for the most part. I mean, I guess the side plot is kind of interesting with there being a heist, but even then, there's nothing really to say with this one. The boys notice a fad going on where every kid starts liking this movie franchise, High School Musical. The boys at first decide that they're not going to be a part of the fad. Good character development. And meanwhile, Stan doesn't want to lose his girlfriend to a kid that loves High School Musical, so he decides to steer this kid into sports. It reminds me of the Chimpokemon episode, except this time the boys are acting more like the parents. It's very unique and different. And I'll give it credit. Butter starts hanging out with these vampire kids. Because of these vampire kids popping up around the school, it starts to piss off the goth kids. Okay, you know what? The goth kids are by far the weakest characters in the show. And as for the plot itself, it's basically Butters following a bad crowd thinking they're a different species. And I don't know. This episode just wasn't for me. It's not bad, really. But it's just not for me. Kenny goes to this concert which stars the Jonas Brothers, and they introduce purity rings to him and his girlfriend, which basically means that they can't have sex unless they're married. Seeing their friend turn into a turd, Stan, Kyle, and Cartman decide to fight Disney. Oh, right, I briefly talked about this back in Family Guy. Oh, okay. This episode does an amazing job calling out Disney for using their family-friendly bullshit just to get some money. I like how they portray Mickey as a selfish, greedy motherfucker, because that's exactly what Disney is transformed into nowadays. And it is pretty nice that Stan and Kyle, and as well as Cartman, are going this far to help out their friend. That's pretty nice. Cartman decides to become a superhero called the Coon, and he wants to stop all of crime, but he ends up being upstaged by a new superhero, Mysterion. Here it is. This is the episode. This is the episode that started it all. And as it stands, I think it's a great episode. I also like the animation in this one. We see a lot of dark shadows, as you see in a lot of superhero movies. I think it's a great episode that you should definitely watch. Stan tries to return a Margaritaville that Randy purchased. Meanwhile, Randy convinces the entire town that the economy is a being that's pissed off at the town, so they end up changing their livelihoods entirely without spending money. I thought it was fine. The males of South Park become disgusted by women queefing. This results into an all-around brawl between the genders. This episode's a little too preachy for my taste. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing against feminism. Well, the type of feminism that doesn't try to kill off all the males. And don't get me wrong, I know what they are doing, I just don't care that much for it. Hopefully you guys don't get on my ass for it. It's the internet, what the fuck am I thinking? Overall, it's a pretty miss of an episode. I definitely don't recommend it.
Cause I know that I'm a gay fish, yeah, motherfucking gay.
Jimmy comes up with an excellent joke, and Cartman, being Cartman, wants to take credit for half of it. Everyone gets the joke, except Kanye West. He gets so pissed off when the joke is used on him. So he's determined to find out who came up with the joke, so he can kick their fucking teeth in. It's fucking hilarious. It's a hilarious episode. Not to mention, the song in here is pretty goddamn great. You know, South Park did a great job when even Kanye West loved this episode. So, overall, I think it's a fantastic episode with one of the best endings ever. Randy has Stan cheat on this Pinewood Derby race. He does this by slipping in a superconducting magnet, which makes his car go faster to the point where it launches into space, resulting in alien life visiting the town of South Park. I don't know, call me crazy, but I think Randy is an even bigger dick in this episode than he usually is. I don't know, by constantly lying and lying and lying. Also, the message of the episode is basically pretty generic, by the creators telling you to not lie. I don't know, it's pretty generic by South Park standards. I will admit that the alien crap is pretty interesting, but not entirely. Overall, it's pretty weak. Cartman leads his classmates into thinking they're pirates. I kind of forgot about this episode. I mean, it's just kids pretending to be pirates. That's it. Next one. Ike sees dead celebrities everywhere he goes, and the reason why is because the celebrities are stuck in purgatory because of Michael Jackson's refusal to die. Because of this, he takes over Ike's body. I thought it was pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny that they make fun of ghost hunters. It reminded me of that Ralph the Movie Maker video.
In this house we are going to explore, we will find out if these are all myths or true. Join me in Paranormal Hunter Ghosts.
They also bring up pageant moms in this episode. You know, those sick fucking bitches that parade their daughters around as eye candy for child predators? Yeah, them. I thought this episode was one of the best in this season. Or, I thought so, until I saw this episode. Butters decides to start his own pimpin' business, resulting in him changing as a result. And there's a side plot of the chief of police going undercover as a prostitute, and he ends up taking it way too far. It's one of the best episodes in the entire season. I could watch this episode multiple times and I'll never get sick and tired of it. I like seeing how Butters acts in this episode. It's fucking funny, especially him acting like a dick to the boys because, let's be real, the boys fucking deserve it. And the side plot with the chief was pretty funny, even though it can be kind of cringy at times, especially this part.
Sir.
Oh god, that's... oh god, that almost made me nauseous. But it's pretty funny. The boys make their own wrestling federation, but instead of focusing on wrestling, they decide to make it a theater play, rather than actually doing the wrestling. This episode is an obvious parody of WWE, and I remember in elementary school, a lot of kids loved it. I personally didn't get the appeal of seeing a bunch of greasy men punching and kicking the shit out of each other, but whatever, we all have our own little quirks. Like honestly, if I wanted to see an argument break out, I'd watch my parents all day. I thought the episode mixed up theater and wrestling pretty well. So I thought it was pretty good. The Japanese have been killing dolphins everywhere. This pisses off Stan, so he decides to join the whale wars in order to do something about it. I just want to note that this description is incorrect. This episode alone features references to The Deadliest Catch, and there's the famous rendition of Poker Face sung by Cartman. And apparently Dog Gone from Family Guy won over this episode. I don't know, I just felt like I should bring that up. I found this episode pretty entertaining, and it's one of the best. This is one of those rare episodes that didn't piss off many people. Even the guy they were making fun of in this episode wasn't mad at the episode, and he said he was happy. So, yeah, I thought this episode was pretty good. Because of a bunch of Harley riders being loud with their motorcycles, the boys decide to change the meaning of the word, and even the LGBT community stands behind them in this episode. I like this episode. Cartman takes over the morning announcements, and he starts using it as a platform to shit-talk Wendy being class president. You know, I was expecting Wendy to beat the shit out of Cartman, maybe smash his teeth in, but no, she just lets him talk. Cartman eventually starts spreading lies about Wendy with his new book. And then eventually, he brings the Smurfs into this whole thing, claiming that Wendy killed them. Eventually, this leads into this being the plot for the Avatar movie made by James Cameron. Okay, that's pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny seeing Cartman use the morning announcement so that he could use it as a soapbox. And in classic South Park fashion, it serves as a commentary and a parody of the style of Glenn Beck. They even have Cartman look exactly like him at one point. I still found it to being pretty funny, especially with the ending where Wendy turns the story into Avatar. I thought it was a great episode. Pretty funny. The boys hang out at their local water park, but when the pee reaches catastrophic stages, the entire water park becomes covered in pee. Oh god, that's disgusting. And while that's going on, Cartman becomes worried about the minorities in the park. I know it's ranked pretty low, but honestly, this was one of the funniest fucking episodes I've seen this season. I know to many people it's seen as disgusting, but I found it to be pretty goddamn hilarious. It has one of my favorite moments in this entire season.
Alright, they finally came for us! Are you fucking kidding me?
For context, Kyle was forced to drink pee. Based on the real events of Tiger Woods coming out about cheating on his wife, all of America thinks that this is an epidemic. After they fail their test, Kyle and Butters go to a sex addiction institute, where multiple other celebrities who have done the same thing resides. I thought it was pretty funny seeing Butters being obsessed with this bush. That's pretty funny. Seeing all the other celebrities I knew that were involved in sexual scandals hanging out at the institute was pretty cool too. Overall, I think it's a pretty good episode. The boys decide to write their own controversial book after reading Catcher in the Rye. When they think they're going to get in trouble, they pin the blame on Butters, and Butters actually stands his ground against them and completely takes credit. Seriously, he takes credit and gives them the big fuck you. And you know what? I'm happy, because Butters is actually standing his ground against those four, because those four have treated him like shit over the course of 13 to 14 years. So, this is satisfying. And not to mention, the episode itself is pretty relatable, as in the real world, people try putting deeper meanings onto things that aren't even there. Looking at you, AP English. And hell, this even applies to movies nowadays. A big example of this is this movie called Luca. Because of the friendship between these two boys, everybody on the internet, mainly the cesspool that is Twitter, kept saying that there was an underlying gay theme in the movie, even though the director says that was not what the movie's about. Yeah, whatever makes them happy, I don't care. And this isn't limited to just Luca, there are other movies and shows like this, but I'm not going to look through it. Anyway, I think the episode's pretty great. Randy gives himself testicular cancer just so he can smoke some medical marijuana. Oh, and there's a side plot of Cartman working with a black market KFC deal, because Kentucky Fried Chicken is now illegal. I thought the side plot was a parody of the Godfather movie, mainly because of this kid's appearance, but no, it's a parody of this movie called Scarface. The main plot was pretty fucking hilarious, seeing this dumbass give himself cancer just so he can smoke some weed. It's so fucking dumb.
Look, I'm starting to feel kind of stupid. Can I please get high?
Stan is forced to have a Facebook account, which sucks for him considering the fact that he didn't want to get roped into it to begin with. Because he's sick and tired of being told what to do with it, he decides to delete it once and for all, only for him to get sucked into the virtual world. As he says it,
Ah, goddammit, I got sucked into Facebook!
It ends up being a spoof of this movie called Tron. Meanwhile, Kyle ends up losing his Facebook friends when he befriends a kid that doesn't have any Facebook friends, and he's been on there for like 7 months. This episode does a good job of spoofing social networking, and not to mention, I remember when Facebook was popular nowadays. Nowadays, it's just a toxic waste dump.
The country's got into the red and the blue. Facebook's a toxic waste dump.
Well, it's not really Facebook that's a toxic waste dump. Twitter is a toxic waste dump. There's multiple different social media platforms that are toxic as fuck nowadays, not just Facebook. Overall, I think it's a pretty great episode that you guys should give it a watch. Because Stan called Tom Cruise a fudge packer, he decides to sue the town of South Park for slander. God, that's like any YouTuber not being able to take criticism, so they decide to threaten the other YouTuber with a lawsuit. In fact, I think this scene summarizes it perfectly.
That's it! I'm suing this entire intolerant town!
But dude...
No buts! You want to accuse somebody of being a fudge packer, you're gonna pay the consequences!
So to avoid getting sued, the town of South Park decides to bring the Prophet Muhammad to the celebrities because he's the only person on this earth that cannot be made fun of. It's not just them that want him, it's also these ginger kids. While that's going on, Cartman tries to figure out who his real father is because Mitch Connor comes out of nowhere to tell him that the information that was told to him back in season 2 is a lie. I love the constant callbacks to Cartoon Wars. I love all the previous plot lines coming back. I like how all the celebrities that the show is made fun of come back for this episode, and you'll get a kick out of it, especially if you've been binge watching the show from seasons 1 to 14. It's absolutely entertaining. This episode, along with the next one, is without a doubt one of the best episodes in the series. And along with Cartoon Wars, they do a good job of showing how time has changed, and how you can't really do certain things you used to do in the past. Now, let's get into the more controversial episode, episode 201. Taking place exactly where the last episode ended off, the Gingers get a hold of Muhammad and they try working with the celebrities so that they can take turns with this goo machine. Basically, it takes Muhammad's goo and injects it into your body. And there's a side plot of the Gingers kidnapping Cartman so that Scott Tinnerman, yeah, you remember him, can reveal the shocking truth about his father. After the last episode was released, there was a real terrorist group that gave a warning to Trey and Matt, basically threatening them if the Prophet Muhammad was ever shown. Comedy Central took liberties to heavily censor the episode by censoring his name as well as the message at the end. And if you don't know, I'll tell you. The basic message of the episode is that terrorizing people as well as instilling fear in the hearts of many always works. And that is absolutely correct. Just look at the situation as a whole. I mean, a fucking group of terrorists threaten Matt and Trey's life, and as a result, Comedy Central decides to take it up their fucking ass and decides to heavily censor the episode for it. And hell, I can even relate to this myself. While I haven't really been attacked by terrorists, I have been attacked by an idiot who threatens to sue me for defamation, copyright infringement, and slander. Like, it shows that people are so fucking sensitive nowadays that they'll pretty much threaten you or do anything in their power to get you to shut your fucking mouth. So yeah, this episode is scarily accurate to today's standards, with many people on the YouTube landscape threatening each other with lawsuits or abusing the copyright system just to silence people, just because they don't like getting criticized or they don't like their image being defamed. Jesus Christ, this episode, eesh. So accurate to today's standards. Fuck. So yeah, I think the message of the episode is absolutely correct. And I think what makes this episode the greatest overall is the impact that it left behind. Because of what these terrorists did, you can't find this episode on HBO Max. This, along with the 4 other episodes I've talked about, are completely... You can't watch it on HBO Max. It's completely unviewable. And I had a friend of mine who looked into it. He has an HBO Max account. And hell, back in 2010, there was a day called Draw Muhammad Day to support the creators of the show. I think the reveal of Cartman's dad being Scott's dad is even more dark and fucked up, considering the fact that not only did Cartman kill this kid's father, but he also killed his father, grinded him up into chili, and fed it to Scott. Jesus Christ, I thought Roger killing people with a car for $20 was bad. Holy fuck. Oh dear. Oh, fuck. Whew. So yeah, I think this is without a doubt one of the best episodes in the series. Now remember, if you ever want to stop somebody from making fun of you, from teasing you, to make sure that they don't infringe on your copyright or try to defame you in any way, all you have to do is threaten them. All you have to do is threaten them with lawsuits, threaten them with guns and bombs, because if there's one thing that's accurate to today's standards, is that terrorism always works. Timmy and Jimmy go to their summer camp. While they chill out, there's this kid named Nathan who tries to take out Jimmy. Meanwhile, the boys try helping Tally, because, you know, he's a drug addict. To me, this episode is memorable, and it's honestly a guilty pleasure of mine. I like this episode. I love the Looney Tunes references. This is like the millionth time they've done this. And I like how all of Nathan's plans backfire on him. And I thought it was pretty funny. It's only the side plot that brings this episode down. You know what? I'm starting to see a pattern. Do you guys see it? Every time South Park has 2 amazing episodes, it's followed up with a shitty Tally episode. You guys see that? Yeah, it's weird. Cartman wants to become a NASCAR driver, so he decides to make himself retarded in order to get in. He gets Butters to help him, and hell, even a feminine hygiene product called Vagisil helps him. And because Kenny knows what Cartman is up to, he decides he's going to stop him. I thought it was pretty funny seeing Cartman be fucking stupid, and not to mention, it leads to my favorite scene in this episode.
Oh, fuck my ass!
And I will admit that seeing the woman win the race just because she doesn't want to listen to her husband anymore was pretty satisfying. Overall, I think it's a decent episode. Has a few good laughs here and there.
Oh, fuck my ass again!
A bunch of people from the cesspool that is Jersey comes over to South Park, and yeah, I'll let this play.
They talk way too loud, they flip out for no reason, and every time they act like selfish assholes, they just go, oh, it's a Jersey thing, it's a Jersey thing.
Yeah, so the town of South Park tries to get their enemies, like the Muslims, to help them out to make sure that they don't invade their town. Meanwhile, it's revealed that Sheila and Kyle are technically from Jersey, and Kyle tries his best to hide it. It's an episode that rips on New Jersey, and I think it's pretty interesting that Sheila is from New Jersey, and it makes a whole lot of sense as to why she's such a big pain in the ass. And I thought the ending where they got fucking Osama bin Laden to come back to stop the fucking people from Jersey to come over to South Park was crazy. I thought he was dead, but whatever. And I will admit that Kyle saving Cartman's ass despite him being a dick was pretty cool too. So yeah, I think it's a pretty funny episode. A parody of Inception and all those hoarding shows that my parents watch for some weird reason, I don't know why. Stan shows early signs of hoarding, so he turns to Mr. Mackey, and it turns out that he's a hoarder too, on a worse scale. So they try to find the root of why they hoard. So Stan, Mr. Mackey, and a sheep herder, who's constantly referred to as a hoarder, which is actually pretty funny, get stuck in Mr. Mackey's dream. And because Randy, the herder, Stan, and Mr. Mackey are trapped in there, multiple other people try to rescue them, and they end up getting trapped in Mr. Mackey's dream. So this leads the doctors to turn to Freddy Krueger, and he ends up saving the day, basically. Apparently, this episode shares parallels from the YouTube channel known as College Humor, and when Trey Parker and Matt Stone found out about this, they immediately sent out an apology. That's very rare to see. You see, this is why I have so much respect for these guys, because when they get called out, at least they have the fucking decency to apologize for something. Something you don't see with most YouTubers nowadays. As for the episode itself, I thought it was pretty funny. It mixes up Hoarders and Inception pretty well. And we see what Mr. Mackey was like as a child, and that's pretty interesting too. Cartman forms a group called Coon and Friends, and after realizing that there's a superhero called Captain Hindsight, the Coon tries his best to get him into their team by blackmailing him. That's our Cartman! This eventually leads him to getting kicked out of his own team. Meanwhile, there's an oil spill in the ocean, which leads to monsters coming from another dimension to invade the South Park universe. It has some pretty funny moments, not to mention some pretty meme-worthy moments.
We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry.
But I feel like it's the second episode where they start kicking into high gear. Speaking of which, Captain Hindsight starts to have a crisis after seeing Cartman's blackmail, so he starts to debate whether or not if he should keep his powers or if he should throw them away. And meanwhile, Cartman ends up teaming up with the Dark Lord Cthulhu. Oh, and I forgot to mention that there's a side plot of Mysterion trying to figure out why he cannot die. Seeing Cartman buddy up to Cthulhu and acting like a cat is pretty funny. And I gotta say, I'm pretty intrigued to see the real reason why Kenny cannot die, especially if you've been binge watching the series like I have. So I think it's another good one. Picking up from where the last episode ended off, the Coon and Cthulhu are causing mayhem and mischief around the world. Meanwhile, Mysterion tries to discover the secret of his power, but sadly we don't get the answer, and instead, Mintberry Crunch is the true savior of this arc series. Not Mysterion, Mintberry fucking Crunch. It's a pretty satisfying ending, although I am pretty disappointed that we don't find out more about Kenny's origin. I mean, they tease it at the end, but that's about it. After watching the Food Network channel, Randy becomes so obsessed with cooking to the point where he ends up becoming South Park Elementary's new cafeteria chef. Meanwhile, Sharon ends up being introduced to shake weights. Do you remember those things? I do. God, time really flies. Honestly, this is just a recyclement of all the other stuff that Randy did beforehand. Being obsessed with baseball fights and then playing Warcraft and all this other stuff. But don't worry, this comes into play in the next season. As it stands, pretty decent episode. While updating his iTunes, Kyle agreed to something without reading the fine print. And as a result, he gets kidnapped by Apple to be used for their latest product, the Human Centipad, which is an obvious parody of the Human Centipede. Meanwhile, Cartman claims that Leanne fucks him because he didn't get an iPad that he wanted. They already did the whole molested part, but whatever. And there's a side plot of Gerald, Stan, Kenny, and Butters turning to the geniuses to help Kyle. I found this episode to be pretty mediocre. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it does have its funny moments, like Cartman claiming that Leanne constantly fucks him.
You know, Mom, the least you could do is kiss me first, because I like to be kissed before I get
You your son and you won't even give him a kiss? Boo! If I was gonna my son, I'd kiss him first.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Moments like that is pretty entertaining. And seeing Steve Jobs do anything in his power to try to get Kyle to read the final print before signing is pretty funny. But I don't know, it's just not really much for me. It's pretty weak. After Jimmy is done hosting an award show for comedy and declaring that the Russians aren't funny, they create this thing called the Funny Bot. And it becomes so massively successful that it puts actual comedians and actors out of work. La la la. It's not that funny, and it's pretty goddamn weak. I skim over this episode any day. It's bad. When the Canadian bride gets kidnapped by a random entity, Ike ventures out to Canada to save her while being accompanied by some friends. A guy with a paper bag on his head, and this guy who made an appearance in the last Canadian Christmas episode. Meanwhile, Mr. Mackey has Kyle perform in his kindergarten play when Ike leaves, and yes, these two plots do connect together. I will admit that Mr. Mackey's moments did make me laugh.
What the was that?
That was the worst rehearsal we have ever had. We are 2 days away from opening, and you're all around. Maybe you all don't know how serious Tooth Decay is. Maybe you all just don't give a If Tooth Decay is singing flat, then the whole thing sounds flat, okay?
But as for the main plot, it's fairly generic, and it's probably one of the more forgettable things that the show has done. I will admit that this episode is funnier than the last one, but that's still not saying much. Mistaking height differentials for the measurements of their penis size, Cartman ends up getting placed in anger management classes. While that's going on, Randy decides that he wants to teach the students how to measure their penises properly, and he does this shit.
When we are talking about penis size, we can't just use a tape measure. We need a scale and a protractor as well. Let's look at it on the graph here.
You're telling me you gotta measure your penis with a goddamn protractor? You're fucking crazy, no way. And he ends up getting replaced, which leads him to getting pissed off, so he gets placed in anger management too. Basically, it turns out that everybody's in anger management because they're pissed off about their penis size.
Does everyone here have an issue with their penis size? No?
Nope.
Not me.
No, my shit be packing. My penis is 13 inches long.
Honestly, I don't think I've laughed this hard in quite a while. The opening is pretty funny. Randy was pretty funny. Overall, it was just filled with fun stuff and funny moments left, right, and center. Kyle tries to volunteer for crack babies at the hospital. After seeing Cartman there, he grows suspicious, so he follows him, and it turns out that he's making a business about crack babies and basketball. So therefore, crack baby basketball.
Crack baby basketball.
And unlike the other times, he actually wins Kyle over. Like, is it me or is Kyle dumb in this episode? Because usually Kyle is the kind of character that would always stand up against Cartman and call him out for his bullshit. But in this one, he actually falls under Cartman's bluff to the point where he ends up talking and behaving just like Cartman. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's weird, isn't it? But as for the episode itself, I think it's fairly decent.
I do not sound like Cartman, goddammit! For the last time, I'm not fat, so stop calling me fat, goddammit!
A new sushi place moves into town, and as a result, a turf war breaks out between the owner of City Walk and the owner of City Sushi. While that's going on, Butters gets misdiagnosed with multiple personality disorder by his doctor, somebody who also has multiple personality disorder, and it's revealed that the guy who is Butters' doctor is revealed to be the guy who runs City Walk. Wow, that's actually a pretty cool and creative twist. Congratulations, South Park. Thumbs up on that. As for the episode itself, I think it's pretty good. It's a good one. After turning 10 years old, everything starts to change for Stan, as everything he used to like starts to seem like shit to him. And his diagnosis?
It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
Huh, that probably explains why I'm so cynical about the Owl House. My cynicalness can get out of hand sometimes. This episode is one of the more relatable episodes I've ever seen, because yes, this does happen when we grow up. Some of the stuff we used to love slowly starts to seem like shit to us, and hell, it doesn't just stop at video games. Movies, TV shows, other things you used to love, you start to see in a negative light. And being the fact that I've gone through puberty, I can totally relate to this episode. And hell, you know what? I actually think this will be a good series finale. Yeah, I think this actually serves as a good way to give the show a proper send-off, with Stan living with his mother because his parents are divorced, Kyle and Cartman slowly becoming friends, Sharon and Randy realizing that they're not happy because it's just been a long recyclative cycle. Yeah, this could be a good series finale. But sadly, it got renewed for a couple more seasons, and it will live long and prosper. I love how the show is blatantly aware of how they're reusing episode ideas. Like at the ending where Sharon and Randy are just arguing. Yeah, they're blatantly aware that they're just reusing the same episode ideas over and over again. I thought at one point this was how Matt Stone and Trey Parker felt about making South Park. Although the two have stated that they still like producing new episodes, I still think that Randy's subplot is more relatable for me, because I bet adults feel this way. I bet they feel old and they're trying to be hip and young. And they're trying to be down. Yeah, I can relate to that aspect. So yeah, I really think that this episode is without a doubt one of the best episodes in the entire series. But sadly, it would kind of get ruined by the next episode. Let's talk about that one, shall we? Because of his negative attitude from the last episode, Stan is diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. For the side plot, Cartman pretends to have Asperger's, but instead he makes a whole business out of it. Back to Stan, he hangs out with this group that's obviously a parody of The Matrix, and they tell him that Asperger's syndrome is not real, so they end up making him drink. I thought the episode was pretty good, but then they get hit with that ending where they pretty much just reset everything back to normal. Kyle hates Cartman, Stan's back in his old house, and Sharon and Randy hook back up. It's kind of lame, honestly. I was kind of intrigued to see where they would go with this. And now my curiosity has shut down the fucking toilet. During a game of Border Patrol, the kids realize that Butters is out there missing. Eventually, he ends up in Mexico, where he becomes the new leader, Mantequilla. While this is going on, Mexicans decide to go back to Mexico after discovering that the US kinda sucks. Trust me, as somebody who lives here, you're making the right choice. Eventually, Cartman decides to join the Border Patrol so that he can keep Butters out so he can win. I thought that Mexico celebrating Butters was pretty awesome, and the final confrontation was badass and satisfying. So yeah, this is a great Butters episode.
Stop being a pouty
don't bitch because you lost, Cartman. I'm not pouting. I'm just sensitive to fireman jokes because of 9/11 and the f*** you, Cal.
After Eavesdropper, a website that gets the juiciest, dirtiest, and private details on students leaks out about a kid crapping his pants, the school faculty wants to make sure that another kid doesn't kill himself, so they team up with Cartman to make sure the whole thing dies down. And while that's going on, Stan, Kyle, and the rest of the other kids try to find out who's in charge of Eavesdropper, and it's a goddamn rat.
What the hell? A stupid rat is in charge of Eavesdropper?
So the rat from season 6, Lemmywinks, comes back to take down his brother. The episode teaches a good lesson how invading on people's privacy is a pretty shitty thing to do, and also it shows how bad bullying has gotten. I still very much enjoy this episode. I know many people see it as average even by South Park standards, but I think it's pretty good. Randy starts taking Sharon to Broadway musicals because they have subtext about women giving blowjobs. Meanwhile, Shelley starts hanging out with a vegan. It's a decent advertisement for the Book of Mormon, I'll give you that. South Park Elementary ends up grading poorly on their Fitness Grand Pacer test because of Cartman, so as a result, he becomes public enemy number 1 in the school. It gets bad to the point where they destroy all of Cartman's stuffed animals. Meanwhile, Butters and Jimmy hold a protest because they think it's unfair that the 99%, i.e. the class of 4th grade, is being punished by the 1%, i.e. Cartman. I relate to this episode because there were moments in school where my class would get punished because of one person, and it really does suck. I don't get why teachers do that. Actually, no, I can kind of understand because they don't want that person to feel singled out, but you're just going to piss off all the other students by doing it. And I like the nice twist at the end of the episode where it turns out that Cartman was destroying all of his stuffed animals, not anybody else. And after this episode, he doesn't play with toys anymore. That's how you develop your characters. Looking at you, Dog Bites Bear. While doing a Thanksgiving report, the boys discover the true origins of Thanksgiving after using the History Channel to their advantage. All I remember is aliens, a Thor lookalike, Natalie Portman, and that's about it. Kenny's parents are arrested. Fucking finally. So as a result, Kenny and his siblings end up in a foster home. Cartman discovers that he's actually the poorest kid in school, so as a result, he reports on his mother and he gets sent to a foster home. I think this episode is probably one of the most heartwarming episodes in the series because we see Kenny look after his sister Karen. He even dresses up as Mysterion to comfort her. I give this episode credit because we see Kenny at his absolute best, and I gotta say the Yo Mama jokes with Cartman were pretty fucking funny. Because Clyde kept leaving the toilet seat up, and it eventually led to the demise of his mother, I'm getting Eat, Pray, Queef flashbacks.
Because he couldn't take that 0.6 of a second to put the toilet seat down when he was done peeing. Now little Clyde's mother is dead, and the blood is on his penis.
Anyway, the boys think that it wasn't Clyde's fault, so they decide to sue the maker of the toilet. And while that's going on, the Toilet Safety Administration is put into effect to make sure nobody dies. When I was 10 years old, I copied the exact same pose. I don't know why the fuck I just admitted that. That's so goddamn embarrassing. Stan gets a turquoise diamond bolo from his grandpa, and when he tries to sell it to the pawn shop, he discovers that it's not really worth anything. So he tries his best to find out who's running the operation of the J&G shopping network. You know those douchebags that flash jewelry on the screen and then they try scamming people out of their money? Yeah, them. Meanwhile, Cartman tries to take advantage of this evil scam. I feel like this episode is pretty heartwarming with Stan trying to get retribution to those assholes taking advantage of old folk. And there's some pretty funny moments here and there.
You like a fucking Asian lady? Oh, I pay thousands, and you come here and fuck me!
Okay, quit the act. I'm not fucking you and you know it.
No, you fuck me!
No, you fuck me! Fuck you!
So yeah, I think it's a pretty good episode overall. The boys end up copying memes on the internet. Yeah, it's a pretty average episode, and it's also pretty dated. I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to say that we shouldn't follow popular trends, especially when they involve toilet licking during the pandemic. I'm sorry, but what the fuck was that trend?
An influencer who went around licking toilets as part of the viral coronavirus challenge TikTok challenge has tested positive for COVID-19 in a shocking turn of events that nobody saw coming.
Honestly, I can't decide which one's more retarded, the Tide Pods or the toilet licking. I cannot, what the fuck? Again, I respect the episode, but it's average. Cartman convinces everybody about a creature called Chupacabra, and when he releases a video showing a mysterious creature, a group of people decide to use him as bait to catch the creature. This is another instance of Cartman's schemes, but this time it ends up backfiring on him. It's a fine episode, it's just pretty predictable and not that funny. I will admit that the dream sequence is pretty cool, especially with how the animation looks. Looks pretty good. And the Charlie Brown ending was pretty funny. So, yeah, it's a decent one. The students of South Park Elementary make an anti-bullying video because Butters has been getting his ass beat a lot lately, and he ends up being the poster child for bullying. Meanwhile, the person bullying Butters is his grandma. I do like what the episode is saying. It's basically calling out bullying for being bad and whatever. But they kind of did this already with the eavesdropper episode. But this one, it fully delves deep into it. And also, for this episode, bullying is not just limited to children, and it's not limited to the playgrounds or the hallways. They're everywhere. And sometimes it's hard to get them off your back. I thought the ending of the episode was pretty funny, and it does give Stan a moment of consequence. Not to mention, the ending is pretty fucking funny.
I don't need no shirt, no, gonna take them pants right off. He's about to jacket on such a bright day. Who needs underwear or socks? Jacket, ho. Been around God's country, and there's one thing I know. There's no better place for jacking it than San Diego.
The boys go ziplining because they thought it would be fun, only to discover that it's the worst kind of hell to ever endure. Apparently this episode was a parody of the show I Shouldn't Be Alive. They even got the same narrator to work on the episode. As it stands, I think it's a personal favorite of mine. I know many people don't like it, but I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty entertaining. And hell, we even get to see the boys in live action. Granted, they are adults, but you obviously can't have children doing this shit. Cartman decides to play matchmaker, and he pairs Token up with the new girl, Nicole. But when he finds out that she likes Kyle, he does everything in his power to make sure that she doesn't go out with him.
You motherfucker! Ah, Kyle, Jesus Christ! What the hell are you doing telling people that we're a gay couple?
Oh, heard that through the grapevine, did you?
I thought it was a pretty nice, cute little episode. Sure, Cartman's a racist fuckwit by saying that blacks belong together, but they resolve it at the end. And we get introduced to Cupid Cartman, and he does get consequences for what he did in the episode.
There she is.
But I do have a sour spot for this episode because of this goddamn ship. You assholes do realize they're kids, right? What the fuck is wrong with you? Randy makes an entirely different sport opposed to football. But what everybody doesn't know is that he's actually speaking with sarcasm. And now every time he talks, he just speaks sarcastically. Meanwhile, Butters takes captain of the team by telling his teammates that they must follow their creamy center. And that creamy center is... oh, Jesus. Randy, tell them what it is.
This is cum.
Although I do have one question. Well, two. Why does he know what cum tastes like? And two, why doesn't Leanne catch on to this earlier? Fuck it. I don't even... whatever. I will admit that this episode's pretty enjoyable. Seeing Randy be sarcastic is pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie, seeing everybody drink cum is a little hard to swallow. Oh, for Cartman comes to terms that he's too fat. After 16 years, he's actually admitted it.
And at 16, Cartman admitted he was fat as fuck.
So he decides to use a mobility scooter. Meanwhile, Kyle discovers a show by the name of Honey Boo Boo. Oh, God. And because he doesn't like how low the bar has become for human decency, Kyle tries to spread awareness with the help of Token. Also, James Cameron tries to pick the bar back up, quite literally. It's a great episode that points out how low humanity has fallen when it comes to what people will do for ratings and money. And if you think I'm lying, YouTube, TikTok, and all these other social media platforms are the living, breathing embodiment of what people will do to get money. So, this episode is clearly too accurate for its own good. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good episode. Thumbs up. Kyle thinks his mom is having an affair with the UPS man, so this results in the neighborhood feeling threatened. So the husbands of South Park decide to get together and beat the shit out of the UPS man. Meanwhile, Cartman signs up for Homeland Security. The episode is basically parodying security alarm systems and how they're not reliable and how they're pretty faulty. I remember I had to do a high school presentation on this. Bad times. Bad times indeed. As for the episode itself, I think it's pretty good.
Ah! Who are you? It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan. You should have respected my authority.
Butters starts to have a bad attitude, so his parents reveal that they must send him to Hawaii because that is where his ancestors are from. Kenny also comes along because out of all the kids in school, Kenny is the best in Butters' eyes. I will admit that Butters acting uncharacteristically negative is a little weird, but they do build on it throughout the episode. But I will admit that the people trying to defend their land is something I've seen done multiple times. As it stands, it's a decent episode, it's just not really one of their best. Randy gets a Blockbuster video store. Yeah, you remember them? God, so long ago. Those things were so cool, and now they're just out of date. And he expects everybody in his family to work with him. This is a hindrance to Stan because he and his friends were excited to go trick-or-treating as the Avengers. The whole episode is a parody of the movie The Shining. It's a good movie, you guys should give it a watch. And also, rest in peace, Blockbuster. For those who don't know, because you watch Netflix, I'll give you a little, history update. Blockbuster was on top of the world, but sadly, streaming services like Netflix and Hulu came along and pretty much demolished it. It was a place where you could rent movies. Like, you would take a movie and you would bring it back at a certain date. There was actually a moment where Netflix wanted to collab with Blockbuster, but they said no. That didn't really work well for you in the long run, did it? Rest in peace. God damn, I'm sad now. And don't worry, later down the line, the show will tackle streaming services. Don't you worry. I love all the references to The Shining, and seeing the kids trying to trick-or-treat even though Stan isn't there with them is pretty nice too. The world gets pissed off at both Jesus and Stan. They get pissed off at Jesus because he did drugs during his resurrection, and as for Stan, they get pissed off at him because he claims he didn't cut his What Would Jesus Do wristband when he did. The episode is a parody of the Lance Armstrong debacle, when Lance ended up losing everything because he took drugs during his career. I thought the Dr. Seuss segment was pretty cool. It's average.
Heidi Turner says you asked her to borrow superglue last week.
Cartman steals a bunch of ballots in order to make sure that Obama wins, and he tries to make sure that he takes part in the new Star Wars trilogy because Disney owns the franchise. I like how it was China that was trying to save Star Wars from Disney in the South Park canon. And you know what? Star Wars was meant to be fucked no matter who was in charge. George fucked it up, Disney fucked it up, and I bet China would have fucked it up. The moral of the story? Star Wars is ultimately screwed. And the thing is, South Park tried to warn us, and we didn't listen.
We didn't listen! Stan, get in the car! We have to evacuate! We didn't listen!
Honestly, it's probably one of the more forgettable episodes in the series. Cartman infiltrates the NSA for his personal file. So this episode was a satire of global surveillance disclosures. What can I say? It's not that funny. Moving on. The kids discovered that their parents watch informative murder porn. To stop them from watching this trash, they put a parental lock on the channels, so this results in the parents playing Minecraft. I found it pretty neat that the creator of Minecraft actively gave them the software to do whatever the fuck they wanted. Like, they said that they loved the episode when it went up. Like, holy shit, I didn't know Minecraft liked South Park. Damn, that's pretty cool. I found this one to be pretty memorable. Even years later, I still remember everything in this episode. It pretty much goes to show that the kids are basically the adults of South Park, and that's why they rock. They have more intelligence, and they're much more responsible than the actual adults of the town. Yeah, pretty great episode all around, as a kid and as an adult. Oh, for God's sake. Cartman keeps having dreams of Token and a bunch of black people taking over the human race. So this basically leads him to recreating the movie World War Z. It's basically a parody of that movie. Kind of like with the human Sentai pad, it's basically just parodying the movie. It's below average for me. Dude, what the fuck? The goth kids end up dealing with the emos this time around. It's basically a retread of when the goths had to deal with the vampire kids. Hell, even the vampire kids make a comeback in this episode. I don't know, I never really cared about these characters to have a whole episode dedicated to them. I mean, I think the intro is pretty nice, even though it's not in cardboard cutout like the other intro was. I didn't like it. Moving on. This is a step up from the last episode, but that's not really saying much. Ike hits his growth spurt, and all the other 4th grade boys haven't aged in the past 17 years. Like, what the fuck is this? There's an actual explanation, though. Anyway, because of Ike hitting his growth spurt, he starts to act like a dick to Kyle. Because of Ike's maturity, he starts having a girl from Yo Gabba Gabba switching career paths. Now that I think about it, it reminds me of Teacher Bang's boy. Just a little bit. Meanwhile, the school installs this stupid computer system that doesn't work. Yeah, I thought it was a little bit of a torture Kyle episode where Kyle tries his best to bond with his brother only for it to fail miserably. I mean, it is eventually revealed that he took somebody else's medication, and it explains why he's grown up, but it's not really one of my personal favorites. Again, it's a step up from the last couple of episodes, but that's not saying much. Cartman pulls a dumbass prank by making a ginger cow. And because of this cow, the Middle East experiences peace for the first time ever. And Cartman, being Cartman, decides to use this opportunity to torture Kyle. Because originally he was going to tell the Middle East that the cow is fake. So it's basically another torture Kyle episode. Jesus, 2 in a row? My God. I mean, there were some interesting ideas in there, but they don't really get explored upon. But I guess that's something you gotta expect from Season 17. Jesus, this season is not starting off on a good start. Oh, thank God, some good episodes. This is the Game of Thrones arc. The kids of South Park are getting ready for Black Friday, and they were going to fight together, but they end up separating when they have a disagreement on which consoles they should get, the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One. Meanwhile, Randy ends up working part-time at the mall so that he can get an 80% discount. I think this episode is a great introduction to the arc. And it's also pretty relatable. Back then, a lot of people were saying how the Xbox One looked awesome and how the PlayStation 4 looked cooler. You know, shit you saw back in 2013. And I'm kind of disappointed that they didn't do that with the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5. A complete missed opportunity. But I still like this episode poking fun at both Xbox and PlayStation. It's a pretty great start to this arc. Let's jump into the next two.
Pre-order doesn't mean shit, okay? When you pre-order a game, you're just committing to paying for something that some assholes in California haven't even finished working on yet. You know what you get for pre-ordering a game? A big dick in your mouth.
After Princess Kenny switches sides from Xbox to PlayStation, good call Kenny, Cartman tries to decide on what he's going to do next. Meanwhile, Butters and Scott go to meet the writer of Game of Thrones, George R.R. Martin. And while that's going on, Randy takes on as leader when the captain died in the last episode. I like how George R.R. Martin is portrayed in this episode. Like, this man really loves shaking wieners in people's faces. And if you've watched Game of Thrones, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not showing you there. I don't want this video to get age restricted. It's already going to be flagged for demonetization because I'm talking about South Park. Although he has said he's more of a booby man. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. I like how Bill Gates uses the technique that Cartman's been using on the other kids on him. And I like the animation change when they show Princess Kenny. What can I say? It's just as good as the previous episode. Now let's get on to the last one. Cartman decides to surrender and team up with the PlayStation boys. The reason why is because they both had the same idea where they need to go to Red Robin in order to get the consoles. And also, they summon Princess Kenny there. And it's Black Friday, so basically all hell breaks loose in the final act of the episode. I think this is South Park at its absolute best. And at the time, I didn't know that this whole trilogy was basically a promotion for Stick of Truth, which I thought was a fake game, but no, it's actually a real game. And you know what? That game was pretty goddamn good. I'm a little hesitant to see a CGI game that they're making right now, but I'll accept the idea. Why not? You guys have come up with crazier ideas, so let's see it. Wendy gets pissed off at Butters for having a crush on Kim Kardashian because she is a hobbit, because she just uses Photoshop to make herself look more attractive. I thought that bitch as well as Kanye West died seasons earlier, but whatever. Because Photoshop grabbed a bunch of boys' attention, the girls in 4th grade decide to use Photoshop as well. Basically, they make themselves look more perfect than they actually are. I can see where the episode's coming from, and I think it's a pretty good episode overall. And how I've seen people in the YouTube community do that a lot. Build themselves up and make themselves so great and perfect, making this false persona that completely contrasts to who they are. Yeah, I think it's a pretty great episode. Good job, South Park. You ended off on a good episode, despite the fact that this season wasn't that good either. The boys decide to have their own startup company and name it the Washington Redskins. And what are they going to do with their own startup company? Absolutely nothing. No, I'm not kidding and I'm not being a smartass.
A startup company? A company that does what?
No, we don't want to do anything. Yeah, that's why we want to have a startup company.
Honestly, I just saw it as another instance where the boys just wanted to do their own business/startup company. It reminded me of the Tooth Fairy, the boy band, the church incident. You know, it just reminded me of those episodes. Because he turned gluten-free, Mr. Mackey continues to preach how great he is. And then eventually it's revealed that gluten is not good for you, so this leaves the town in a standstill. Meanwhile, the boys are trying to set up a party so that the kids of South Park Elementary can forgive them from the last episode. Something I've realized from this episode is that it picks up strong continuity from the last episode, because we're still dealing with the plot of the boys making that startup company and then facing the repercussions of their actions from the last episode. And is it me, or does this episode remind you guys of the Smug episode where Gerald got a hybrid car and he started acting smug about it? I don't know, it just reminded me of that episode. And also, it turns out that Randy is a cross-dresser and he's a singer known as Lord. And it turns out that the singer herself actually likes the episode. Neat. And don't worry, this gets picked up in the next episode. Cartman decides to switch genders so that he can use the girls' bathroom. Eventually, the school decides to give him his own bathroom. Meanwhile, Randy's persona slowly gets discovered. The parts with Cartman are pretty goddamn hilarious, and there's a nice ending moment where Sharon talks to Randy after he's in a rut. The only real problem I have with this episode is that I don't really know who Lord is. I mean, apparently she's a singer, but I've never fucking heard of her. I don't know, when it comes to celebrities being lampooned in South Park, you expect to know them first, but with this person, I don't know them. But it's a good episode overall. Timmy uses his new transportation in order to raise money for the next summer camp. And while that's going on, Mimsy and Nathan try to ruin it at every point.
Would you like to see my dick?
Sure, would you like to see mine?
Uh-oh.
It's just a rehash of the summer episode, nothing further. I thought the ending was pretty funny.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you, honey. You're handicapped.
What's to understand? I'm telling you, I don't want to go to that stupid camp anymore.
You want water? Is that what you want?
No, I don't want to go to camp.
Oh, yes. Okay, honey, I'll turn off the lamp.
No! That's not what I fucking said!
That's about it. That's the one giggle I got out of this entire episode. Cartman, Butters, and Kenny take a drone for a joyride. After witnessing Craig Tucker's mom's bush, they end up spreading it all around the internet. In order to make sure this doesn't happen again, the neighborhood decides to come up with a neighborhood watch with drones. And they end up invading people's privacy a shit ton more. Sure, they already did this already with the eavesdropper episode, but I still found this one to being pretty good. And there's a nice parallel with the drones protesting compared to the Michael Brown shooting in August of 2014. I thought it was pretty cool, and that scene in particular still holds relevance today.
What the hell are these police drones doing? We can't protest now? Just hover, honey. They can't do anything if we're just hovering.
Canada makes a mobile game that preys on the addiction of people. Because Stan is addicted to the mobile game and he spends a shit ton of money,
$26,000?
Randy tries to teach him how to fight it. I like this episode because it calls out mobile games that use microtransactions. Apps like Simpsons Tapped Out, Family Guy Quest for Stuff, Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, Mario Kart World Tour, and numerous others always hide their prizes behind a paywall. Although it is pretty ironic that South Park would later follow in Family Guy and The Simpsons' footsteps by making their own mobile game, but I digress. And there's lots of good moments in this episode. Oh, when Randy isn't doing a good job because he's basically drinking.
I am not chugging beer. I'm sampling a flight of gluten-free German lagers with a French wine pairing. It's called a Smorgaswein and it's elegantly cultural.
Satan comes up to tell Stan how addiction works. And I thought that was pretty heartwarming. It's honestly the best of season 18. Or it was until I saw this episode. Cartman brings in an Oculus Rift virtual reality headset. And throughout the episode, you don't know what's real and what's fake. God, this episode reminds me of a Rick and Morty episode. Way before Rick and Morty was even popular. What can I say? It's a giant mindfuck of an episode. And I consider it one of the best. Easily one of the best. Best of season 18 and best of the entire series.
I know that. What do you...
This is for all the times I got grounded!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Ha! I can almost feel his balls on my fit!
The boys get engaged with cockfights, but it's not the kind of cockfights you and I are familiar with. It's one of those fights where the nerds start playing with Pokemon cards or something along those lines. I don't know, I'm not really experienced in that field. And there's a side plot of Randy performing actual cock magic. I had a fun time with this one. More specifically, this part.
You'll find that... Ow! Ow! Oh, God! Can somebody help, please?
Jesus Christ. That's funny. Ike continues to watch PewDiePie. Because of this, he becomes so addicted to his content to the point where he doesn't even want to spend time with his brother. After seeing this, Cartman decides to jump on the bandwagon, and he ends up making commentary-style YouTube videos on his own channel. After witnessing this leaves Stan and Kyle to be out of touch with the new generation. While that's going on, Randy is forced to participate in this concert as his alter ego, Lord. This episode makes fun of Let's Plays, commentary channels, as well as trending topics. I thought the episode was pretty fine, and it made decent commentary on YouTube as well as trending in general. It's just the next episode I have a bunch of problems with. Kyle teams up with the network so that he can bring families together once more. Meanwhile, a bunch of holograms like Tupac and Michael Jackson start running wild. And meanwhile, Cartman takes over the holiday event. I will admit, this whole episode does feel kind of crammed and forced. I mean, they tried tackling so many things in one episode. The death of Eric Garner, the shooting of Michael Brown, the accusations of Bill Cosby, the celebrity holograms as I mentioned before. And of course, you got PewDiePie showing up at the tail end of the episode. I mean, it does deliver a solid message on how the internet is here to stay and they're just gonna have to accept it. But Jesus, this whole thing just really felt crammed. You know what? You could break your 10 episode per season thing and just make one more episode, like a two-parter, so you don't ever do this again. I thought you learned your lesson from that fucking episode. You know, the episode where they had so many ideas in one episode and they crammed it in there and it just met with negative results? Yeah, that episode. What happened? You didn't learn from last time? Okay, fine, whatever. Next season.
Social justice, 1, 2, 3. I wanna be PC.
PC Principal comes over to South Park to change it for the better. Then later down the line, a bunch of PC frat boys come down to the town too. And they even bring Randy into their club when they settle down. And they specifically focus their targets on Kyle because he said that he doesn't believe that Caitlyn Jenner is a hero to him. Meanwhile, Cartman is trying to change for the better after he got his ass whooped by PC Principal in the bathroom. I like how he basically rips into the show because this is exactly how the show's been acting for the past 20 years.
I googled South Park before I came here, and I could not believe the shit you were getting away with.
He even makes certain callbacks to previous episodes. But I will defend South Park because some of the stuff he says is just blown completely out of proportion. Like this point.
A white man who thinks he's Chinese and built a wall to keep out Mongolians.
Ooh, I hate the Mongolians.
The reason why they did that, Dick, was because the parents were afraid of their kids being kidnapped. And if there's something I've noticed when it's come to this episode is that ever since this character's introduction, a lot of people say that this is the moment where South Park went downhill. And whose fault is that? Yeah, exactly. You guys. No, not you, just specific people like SJWs and PC people. Some of them were not the best people to deal with. Trust me, these guys were fucking toxic back in 2016, 2015, whenever this season came out. They were just a bunch of sugar-happy dickheads that get on people's ass just for having a different opinion than theirs. I'm pretty sure not all of them are like this, but there's... Just dealing with a select few of them makes you promise yourself to never deal with them ever again. So I think this season premiere was a pretty good one, and it kept my interest.
Where has my country gone?
Because he doesn't like Canadians coming over to America, Mr. Garrison decides that he's gonna get rid of them once and for all. I don't know, he's never had an issue with Ike when he was teaching kindergarten, but I guess since Garrison is a bigot who doesn't like black people as well as Mexicans, this falls in line with his character. Anyway, he decides to run for president. This is obviously making fun of Trump before Trump became a joke in his presidency. Ah, shit, we're hitting season 20, aren't we? Oh no. Anyway, as for the side plot, the Canadians and the South Park kids have been divided because of what Garrison says.
Well, there's only one immigration policy that I believe in, and that's f*** them all to death. I'm just saying what everyone's thinking here, kid. Sorry, not sorry.
So Butters begrudgingly decides to date one of the females, which acts as a parody of The Lion King 2. Believe it or not, Garrison being president branches its way into season 20. Oh my god. I don't know why, but the second I knew that, It's been making my head hurt. God, that season's so fucking bad. But don't worry, we'll get to that later. Let's just focus on season 19 for the meantime. I think the relationship between Butters and Caroline is actually pretty sweet, and they continue their relationship after their separation. And as I said before, Garrison continues to keep running for president after this episode, so it's not a one and done. This is something that the show is currently picking up from season 17 and 18, picking up continuity from the previous episodes, and hopefully working its way into a grand story at the end of the season. Let's see where they go from here. The town of South Park tries to fix their image because, according to the mayor,
I've called you all here because South Park has an image problem. Thanks to Mr. Garrison, we are now being referred to as the shitheads of America.
And yeah, after binge watching almost 300 of your episodes, that is completely deserved. Hell, there's a whole segment dedicated to South Park being roasted, and they didn't like it one bit. Like, you guys are the king of fucking roasting. Like, you can't take some roasting for yourself? That's so funny. So the town decides to have a Whole Foods restaurant in their town in order to appear more friendly and accepting rather than the South Park we've come to know and love over the course of 20 years. And as for the side plot, since they opened up a store in Kenny's house because he is poor, he has to work for City Walk. I think this is a nice episode that shows Kenny at his best again, with him working hard, working his ass off just so he can get his sister a present. That's pretty nice. You know what? Kenny is the real MVP. Not Stan, not Kyle, not Cartman, Kenny. This kid's a boss. Cartman, as well as everybody else, pretends to act like they're Yelpers, aka food critics, so as a result, they think that they deserve special treatment for being food critics. Interestingly enough, Cartman is back to his old self, and that's because this is the only episode that PC Principal doesn't take part in. Like, for God's sakes, he's not even mentioned in this episode. Like, where is he? Get him to kick Cartman's ass again. I will admit that this episode, along with the next three, are my personal favorite in this season. Because it calls out those dickheads that feel so self-entitled just because they put a review up. Anyway, irony aside, and if you don't cater to these people, then they throw a hissy fit. Shit, this even applies to the internet. Speaking of which...
And thinks I'm great in my safe space.
Cartman gets trolled online, so as a result, PC Principal forces Butters to look through all of his comments to give him only the good ones. Then PC Principal forces Butters to do the celebrities as well. Meanwhile, every time Randy goes to Whole Foods, he gets called a cheapskate every time he doesn't donate money to the poor starving children out there. I relate to this episode so heavily because dickheads on YouTube tend to do this a lot. Whenever you give them valid criticism, they'll say, "Oh my god, this is spreading hate speech and bullying." Even if it's valid, like criticism or transphobia, it doesn't matter. If you talk negatively about these people, you're the piece of shit, not them. And then they get to stay in their safe space. It's even worse when a YouTuber has over 100,000 subs and they act this way. It makes them look like a bunch of assholes that have a stupid sense of entitlement. So yeah, I think this episode is pretty goddamn great. And they were ahead of their time with this one, holy shit. And also, I just want to note that YouTube kind of panders to these people, to these YouTubers that do this shit, where they can't even handle the slightest bit of criticism because now comments are pretty much monitored, so they can't even allow the bad comments to get in there anymore. What the fuck has happened to this website? Jesus Christ.
You're sad that people are mean? Well, I'm sorry, the world isn't one big liberal arts college campus. We eat too much. We take our spoiled lives for granted. Feel a little bad about it sometimes. No, you want to put all your shit up on the internet and have every single person say, "Hooray for you, F you. You're all pricks."
A bunch of Eastern Asian girls keep drawing pictures of Tweek and Craig being gay. Yes, some of the drawing that's in this episode is actually from DeviantArt. I feel so bad for these people, holy shit. Because of pictures like this eventually leads the whole town of South Park thinking that they're gay. And hell, they even did little sneak peeks of this in the earlier episodes.
the moon.
Oh
yes.
no, that's just
Who
where they
knows
always
how big
sit,
the moon is
next to our
compared to
beloved
Pluto?
Craig there, who is a
it bigger?
homosexual.
Smaller? Anyone want to take a...
Meanwhile, Cartman has to deal with his Cupid self constantly hitting on him. I think it was an entertaining watch, and honestly, I didn't even know this ship was a thing. Yes, in the 19 seasons I've watched the show, I didn't think this ship was a thing. I didn't even notice there was a thing between these two. I mean, yes, there was Tweak versus Craig, but I didn't think this would eventually branch into them being homosexuals. But whatever, I'm happy for them. Even though they were kind of forced by the town to get together because yes, the whole town was in shambles when they seemingly broke up. God, imagine Luce and Amity fans going crazy if those two didn't get together. You know it's true. You know it's true. Kenny forms a ninja organization so that he can get the homeless people off his property. Hey, that callback though. But they get mistaken for ISIS. Meanwhile, the town of South Park ends up rebelling against the officers because of this scene.
Out of here! They've got me!
So as a result, this makes the whole town think they don't need them anymore. Not really a good idea. I mean, remember the chicken lover episode? Honestly, this episode kind of reminded me of the episode with Jimmy and Timmy where they were part of the Crips. It's still pretty funny, but eh. And there's a little bit of entertaining moments like Cartman trying to start problems.
He said ninjas were gay. He's probably gonna try and turn it around on me, but that's because Kyle knows I heard him. You're talking to Kyle right now. Yeah, cool. It's me, Butters.
And again, that joke kind of reminds me of the episode where Kyle was a part of this cult. Remember this joke?
Kyle, I'm starting to think that this is a really bad idea. I'm not Kyle. I'm Butters. I thought you were Kyle. No, I'm Stan. You're Stan? Where's Kenny? Who are you? I'm Kyle.
Guess who I am, you guys?
So yeah, it's basically jokes we've seen done before. But I will admit that the episode is especially heartbreaking with Barb Brady as he ends up losing his job. It's kind of sad seeing that he basically loses everything. PC Principal's SJW ideology gets tested when Jimmy writes for the school paper. Everybody starts reading up on the school paper, and they start to realize that ads are taking over and consuming their brains through the power of the internet. And while that's going on, Garrison starts to go for president. Trump flashbacks, Jesus. Just hearing Garrison and president in the same sentence is making my body shiver in ways that it's not supposed to. Anyway, I love this episode because Jimmy rips into PC Principal. Pretty good. And it's especially satisfying since he's been treating everybody like shit over the course of this season alone. As for the episode, it parodies online advertisement, clickbait, and ads. And you know what? You guys did an amazing job. And because humans have tried dodging them multiple times, the ads have grown so powerful that over the years they can even manifest into physical forms. Like Leslie. And she even has a connection to PC Principal. And I gotta say, that's a really interesting concept that had me hooked. And I feel like as a whole, this entire season basically just embraces what's wrong with modern day America and its culture these days. Now let's take a look at the next episode. Taking place from the last episode, Randy reveals that he's getting pretty sick and tired of South Park and PC culture in general.
South Park kind of sucks now. You guys want to bail?
Nathan takes over the school paper while Jimmy and Leslie are in custody by the news people, who are trying to figure out the ad's plans. Meanwhile, the boys try to figure out what's going on with Jimmy and Leslie. While that's going on, Mr. Garrison, Principal Victoria, and Caitlyn Jenner discover something up with South Park. I thought it was a pretty nice twist that Leslie turned out to be an ad because the past couple of episodes she's been called out by PC Principal multiple times for talking with her friends. That team up between Garrison, Victoria, Caitlyn Jenner, and Randy was pretty nice. I actually did enjoy that a lot. Eventually leading into the four working together. I thought it was pretty funny that Jimmy eventually decides to suck up to Leslie because, you know, he's a kid and he's a goddamn simp. And not to mention the most important part that every man should stop doing.
I'm starting to think that maybe OLEDs aren't so bad.
Jimmy, you're thinking with your dick.
Yes, stop thinking with your dick. Jesus Christ. That's embarrassing. PC Principal ditches South Park to kick some ass. Meanwhile, the whole town of South Park arms themselves with guns, because they can't trust anybody. With Kyle protecting Leslie, and Stan and the rest of the Marshes getting caught up on what's going on. Jimmy being kidnapped by Nathan, eventually leading to everybody going into a gun show. This eventually leads the whole town to thinking they could all be better people. I will admit it was a nice blend of mixing everything together from the previous episodes, such as PC ads as well as gentrification. And I will admit it was a pretty nice ending seeing all the characters in one spot. It kind of felt rushed to me, I'm not gonna lie. It still has problems from season 19 where they rush everything and cram it into the last episode. But I will admit it's not really as bad as I initially thought. And now, it's time to get into the pinnacle of shit. That is season 20. I'm not happy. This is making my body shiver. Hold on, I gotta take my medication. This is really bothering me.
This is gonna be really hard.
Do we really have to do season 20? Fuck it. I got through Family Guy. I can get through this. It's not that terrible. It's gonna fucking suck, isn't it? Mr. Garrison is still running for president, and he is horrified to discover that he doesn't even have a plan, so he tries to get himself to lose supporters. Meanwhile, J.J. Abrams reboots the national anthem. While that's going on, Cartman tries to change himself, which nobody in school believes because they still think he's up to his devious behavior, because apparently he's going online and trolling and harassing women. This is later revealed to be Kyle's father, Gerald. This is another thing they brought over from season 19. Remember when everybody thought they were a food critic? Yeah, Gerald decides to keep this up and instead harasses little girls, because he wants to use it as a stress reliever. There were some pretty nifty ideas in this one, like the member berries that everybody in South Park eats to mellow out. I feel like it did a decent job on the commentary of nostalgia, and I like how they made fun of The Force Awakens for basically being a nostalgia trip. But, Because of SkankHunt42's constant harassment, Heidi ends up tossing her phone in the river. You know, she does have computers, right? Whatever. The boys decide to take action against Cartman by destroying all of his electronics. But sadly, Gerald strikes again, and as a result, every boy in school ends up getting dumped by the girls. While that's going on, there's a side plot of Scott debating whether or not if he should delete his Twitter account, and constantly goes to Mr. Mackey for advice. This is another episode that does a good job satirizing, trolling, bullying, and suicide prevention. I will admit that the ending is pretty good, and this episode made me feel bad for Cartman because he was falsely accused. Yes, this is the rare moment where I do feel bad for Cartman. But then again, doesn't Cartman kind of feel a bit too pushiest in this episode? I don't know. Where's my Cartman? What the fuck did you do to him? Mr. Garrison tries his best to lose the presidential debate. While that's going on, Randy constantly flip-flops between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. From the previous episodes, because of his constant trolling, Gerald ends up getting Fraser Ollengard to commit suicide, so he tries his most damnedest to cover up his tracks when he discovers that somebody knows his secret identity. And, wow. While that's going on, Cartman finds a friend in Heidi. Oh, I wonder where that's fucking gonna go. Holy Jesus, mother of tits. As for the plot with Cartman, this leads into probably one of the worst aspects of this season, as well as season 21, and that's the romance between these two. This shit is so fan fiction, I can't even believe it's real. Fuck it, let's talk about something else, because this shit is really fucking my head up. Oh, I forgot to mention that the Danish are swearing revenge on the trolls who caused this bullshit, and this gets explored in the next episode. Also, Randy discovers that there's more to these member berry thingies. Again, this doesn't get explored till the next episode. So this man explains that they have this website in development where they can track a troll's IP address, so this leads Gerald to team up with the other trolls. Meanwhile, Butters gets sick and tired of the boys being blamed, so he ends up essentially being this season's Eric Cartman. Meanwhile, Kyle tries to get Cartman to help, but Cartman is too busy hanging out with his girlfriend. Are you fucking joking me right now? Anyway, I like how Gerald's in a standstill between being a troll and trying to live his normal life, because while he did say a lot of horrible shit, he mostly used trolling as a way of venting out his frustrations. Personally, I didn't like the way Butters is portrayed in this episode. I mean, they do give him a justification because his girlfriend Caroline dumped him because of the gender wars. But still, he just ends up being Cartman 2.0. I don't know, it just feels a little out of character for him to do. And don't get me started on that fucking relationship bullshit between Heidi and Eric, because this shit is cringy as fuck. I'm not gonna delve deep into it. Next episode. Still picking up from the last episode, Garrison is constantly throwing the election, and Gerald and the other trolls realize that the Danish are still working up with something that can put them in hot water, i.e. the troll trace thingy-mabob. And while that's going on, Cartman and Heidi try their best to bring the school together. Yes, we still have to deal with Butters' dick hanging out for a couple more episodes. Cartman and Heidi are still a couple, calling each other baby and boo, which is the cringiest shit I have ever seen in my fucking life. I can't deal with this anymore. And I will admit that the nods to Star Wars are pretty funny. Seeing Garrison act like he's in a stand-up comedy routine is pretty funny, and I will admit that it was pretty interesting seeing him portrayed in a sympathetic light, as he truly regretted doing all this shit. And I will admit, I was interested, and it truly gave him a character arc. Too bad they fucked it up midway through. And as for the boys and girls, they're still divided. Next one. After Gerald gets everything he wants, he and his troll friends start to have a fallout. Meanwhile, Heidi starts to use emoji analysis to figure out who Skank Hunt 42 is. And it's because of her analysis that the Danish decide to use this in order to complete Troll Trace. Meanwhile, Randy and Mr. Garrison try killing off the member berries because they have the ability to influence the public to vote for Garrison. And I need to make this apparent, the final speech of Garrison is basically telling everybody to vote for Hillary. Yet in the next episode, this completely gets retconned. Honestly, J.J. Abrams being the creator of the member berries was pretty funny. And given the fact that most of his projects rely on nostalgia, we get to see a little bit of classic Cartman in this episode, but that's only for a brief flashback. Also, I just realized something. Wow, Cartman is a total fucking pussy in this season. I will admit that Troll Trace being put into effect is actually pretty terrifying, and this episode puts Troll Trace into use. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would react this way. They would freak the fuck out. Garrison ends up getting elected president. This leads to Randy getting pissed off, so he tries to confront him, only for him to get brainwashed by nostalgia. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton sends Gerald off to Denmark for some reason, but he ends up getting backstabbed. Cartman goes to Butters so that he can make sure that Heidi doesn't know about him shit-talking Ghostbusters 2016. Eventually, Butters gets a talk from Bill Clinton because of his misogynistic ways. I swear, it's because of Trump being elected that this season turned out the way it did, because originally they thought that Hillary was going to win, so they ended up completely redoing the entire season's ideas. So many questions are left unexplained or unanswered, and I think that's why season 20 has such a negative rep over fans. Son of a bitch, I just want this shit to be done. Because he got elected president, Garrison starts to flex his presidency all over the people in South Park. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty funny.
Because you see, PC Principal, you helped create me.
Meanwhile, Garrison tries to get Ike to be SkinCon 42 for him. And, you know, that's probably the shittiest thing he's ever done. It's shittier than some of the shit that Cartman's ever done. Okay, maybe not all of them, but still. It's pretty bad. Speaking of Cartman, him and Heidi decide to leave Earth to go to Mars, and Butters tags along with him, even though he was a male chauvinist, sexist pig in the last couple of episodes. It doesn't matter, he's back to good old Butters. That's the only thing that matters. And it turns out that Elon Musk plays himself for this episode. Huh. Well, he puts in a lot more effort into this world than he did in the Simpsons world. Oh, and the member berries flood the White House. For no real reason. Moving on. Cartman tries to get Heidi to solve a problem of them going to Mars because she's so smart and funny. Yeah, she's so smart and funny, yet she doesn't even have a glimpse of personality. Like, fuck off with that. And while that's going on, Gerald tries to save his own ass by the Danish. And while that's going on, Mr. Garrison is trying to figure out what to do with the military forces at his disposal. And while that's going on, Kyle and Ike have to deal with the wrath of their mother because she thinks that Ike is Skink Hunt. Okay, so apparently the Danish's motives completely flip in this one, and the only reason they're putting everybody on blast is because it's so fucking funny. Okay, we're almost done. Holy shit, we are almost fucking done. Next episode. Sheila tries to track down Ike and Kyle because she believes that Ike is Skink Hunt 42, and Kyle is trying to protect him. And while that's going on, Ike and Kyle are trolling everybody everywhere. Meanwhile, Cartman is trying to convince the scientist that going to Mars is a terrible idea, despite the fact that he spent half the fucking season trying to go to Mars. The season's basically throwing away all the other plot lines that they've been developing over the course of the season. Do you remember the member berries in J.J. Abrams, the feud between the boys and the girls, the gentleman's club, the reason why Hillary needed Gerald's help? Neither of those fucking plots get any sort of conclusion. And this is because the show thought that Hillary would win, but when Trump won, it put their whole season through a loop. And you know what? I'd rather binge watch Family Guy's 20th season than this season, and that's not a good thing. Not to mention, throughout the season, all the characters were pretty bad or they were thrown to the sidelines, apart from Cartman and Kyle. Heidi herself is pretty bland, and overall, this season just fucking bothers me to an excruciating halt. And I'm so glad that I don't have to talk about this ever again. Moving on, let's get to season 21. Does it improve after this? I don't know. Let's take a look. South Park becomes addicted to intelligent personal assistants like Siri or Alexa, which pisses off the rednecks because they think they're taking their jobs. Meanwhile, Randy makes his own show on white people renovating houses, and while that's going on, Cartman and Heidi's relationship becomes strained. Oh god, they brought that over from season 20? Oh, fuck me. As for the episode itself, it's not really that funny, and it's mostly the town acting like idiots while Cartman manipulates Heidi. Yada 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 fucking yawn. Moving on. Tweak becomes paranoid because he constantly keeps looking at President Garrison's tweets, and he tries multiple times and multiple efforts to make sure Korea doesn't bomb them, and Craig tries his best to help him along the way. Aww. That's pretty nice. Oh shit, I forgot about fidget spinners. Those things were weird. Yet they were so addictive. Meanwhile, Cartman tries to raise suicide awareness just to get attention. I will admit that the musical number at the end is very memorable, and it's pretty adorable seeing Craig trying to help Tweet get through his paranoia. Some of Cartman's stuff is but it makes a nice commentary on how people constantly rely on the news and media to the point of being addicted to it. They kind of did this already back in season 5, but with here, it's more focused on. And I gotta say, that musical number at the end is pretty goddamn good. Hell, even Cartman's rapping is pretty stellar. So yeah, pretty good episode. Randy starts to shit all over Christopher Columbus, and because of this, the kids begin to get screwed over because if Columbus Day is taken away, then that means they'll have to go to school. Unlike white people renovating houses, this is pretty fucking hilarious. Seeing Randy being an idiot here, seeing him go through extreme lengths to prove that he's so right, is pretty fucking hilarious in itself. And it's pretty relatable to see the kids just wanting a day off from school, so they do everything in their power to get that day off. I'm pretty sure you guys would be pissed off if you would have to come on a day of school where you're not supposed to come to school and you're supposed to have a day off. It's a pretty funny one. The superhero alter egos of the boys make a comeback, and this time they're dealing with Butters spreading lies about them on Facebook. And yeah, when you think about it, it really is just a big product placement for the next game, The Fractured Butthole. It was a good game in its own right, just filled with too many glitches. It's good to see the superhero stuff again, even though if it was mixed with Mark Zuckerberg, which I personally wasn't a fan of. It's still a decent one. It's not right up there with the previous superhero episodes, but it's decent. Multiple costume characters are overdosing on painkillers, and the traces lead back to the retirement home that Stan's grandpa is residing. And it turns out it's like a prison there, holy shit. At first, Stan was helping his grandpa because he felt sorry for him, but after he discovers his true intentions, he tries to put a stop to it. But it's not just him. There's another kid named Marcus who decides to put a stop to opioids being distributed all over the town. I gotta say, it's pretty funny seeing the old retirement home turn into a prison. The barbershop cortex at the end was very good. It does a neat job parodying the opioid epidemic. All around, this is a pretty solid episode. A real witch comes to South Park and starts causing mayhem and stealing children. And while that's going on, Cartman tries to use the witch to get rid of Heidi. And the ending felt pretty rushed as they pretty much bring in a Deus Ex Garrison to come over and blast this guy out of the sky. There were some pretty funny moments here and there. This is the first time in a long time that the show started using something so surreal. The only time they did this was back in season 12. It's fine, but it's really not all that much. So for this episode, Kyle tries to understand why Heidi would be with Cartman, and throughout the entire episode, he tries to break them up, only for them to get back together at the very end, so it doesn't fucking matter. And there's a side plot with Garrison that I don't really care that much for. You know how I feel about this relationship, and with Cartman being back to his regular self, it just makes the whole situation even more predictable. Moving on. Jimmy, Timmy, Nathan, and Mimsy compete for the Handicapped Science Fair. But to make sure Jimmy doesn't fuck with his plans, Nathan decides to sabotage his project. And while that's going on, Heidi starts to look exactly like Cartman, and she even starts acting like him, mannerisms and all. The main plot was pretty goddamn funny. The NFL coming out of nowhere so they could use the water bears in order to use them for the stadium was pretty funny. And the side plot, on the other hand, was pretty goddamn weak. And there were a lot of cringe moments there. Oh god, just let this shit be over already. I am so sick and tired of this. BC Principal starts to fall head over heels for Strong Woman. Sure, parts of it were pretty cheesy, but hey, I got through the same Raimi trilogy pretty fine. And the side plot focuses on Cartman feeling like the guy that constantly gets farted on in the Terrence and Phillips show. So as a result, he starts rebelling against Canada, just like his mom did before him. I get the point of what they were trying to do with Kyle by showing that the younger generation is similar to the older generation, but it still feels kind of out of character for him to do. I'll tell you this much, he starts acting like his mother, and because of this, at the end of the episode, he manages to bomb Canada. Like, all of it. It's just fucking gone. Because he manages to contact Garrison. Fuck me. I will admit that the main plot was pretty funny. It had some funny moments. Also, I like how Terrence and Phillip are older in this episode, yet Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman haven't aged in the past 21 years. Well, that's about to change. Also, I think it does a nifty job on parodying sexual harassment in the workplace, the rise with Netflix and cancel culture. Oh god, I feel fucking sick. And not to mention the thought of nuclear war at this time. Taking place exactly after the last episode, the town is still dealing with the fact that Canada got blown away by a missile launched by Garrison because of Kyle. And this little stunt causes Garrison to hide out in the woods, which makes Ike decide to go hunt him down. I like the references to it as well as Stranger Things. Oh, I forgot to mention, while that's going on, PC Principal and Strong Woman end up having a relationship together. And thank God, at the end of this episode, Cartman and Heidi officially break up. Thank God, I'm fucking... Hey, this season, while not as terrible as season 20, has a lot of issues. I'm just fucking finished with this. With all the school shootings going on, Sharon starts to become emotional, while Randy and the rest of the town think that she's on her period. Yes, even the kids think that she's on her period.
What's up, mom's ass?
While that's going on, Cartman tries to find out why Token purposefully gave him the wrong answers. And he thinks that it's because of him shit-talking Black Panther. Don't get me started on that movie, but hey, I'll tell you this much. It's a step up from Eternals. The story itself is just everybody not being empathetic and understanding that children's lives are being taken away. I mean, granted, school shootings are nothing new, but it's still tragic regardless. And at the end of the episode, when Stan gets shot, Shannon doesn't even give a fuck. But I will give the episode credit because it did talk about school shootings during the year of 2018. Shit, there were massive school shootings around the United States. It got so bad to the point where they thought about giving teachers guns at one point. The side plot wasn't all that funny, and overall the episode was just not so good. It had a decent idea, but just piss poor execution. Butters and Father Maxie develop a close bond, and while that's going on, the town realizes that they won't be able to go to church because of Maxie spending time with Butters, so as a result they call the Catholic Church. So this is a direct sequel to the episode Red Hot Catholic Love, which is, whoa, it was what? Which was 16 years ago. I think it's a pretty fine episode. I mean, it made dark humor about priests molesting children.
He did so because we could not control our temptations.
Kinda like a priest in a room full of naked boys.
He gave to us his only son.
And a Catholic priest raped him.
What greater gift could the Lord have given to us?
Children's underwear which priests couldn't pull down so easily?
What does it mean that the Lord gave us his only begotten son?
It means if you're a cute boy at a Catholic priest swimming party, you better be getting...
I'm surprised they didn't use this joke. What's the difference between a zit and a Catholic priest? One of them waits until you're 12 to come on your face. I will admit that the bond between Maxie and Butters is pretty nice and it feels genuine, especially since Maxie is a good priest. He does his best to look out for the town as well as look out for the children, especially in the last episode that this is a direct sequel to. So I thought the episode was pretty good. After tweeting some offensive things, Mr. Hanky ends up facing the backlash for his actions. Meanwhile, Strong Woman ends up getting pregnant with PC Principal's babies. Similar to Death Kids, I can see where the episode is coming from and I can see what it's doing. It's making fun of cancel culture along with the problems with a Pooh documentary. And it also made fun of the racist tweets made by Roseanne Barr. I think the problem is that it just kind of felt, I don't know, a little too out there. I don't know. And also, Mr. Hanky is completely different compared to how he was previously portrayed in the other episodes. I don't know, it's just kind of weird. And as for the side plot, all you need to know is that PC Principal and Strong Woman have their own babies, and that's about it. But they can't really go public with it because Strong Woman doesn't want her reputation to be hurt by this whole thing. And honestly, I did feel for that. I actually did like the side plot of this episode. The main plot wasn't really that good, but the side plot was pretty good. Randy decides to move away from South Park and he decides to own a weed farm, which will become the infamous Tegrity Farms. Oh boy, we're gonna have a massive joyride in season 23. I tell you what. Anyway, Cartman and Butters end up selling vaping pens to children around the playground to pay off their debt. For the side plot, it involves vaping pens. Wait a second, what the? Interestingly enough, these episodes were aired during the same month of the same year. Wow. That's a coincidence, I tell ya. And as for the main plot, we see Randy take Tegrity Farms so seriously that he's willing to take down the vaping business. Oh god, I'm starting to get flashbacks from season 23. Holy shit. But hey, I'll tell you this much, this does a better job than Dead Dog Walking. It's Halloween time in South Park and the boys have plans to use e-scooters to get around a lot quicker. But sadly, Kenny cannot join his friends because he doesn't have a smartphone. Are you sure about that? Meanwhile, Mr. Mackey tries to get rid of these e-scooters because he doesn't like them. Okay? It's an entertaining episode. It's pretty hilarious. I found it funny when Mr. Mackey tries to get rid of all the e-scooters as the Grinch did with Christmas. It's pretty sad to see Kenny pretty much getting thrown to the sidelines because he doesn't have a phone, which I don't, hello, the phone's right here. Look, he has a phone. And this whole situation is pretty sad because this kid has sacrificed his life to save his best friends multiple times. And this is how they pay him back by telling him, listen, you're too poor and you can't come with us during trick-or-treats. That's kind of sad. Overall, I think this is a pretty good Halloween episode. Honestly, it's one of the greater Halloween episodes of season 20 and onward. Man Bear Pig is real, and this time he's causing mayhem and destruction all over the town of South Park. So the boys turn to Al Gore, the man who knew everything about Man Bear Pig. This guy hasn't made an appearance since episode 201. So throughout the episode, while the pig abomination is dialing up his body counts, the boys try kissing up to Al Gore so that he can tell them how to take him down. Oh, by the way, this is a two-parter. I thought the episode was pretty fine, although it had a big habit of constantly referencing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Be playing Red Dead Redemption for the next 18 hours. Yep, gonna go home and play me some Red Dead Redemption 2.
Feuding with a rival gang, you know, you ride around on your horse thinking it won't all catch up with you, but it always does. You're playing Red Dead Redemption 2? So good, right?
By the way, you should check it out. It's a pretty good game. So basically, the boys apologizing to Al Gore are Trey and Matt apologizing to the Goremeister because of their comments on climate change. Damn. This was back in the earlier seasons. Fuck, I feel old. Taking place exactly where the last episode ended off, Stan confronts his grandpa because he thinks he might be the reason as to why Man Bear Pig has came back. Meanwhile, the boys, Al Gore, and Satan try to stop Man Bear Pig from destroying the town. Rest in peace, Satan. So apparently the old people of South Park made a deal with Man Bear Pig, and once the deal was up, he came back years later to cause mayhem. And you know how they defeat him in the end? By making a new agreement. And there's a chance that they're probably going to be dead in the next 5 years. So they killed off Satan for no reason. That's just fucked. Anyway, next episode. Cartman gets diagnosed with anxiety, so he ends up wearing a Buddha box. And because the Buddha box can block out anybody from the outside, everyone starts wearing it. Even PC Principal and Strong Woman end up wearing it. And as a result, their kids leave the house and they have their own little episode. Honestly, it's just hammering in one joke throughout the episode. I will admit that PC Principal and Strong Woman accepting their relationship at the end was pretty heartwarming. But other than that, this episode was just a mess. Amazon moves over to South Park. It starts off swell until every worker decides to go on strike. Meanwhile, the boys decide to hang out once again to do a stupid bike parade after realizing that they don't really hang out anymore. And that's just too true to be considered funny. It's just like how Ellis Marks said in his How Serialization Killed South Park video.
It's almost like they're sticking their finger up to the audience like, yeah, we're only making this for ourselves at this point.
Did everyone enjoy the Halloween special?
No, Randy. Only you did.
Oh, well, that was pretty much my target audience anyway.
At the end of Season 22, The Bike Parade, the B story focuses on the boys trying to do something together after realizing that they don't really do anything anymore. And while I guess it's nice to acknowledge it, it's too real. It makes the show depressing to watch. It got so bad that it actively felt like they were fed up with their own show, that they then started taking what people liked about the show and just started getting rid of it. Stuff like removing Mr. Hanky, killing Satan, ignoring the boys almost entirely. It just felt like they hated working on the show, only making it as a yearly requirement. But
it just seems like alongside Family Guy and The Simpsons, the creators are just getting sick and tired of their own show and they end up removing things. But as for the episode itself, I give it credit that we see the boys hanging out like they used to, and honestly they did a better job with Jeff Bezos than they did with Mark Zuckerberg back in season 21. And I like how the people working at South Park Mall are these gross creatures because people don't even go to stores anymore because they get everything from Amazon. Pretty funny. The boys' plan of being in a bike parade ends up in jeopardy because Kenny ends up bailing on them because of those striking workers from the last episode. To make sure he doesn't lose his customers, Randy decides to go from door to door selling his weed. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna get a bunch more weed plots in the next season. Oh boy, I am so excited! It has some pretty funny moments here and there, and overall, it's an okay conclusion to this two-parter. Alright, who's ready to smoke some weed because we're jumping into season 23. Get your bong, because this is gonna be a long one. Carmen has Kyle sent to a migrant detention center. Meanwhile, Randy isn't happy with the fact that people are homegrowing their own weed, so he tries to sabotage it. So the whole episode is giving commentary on ICE detention centers, as well as the Joker movie that came out in 2019. Remember when people said that the Joker movie encourages psychopaths? Yeah, good times. As for the episode itself, it really wasn't that funny to me. Even the side plot with Carmen getting Kyle into a detention center, I don't know, it's just lost its kick. And it seems as if Trey and Matt agree with me on this. In fact, you'll even notice that the intro of South Park has completely changed to Tegrity Farms.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Randy decides to sell marijuana to the Chinese because there are a lot of people, which means you can make more money. But he ends up competing against the Walt Disney Corporation, who is also sucking up to China. Meanwhile, Stan puts together a band with his friends. Yeah, the side plot's kind of been done a lot before, with the boys coming together to form a band or a corporation or some shit. But at the same time, it gives a solid message about how it's not worth selling your soul to China. Look, Disney did it, and look what happened to them. And because of South Park slamming China this bad, the country outright banned South Park entirely, and even the creators gave a non-apology. And this is why this episode is probably the best in the entire season. It gives a solid commentary on China and how it treats its people, the concentration camps that are there, Jesus. Disney being a bunch of fucking pussies and bowing down to China just so they can get a little extra money. There's everything to like in this episode. It just goes to show that a lot of people cannot take criticism or jokes. Hell, China is a walking example of it. Go ahead, ban me. I dare you. Cartman doesn't want to get immunized because he doesn't like shots, so as a result, the whole town tries to immunize him. Meanwhile, Randy celebrates 300 episodes. Okay, in universe, it's $300,000. The side plot was not that funny, and the main plot was decent, I guess. I'll just let this do the talking.
Happy 300 to us. Happy 300 Integrity Farms. Happy $300,000.
Shut the fuck up!
Randy decides to open up a fast food joint with weed burgers. And while that's going on, Cartman gets pissed off at the kids changing the lunch schedule because of its unhealthy food. It's entertaining, I guess. I mean, it's nothing off the wall, but I like it because unlike the other episodes, Randy actually faces repercussions for his shitty behavior. Thank you. Thank you a lot. I wish this little fucker suffered more, but you can't get everything in one go, can ya? If I have to see that fucking name again, I swear to God. Randy makes Integrity Farms Halloween special, and much to the dismay of Shelly, who hates marijuana. And you know what? I actually like her in this episode because she's basically the audience stand-in for how people feel about Integrity Farms in general. And there's a side plot of Butters being constantly followed around and stalked by a mummy, who ends up playing the victim card, and claims that Butters is the abusive one. I will admit that the side plot is pretty weak as it's just Butters being blamed for no reason, but I will admit that the jokes with Shelly are pretty great. And even the ending is pretty hilarious.
Did everyone enjoy the Halloween special?
No, Randy. Only you did.
Oh, well, that was pretty much my target audience anyway.
Yeah, and the Sicilian says a meal best served cold.
Everyone's had enough of Tegrity Farms.
Enough of Tegrity Farms! South Park is nothing without Tegrity Farms!
You serious?
Randy finally gets held accountable for his shitty behavior throughout the season. Meanwhile, the Whites adopt a kid after Jason got run over by a car. I mean, I kind of respect that Randy does learn how much of an ass he's been, but instead of taking accountability, he ends up promoting more Tegrity weed. Like, what in the absolute Jesus Tegrity weed tap dancing fuck? As for the side plot, it just references what happened in the first episode of the season, as the kid that the Whites adopts ends up turning into Mexican Joker. Make sure you burn down Tegrity Farms while you're at it. Also, President Garrison makes a comeback in this episode because at the time of this episode's production, there was apparently some alleged tactics that Trump would use in order to make himself look like the victim or something. I don't know. I don't care. Moving on. Thank fuck, no more weed. Cartman, Stan, and the rest of the boys end up meeting their match when the girls join their board game club. And as for the main plot, during a strong woman competition, a woman by the name of Heather Swanson becomes antagonistic to the PC family. Honestly, I'm just fucking grateful that we don't have to deal with weed in this episode. Thank God. I gotta say, this episode made me like PC Principal, and it really goes to show how much he's grown over the time he's been in the show. I like the ending of the episode where the girls show up Heather Swanson, especially since she's been an asshole throughout the episode. Honestly, it's a great episode. Thank fucking God we don't have to deal with any more goddamn weed in this one. Sheila has a fecal transplant, and as a result, Linda, Laura, and Harriet try to steal some of her shit so that they can do the procedure themselves. And while that's going on, Kyle discovers microbiomes. I'm gonna tell you this right now, it's a way better episode than Eat, Pray, Queef. A shit ton better, no pun intended. And I thought the intro was pretty nice. It's one for the ladies, so I hope you guys like it. Okay, so this episode focuses on Scott, and because there's a new girl in his class who, bear in mind, has diabetes like him, he tries to get his father to move on from basic cable to streaming services. The episode makes a good commentary on how basic cable is out the door and streaming services are taking over. It's to the point where you have to buy streaming services in order to watch certain movies, TV shows, and exclusive events. And I'm sorry, I just found this episode to be completely ironic, because this episode is slamming on streaming services, yet the creators have no choice but to start promoting shit on Paramount+. An example of this would be South Park post-COVID and South Park post-COVID The Return of COVID. Don't worry, we'll get to that bad boy soon enough. As for the episode itself, I say it's pretty goddamn good. Oh man. Also, I noticed how randomly for this episode the intro reverts back to normal for some reason. Like, you could literally change this back to the Integrity Farms intro because it focuses on Randy selling weed again. So Santa bans alcohol because of the town's drunk driving habits, especially around the holidays. Like, the drunk driving in this town is fucking toxic. So the town turns to Randy so that he can turn that Christmas frown upside down. What else can I say? It's just Randy selling weed and blow this time around. The only real difference is, as I've said before, he mixes it up with cocaine. And sadly, the boys get sidelined again because we gotta focus some more on Randy. Ugh, you know what? Let's just get to the big dogs.
A pandemic special!
You're gonna try and make us go back to school.
You really want to go back to that slavery? Dude, get out of my house! You could be spreading germs!
Welcome back to class. I'm your new teacher, Detective Harris.
You guys don't seem totally stoked.
A pandemic special, Randy? Really?
South Park, the 1 hour pandemic special.
Yep, the pandemic has hit South Park pretty goddamn hard. To capitalize on it, Randy makes a pandemic special. Meanwhile, the kids try to live a normal school life while on lockdown and dealing with the police. Meanwhile, there's a side plot revealing that Randy actually started the pandemic when he had sex with a pangolin. I gotta say that the twist with Randy starting the whole pandemic is pretty funny, but this is just another case where the boys feel kind of sidelined. But I will say that their plot is pretty interesting. We see how the pandemic has a negative effect on them, with Stan trying to help Butters, even though in actuality he's just trying to help himself by going on the crazy adventures he used to go on with his friends. And that's kind of how everybody feels at this point. They just want their lives to go back to normal and to not deal with this COVID shit anymore. And there are some people, Cartman, that love COVID because they don't have to deal with social interactions with people. And also things are going virtual now, which means that all events are going virtual, which means you don't have to go out to E3 or any of these award shows anymore because, hey, everything's virtual, so there's no point. Basically, this episode has a lot to offer, and it's a right step in the right direction. Especially after last season, they focused too much on Randy. And sure, he does have his own side plot, but at least we get the boys, having their own stuff to deal with and having their own problems to deal with, which I love the most. I actually love the side plot with them. And it's not only COVID that the episode talks about, it also talks about police brutality and racial unrest. And it also talks about how people go strutting around telling people to put their fucking masks up because of this whole COVID thing. Yeah, it deals with a lot. Holy shit, you guys are geniuses.
We need to get COVID vaccinations right away, please. Back of the line.
Right this way.
Oh, 79 bitches!
South Park Vaccination Special.
Vaccinations are out, and everybody who isn't old in South Park is trying to get their hands on it. Meanwhile, the kids are trying to live their normal lives, but after Cartman's prank goes wrong, resulting in the teacher leaving, the boys try to get their hands on the vaccines to give to their teachers. And while that's going on, Mr. Garrison comes back as Mr. Garrison, no longer Donald Trump. And he thinks there's a conspiracy going around because the people are not excited that he's back and that they hate him. And while that's going on, there's a side plot of people manipulating kids into believing this conspiracy that the whites put up. I believe this episode is greater than the last one because this time we're focusing entirely on the main boys. And this episode shows that they're really trying their best to keep this friendship connected, but sadly they end up breaking apart at the end of the episode. And the side plots themselves, they were fine, just not as good as the main plot. I mean, there were some pretty funny moments here and there.
I guess 2021 is gonna be just like 2020.
And there's some nice fourth wall breaking.
They run the show! The whole damn show! It comes down to 2 people! Oh, you don't like that, do you? That's getting a little close to home, huh?
And here's the thing, with this line, I thought they were going to delve deep into it in the next 2 specials we're going to be talking about, but no, it doesn't. Overall, I think this one is better than the last one, because at least with this one, Randy only gets a cameo. Yeah, it's mostly focusing on the boys this time. And I gotta say, I really enjoyed myself. Now, let's get into the big dogs. Post-COVID, and post-COVID, the return of COVID. Let's go.
South Park post-COVID, an exclusive event streaming Thanksgiving.
Okay, so I know technically this is a movie, but fuck it, it's an episode for me. And it turns out that this special, well, this made-for-TV movie, along with the previous 2 specials, the pandemic special and the vaccination special, along with the return of COVID and post-COVID, technically count as season 24. I know this because South Park recently showed this announcement trailer for season 25. So, yeah. Set 40 years after the vaccination special, South Park has gone futuristic, and the boys have separated to lead different lives. Stan becomes an alcoholic like his father, who keeps on chugging beer.
I am not chugging beer. I'm sampling a flight of gluten-free German lagers with a French wine pairing. It's called a Smorgaswein, and it's elegantly cultural. It's not pounding beer and wine. I drop wine shots into the beer. It's called a Smorgaswein, and it's very cultural.
Sure, whatever you say, buddy. While also living in a toxic relationship with his Alexa. Kyle, a school counselor who lives on his own. Kenny, a world-renowned Scientologist. And Cartman, I shit you not, a fucking Jew. And he's not even an asshole, and he's actually turned into a much better person. Yeah, and my reaction still stays the same. Like, the fucking kid that's been bashing Jews since he was like 8 has become Jewish. I don't have any words. That's just fucking funny. But anyway, the 3 friends must reunite because Kenny died trying to figure out what started the pandemic. This even leads other people like Token, Tweak, Craig, Clyde, Timmy, and Wendy to come together to find out how Kenny died. I think this made for Paramount exclusive was pretty goddamn good. It was pretty interesting to see the boys as adults, because we've seen future episodes of Family Guy and The Simpsons, but we've never seen one for South Park. Well, at least with the boys aged up. And again, I think they did a great job tackling COVID. They even make fun of anti-vaccinators in this one.
Hey, I just need to see the research first, you know? It's been 40 years, Clyde. That's enough research.
And not to mention, they make fun of other shit that will most likely happen a few years from now.
Welcome to Denny's Applebee's Max. I see you got your menus all ready. As you're deciding what to order, I just want to go over a couple things. Now, of course, it is the future, so we don't have any meat on the menu because, you know, here in the future, we've all decided meat is wrong. And you'll see there's some dishes made from insect protein on the menu. That, of course, is because here in the future, we've all learned that insects are a valuable and sustainable food, and we no longer fear it as food. Okay, well, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to say anything because, you know, it's the future. We've learned to all just get along and love each other.
Yeah, there are some people that think that insects are easy to eat, and we will eat them eventually. You people are fucking crazy. Not to mention, there's also a little bit of sad moments as we discovered that Sharon and Shelly are both dead because of Stan and Randy. And even 20 years later, after his family are dead, he's still thinking about his fucking weed. And need I mention, he's in a retirement home, and he still cares about his fucking weed. What a fucking dick. And also, it turns out that the people that started COVID, no, it's not Matt and Trey, as the previous episode would want you to believe. No, it turns out that the people that started COVID this whole time are Stan, Kyle, and Cartman. So this leads them to try and figure out how they're going to fix this. So they decide that time travel is the best way to do it. This leads Cartman to ditch them because he doesn't like the idea of losing his family. So basically, this entire movie is just building itself up for the next one. But it still has enough substance to be enjoyable on its own. Alright, let's see the next movie.
I think it means
We're all stuck in South Park.
He said it! He said it! You're not going to like what you're about to see.
This could change the world. People are really trying to go back in time. We're from the future.
South Park. The exclusive event continues.
Taking place exactly where the last movie ended off, Stan and Kyle try to travel back in time, but they need Butters' help, who is now known as Victor Chaos, who ends up being a way bigger threat than Professor Chaos ever could. Because he ends up using the worst fucking thing imaginable, NFTs.
I'm gonna tell you something that's going to change your life. Have you ever heard of NFTs?
So because of Butters being a threat, yes, I am not calling him Victor, that's fucking stupid, Cartman decides to use him in his game.
If you call me Piggy one more time, I'm gonna leap out of this chair and rip your goddamn nuts off with my bare hands!
And I swear to God, if you don't help me, Butters, I will rip your fucking balls off with my bare hands!
Oh, I forgot to mention, Cartman makes his own foundation to prevent Kyle and Stan from traveling back in time and changing the past. And he even gets Clyde and Butters on his team. And the reason why he's doing all this is because he doesn't want to lose his family. Wow, you really have changed a lot. I gotta say, it's pretty goddamn sad. Fuck. I actually do oh God, what's wrong with me? I actually do empathize with Cartman here. Yeah, I really... it's crazy to say. Still doesn't change the fact that he's a shitty kid, but whatever. I also like this nifty little detail that he locks his family up in the attic, just like he did with Mr. Kitty. And I will admit that the ending is pretty fucking sad now that I watch it again. Jesus. Meanwhile, Randy is trying to regrow what was left of his Tegrity weed. Also, Wendy and the others are trying to figure out how COVID got started, but they end up getting taken out by Butters. I think this is pretty good too. It does have a lot of good moments, as well as some pretty funny moments here and there. But it does have a lot of moments where it does linger about. But I still found it to being pretty good and enjoyable. It's on the same level as the last movie, but does that mean that this movie as well as the last one are better than bigger, longer, and uncut? No fucking way. But they're still pretty good in their own right. And so far, the show has given me 2 perfect endings. You're Getting Old from season 15 and this movie. And honestly, I thought this would be the end of South Park. But then I looked into it, and it turns out that South Park's gonna keep going for the next couple of years. Ah, shit. They're gonna Simpsons and Sesame Street the shit out of this franchise, aren't they?
I'm going down to South Park, gonna have myself a time.
Okay, I think it's time I get myself out of this South Park body. Whew, so much better. I did it. I watched every single episode of South Park, and looking back, I still think it's a pretty great show. With funny and entertaining episodes, interesting topics they tackle, memorable and iconic characters, great if cheap animation, and it's one of those shows that still holds a special place in my heart, and it shaped my sense of humor alongside The Simpsons and Family Guy. And after watching post-COVID, I can't wait to see what it comes up with next. And that's something that the other 2 shows just can't do, because South Park has the power to be relevant, and I'm always excited to see what Matt and Trey have in store for us. And after discovering that this franchise will continue up until 2027, I can't wait to see what crazy adventures Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Cartman get themselves into. Anyway, here's my ranking.
I'm going down south, I'm gonna have myself a time.
Well guys, I officially did it. I watched every single episode and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, please tell me what you think of South Park. Did you enjoy it on the same level that I did? Tell me what you think. Do you think it's a great show? Do you think it's a bad show? You know, give me your thoughts. And don't get pissy just because I shit talk Family Guy or Simpsons or anything like that. Because I find it fucking embarrassing that people get pissed off just because you say Family Guy is shit or South Park's awesome. Just bear in mind that these are people's different opinions, alright? Let's all be respectful of another person's opinion and let's not attack them for it, okay? Cool. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch you guys later because I'm going to be taking a 5-month nap. Peace out.
I'm going down to South Park, gonna have myself a time.
Friendly faces everywhere, humble folks without temptation.
Going down to South Park, gonna leave my woes behind.
And we're parking KIA, people spouting howdy never.
Heading on up to South Park, gonna see if I can't unwind.